sorry, Jack. We're just watching this thing work. That racer, that is going to and again, as we went across the top, not today, get behind.
Welcome everybody to day 2 of the 3rd round of the ARB Off-Road Racing Championship here, the Australian Off-Road Racing Championship. I'm Sandy Bowman, I'm here with the Curran brothers, Dan and Josh. Good morning, boys.
Good morning. How are you this morning?
Top of the world.
Good to see that the Cat has dragged Danny Curran in again. He was
I tell you what, he wasn't there last night.
Little bit of a late start.
Here we go, boys. Here we go. This is how this is going to go all weekend, is it?
We formed an alliance.
We
formed an alliance while you were here. Yes.
So good. Hey, mate, how good is this, boys? The weather is absolutely stonking here at the Gundy 500. We're getting these amazing live stream shots across. We've got the big screen in front of us. We got the Class 7 off the line first.
Hey, and we were just discussing before we went live that they usually save the best till last, but I tell you what.
Not this time.
This is bringing out the top shelf.
It's champagne at the start. I tell you what. GU on the line, and it's going to lead its way.
Be first.
And Sandy, that's going to be at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. So if you're joining us on the live stream, again, good morning. Hey, look at those beautiful shots. That big unlimited car there of Mikey Zacher getting a little bit of polish. Looking for that wind resistance, I think, is what they're going for there.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Yeah, good work, boys. Thanks for the chat.
We've done our work.
It's going to be a long weekend if you're just joining us, I'm telling you, because you've got 3 clowns.
No, absolutely. No, that big Class 11 car looks fantastic. Great to see the guess you could almost say the Gundy royalty of the Zacher family back here again. Looks like they're doing a few little things with the tyre pressures there, just getting it ready for Prologue. You see a little bit of dirt, mud all over that car already.
We were just talking before, the mud is super sticky out here. So what normally is a very dry and dusty track as Gundy, this year has had a bit of water lying around out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like it's going to be one of those trying conditions here. They're going to be sighting lap, and then also I think lap 1 maybe might be a bit of a sighting lap for these competitors as well.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. Like you said, if you're just joining in again, the track has actually changed a fair bit, Sandy. You did the sighting lap. It's not and I mean, this is an ever-evolving thing. Gundy has never been the same track every year.
No.
They've made some other changes. Again, the weather with the rain has caused a little bit of a change as well.
A lot of diversion around melon holes, that sort of thing. I know we saw yesterday they've dropped the famous bear run out of it.
Yep.
Which I think a few competitors are quite happy about that rough section, obviously.
But then I suppose the flip side is, Sandy, we just had Mick Phillips in the commentary box having a chat to us, and he was saying there's going to be some rough bits. He goes, yeah, Bear Run might be out, but it's still going to be a rough course.
There was and there's not a lot of space there to wind out those big cars up top speed, you know, so it might be a bit of an advantage for the smaller cars and a little bit less power.
Well, talking about
Speaking
advantage...
of smaller cars, there it is.
Absolutely. We see the 1142 on screen, the reason that four-wheel drive Illumicraft. It's one we probably haven't talked much about in the lead up to this race, but I think they were a bit unsure whether the four-wheel drive would be here as well. Had some engine dramas at Think Desert Race, but great to see them here. I think it'll be a very competitive car with these conditions as well. But I tell you what, always fast as well. Danny Brown in the 4, the 2-wheel drive, Illumicraft as well. I think they were saying the way that thing hooks up, the way the way that Illumicraft puts the power to the ground, very, very fast. So looking forward to that. But yeah, like you said, a bit of a change, Gundy, from what we're used to. It's going to be interesting to see how the dynamics of this racetrack play out. But always interesting to see, some great competitors here as we see the Robinson car on the screen as well. Been a while since Bo's been back at Gundy.
Yeah, Bo, not forgetting in our championship, boys, that Bo came second to Chappie last race and first at Rainbow in the first round of the championship. So he's got a lot to push for. And Chappie's the same. They're coming in neck and neck on points for the round, this round.
Yeah, so tied for overall championship points, so that's pretty awesome, like you said. And you can't understate how much that does come into the mindset of the race as well.
Yeah.
You want to be able to be that consistent. Do you push it and go for top spot, or if you're sitting in 3rd or 4th, you just lock that down and know that in the position that you're sitting, you're going to send it to the final round to be able to compete for that overall championship. Yeah,
definitely. Mate, I tell you what, looking at the sponsors out here, I think we all know what it takes to put on events. We say it at every race, but obviously the championship is backed by ARB, Mickey Thompson Tyres and Raceline Wheels. ARB are the main partner here at the Gundy 400, along with
MR Trans.
Yep. And I forget the others. I'm not got it right in front of me, actually. We've got 4 in total. We'll learn them over the weekend.
Absolutely.
A bit better than what we do right now.
Absolutely. We'll talk about them a bit over the weekend.
Chapman's Dyno tuning.
Yes, Chappies. They're all strong competitors here this weekend, I believe.
Yep, we're going to be doing the Gundy Tyre Service Top 10 Shootout again this year as well, which is always awesome to see. Those guys get amongst it and they put some cash on the line for our top 10. So the guys will go out, race, and then we'll have our top 10 out again, and they'll lay it all on the line right there. What's the theory there, do you think? Do you just make it into the top 10 and then go for it? I mean, we've seen some guys, because the other trick is that we've seen guys actually go out, let's use the word and go out, whether it be, let's DNF, the top 10 shootout, and that can wreck your whole race weekend, can't it? So it's going to be very interesting to see. Hey, and we do have the Prologue coming up now, and we've got these amazing images here of, this is earlier this morning.
Yeah, the boys have already done a bit of a flyover of the Prologue track. You see the standing water out there on the sides of the track. You won't want to go too far off the Raceline before you need a snorkel, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good, clean Raceline too. Like, you can see it there, but it's obviously essentially unused since last year. So I feel that that's going to make things very interesting here. And again, you can see that standing water just off the course. Last year we did the drive round Sandy and there was literally no water in any of those holes, was there? So that's how much it's changed this year, and that's why they've done those diversions. It was interesting in Driver's Brief Sandy, I heard him say, you can go through the water if you really want to.
But you might be there a while.
You might
before you get taken out.
Might be stuck for a bit. So, yeah, it's going to be very interesting. And then, how much the big boys just go for it. And, they're going to power through it. Honestly, whatever the shortest racing line is, that's going to be great. And again, it's going to be all brought to us. We're going to have the drones flying. We've got this amazing footage of the Prologue track and the conditions here today. And we're going to get this underway very shortly here
about
at
9:30. Minutes, mate.
Oh,
about 5 or 6 minutes away.
How good is that?
Sweden on the start line over there, but that shot there is just about coming back into the finish line of the Prologue track.
Yeah, so this is one of the things that the Gundy organisers have done so well. It almost like, what's the right word? Like flowers in and out, doesn't it? Like where we get to see the cars a couple of times.
Come and go a few times on this Prologue track.
Which is really brilliant because, as you can imagine, in a lot of off-road racing, the cars are gone and then they're gone. We'll see them later.
They mosey back in.
Whereas at Gundawindi, and if you get the opportunity to come out and check it out live, it is a great place to be. We've got the crew down there from the Hawks. They are slinging burgers and they've got the cold drinks and all the other good gear.
You've been into one this morning, mate, already?
Always been into one, mate, I'm telling you. And I'll be into another one a bit later on, I'm telling you. So, and the spectator mounds pack it up. The tents, the quick shades are going up. We're getting all the viewing spots. We're on the mound. And, I suppose we've got the best seat, haven't we, Sandy? Up on the commentator box here. It is the place to be. But that is the Prologue track that we just had a bit of a look around, and you'll get to see plenty more of it here on the live feed of the Gundawindi. 500 grueling kilometres here.
And Jamie, the boss man here this weekend, Jamie Knight, who's running in 4:01, he said that they'd add 100 Ks a year from now on. That was what his promise was last year. I won't forget that.
I haven't heard that one, but that's pretty crazy.
So, yeah, we're about 4 minutes off race start, folks. You can see there on the left-hand side of your screen, we've got Heath Wheaton in car 701. On the right is, I think, the Geelong entry, the 760 car. But there's a lot of tin tops lined up in front of us here.
Which is awesome, Sandy. I actually saw on your paper, on your social media, 100 cars at Gundy. What a great number.
Phenomenal.
And as you're getting at, like, so good because you're saying 17 Class 10. So it's not just,
phenomenal.
The big boy. Like, these guys are racing the Class 7s, the Class 8s, the Class... Yeah, what a great field all up and down the list. It's going to be great. And these guys are racing in class. It's just as competitive as anyone racing for the overall.
Yeah, without a doubt. There's a good calibre of cars, even in, we all know that the top 10 cars here are phenomenally amazing bits of machinery, plus their drivers and navigators have been around for a long time as well. But some of these smaller classed cars, what I'd say, some of the Class 5s and that sort of stuff that aren't quite as strong as the Class 4s, there's still good calibre here this weekend and a fair number in each class.
Yeah, and then the other amazing bit is that we were talking about it, before the stream, like some of the great things about racing a 10 or a 7 or one of those limited classes there, it brings it back to driving, like you're a driver,
100%.
You're battling the course, like it's all those things that make Class 7 or 8 and, all those things so great because, I suppose we have seen a bit of an invasion, I'll use the word, of Class 8s that are beyond Class 8s, they're, full trophy trucks with front diffs, but, like these Class 8s like Christian Truzers and the old I was going to say it's the old Hawker. It's a St. George car now, and that's pretty cool that those guys do that. Again, we've got those awesome Class 5 cars as well. I always love watching the door slammer trophy trucks, Still got a chassis, still got, but you can do the 6-litre. It's just a great class of racing.
Well, I also think even this weekend, one of those, obviously how rough it is out there, you never know. One of these smaller cars that doesn't have the top speed, but they might be good in that rough stuff might even come through into that top 10 this weekend.
Absolutely, yeah. So interesting you bring that up, Sandy. It's been stated by a few people. We got the 7 up on the RPM.
No,
I won't talk.
Minutes yet.
Oh, he's just clearing the throat, is he? Yes, and I like that.
And you can follow along this weekend, folks. Not only on the live stream, but don't forget your Rally Safe. And Chris Sport, the timing, live timing, will be up. Just punch into the search bar there, Gundy 500 on each of those, and they'll come up. I believe they're both free to watch this weekend. Awesome. Share it, tell your friends. You know the deal.
Absolutely. Now we're talking, because this is your wheelhouse right here, mate.
I'll tell you what.
Twin cam, 4.8.
Twin cam, big block.
Big block. Never laid in a 4.8?
No.
It's going to be on for young and old here. Look for this in the outrights. 701 for a reason. It's got a 1 in it.
I believe there's that's a good little mix of Class 7s too, isn't it?
There is.
A 4.8, we've got a 4.2, we've got a 4.5 Toyota 76 series, and
I tell you what, that's
Pajero with a 3.5.
Yeah, they've been racing a while too.
That's been around a little bit. So that'll be good to see.
The way it's sitting in the rut there, Sandy, it kind of looks like that front tyre's flat. Hopefully it's not flat on the Pajero. Surely not.
I think it's the grass.
Yeah. The 760, that's a nice looking GQ too. Almost looks too clean to be racing. But
yeah, very well presented every time it comes out.
So Darren Gill and Kayleen Gill there. And again, we are away.
First car, folks. Our last year's Class 7 champion, the Whedons. Heath and Michelle away for their first run at this year's Gundy 500. That's bloody exciting, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a great feeling. Clean track, ready to go. Although I suppose in that statement, also battling with an early track. So
early track with that bit of mud in there can also throw you off a little bit.
Now, interesting, Sandy, talking to a few. Gundy has historically been prologued on your start, like, you know, your finish order.
Yeah.
So they've actually backed it back to, not backed it back, that's the wrong wording, but grouped them into classes now. I think that's a fantastic thing. So all 4 of these guys, 5 of these 7s, are going to run on essentially the same track, aren't they?
Correct.
Whereas before we sort of had a bit of a weird mix where, you know...
you were kind of went off your previous time.
Correct.
You were staged on your previous time.
Oh, smell it, Joshua Curran.
That's a VDJ action right there as he gets off the start line. I believe that's Hank the Tank on his way there. And how good are these shots from our permanently mounted cameras that we have around the racecourse? Huddy and his crew doing an awesome job bringing this live stream to us as we see the 701 and the patrol make its way back in towards us here at the start-finish complex.
Now, was that dust or diesel from Hank the Tank's car right there? He's got Tyson Parker in with him, so that's excellent. Nice little run. And again, as you said, Heath Whedon having a good crack there. The 760 now on the line of Darren Gill and Kayleen Gill.
They've done a few events in the ARB Championship of recent times. This car's shown up to a few. So obviously trying to push Heath off.
Yes.
I would imagine. Heath's
absolutely
been a contender for a long time now.
And another one of our petty Nissans, a 4.2 though.
I'll tell you what a car to travel in.
If you were going to the Cape, you wouldn't do it in anything different.
I'd pick, mate? That car
That car right there. I love it.
Now, just going off the old ear there, I actually believe it sounds like it's an automatic one as well. So running the RE4 box in there as well. Yeah, so it sounds like it's automatic.
Wild. The 762 also on the line now, as we were talking about. So that is Michael Ranson and Blake Rogers.
Those Pajeros are kind of fast out in this stuff, aren't they?
Sorry, I lie. Warren
very...
Stevens. Michael Ranson is Mr. Sheet Metal. I knew that name. If you don't call him Sheety, I don't know who he is.
Yeah.
But he will be our first Class 5 off the line. That's coming very shortly. But, yes, off the line at the moment, Warren Stevens. Imagine if I said Michael Ranson again. That'd be a real good stuff up.
It's going to happen. Everyone that listens to us regularly knows that it's going to happen.
Correct.
A couple of Sparkies and a mechanic.
Yeah. There is no good commentary.
This isn't our full-time gig, folks.
Don't fear. As we see Warren Stevens in the Remus Rover race, and those guys do awesome work with retired veterans from the Army. Get them out, give them something to do, I guess. Give them a
big shed out of Brizzy, and they work on a number of cars.
Yeah, like I was about to say before, you know, they're fairly underrated, those Pajeros, I reckon, you know, for off-road.
There was an era where they were the thing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Like when Chappies were racing them and a few others. And
Old man Pickering?
Yes, Pickering. Yeah, you didn't race anything else.
Several titles with him.
Yeah, one or two titles.
Yeah.
I think if you put the two numbers together, 12 is probably more like how many titles he won.
Yeah.
As we see the GQ out there, that's the Darren Gill. What a fantastic shot there. We see them whipping it around that corner. Gives you an idea of just from where we're sitting, the track kind of looks smooth, but these aerial shots give you such a good idea of how rough these tracks are. This is one of the smoother sections of the Gundy course, but I tell you what, they are hooking in there, getting around this track very nicely, picking some really good lines around these muddier. This four-wheel drive definitely helping. Going to be interesting to see the speed difference between our Class 7s, our Class 5s, then we move into our Class 8s as well. So going to be a good progression of speed throughout the morning here as we tune into the Raceline Prologue.
And Sheedy will be waiting for his lights down here, but it looks...
Yes, I believe they said this morning in the driver's briefing that it's a minute between cars, or 30 seconds between cars, but then 4 minutes in between each class.
Let the dust settle.
Yes.
Yeah, and a nice little group of Class 5s as well. So 3 of the Class 5 vehicles, which is awesome to see. And a bit of a mix too, which is always awesome.
A couple of choppers in here.
Yeah, a little flyover. Just checking out the action. But yeah, the Remus Racing...
I think we hadn't seen a chopper before.
Yeah, the Remus Rover vehicle, again, having a great crack out there, as Josh said. Fantastic reason for that, our Australian vets. So it's great to see those guys having a good run there. And again, the 507 now, again, keep a good eye on this, Mr. Sheet Metal.
3 Class 5s this weekend.
Which is brilliant. So good.
A couple of these classes sort of die off a little bit here and there. unfortunately.
It's amazing. It feels like they always turn out for Gundy, Sandy. Don't you reckon? There's a huge, look at the amount of patrols out there. I didn't think there was that many patrols left.
There's plenty, mate.
Plenty. They never die.
They won't die.
They never die. Talking about patrols like Christian Trues, how much of a nicely turned out bit of gear is that?
You don't need to tell me.
No.
Mate.
Yes.
Tell you what, pretty much a trophy truck with
panels.
Panels?
With Nissan panels. Yeah, it's beautiful. Cab lowered, sitting back on it. That is a beautifully turned. If you want to build a race car, that's one way to do it, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
But Mr. Sheet Metal, again, doing beautifully. And it comes from a winch challenge back. It's interesting. Again, yourself is the true too.
Challenge guys swapped over here.
Yep. So Sheedy back in the day was a mad Queensland winch challenge boy. Moved into a couple of different off-road race cars. I think he had a little buggy at one point, didn't he, Josh? And then he went to the Class 5, which he built, the Triton-based vehicle. Quite tight with the Chapmans up there, I believe. They do a bit together.
Josh
a bit of
doesn't even
tuning.
know what you're talking about, mate.
Yeah, he's looking pretty lost, isn't he? Maybe we do need the camera in the commentary box so we can just see Josh looking lost. What are you reading over there? It's the Gundy program.
Be too far off, mate, because I reckon we'll be nearly starting to see our first car come back here. Hey, there it is, over on our left. On our far left, anybody that's here.
Absolutely.
Coming in behind you as Sheedy leaves the line, you've got Heath Whedon coming back into the arena.
So they're going to go around the dam and then shoot back out. But yes, as you said, Sheedy off the line. Great shot there. The big Class 5, all the suspension travel. And again...
Didn't this next Class 5 look smooth?
Yes, very cool. Obviously has come over from America from the Jeep Speed. He'll be on screen. But it's going to be pretty darn cool to see this thing go. Look at the big flares and everything on it. But 2J.
A little boosty boy.
I believe it will decimate all at Race Wars with some overnight parts from Japan.
SR20s pull a premium this time of year.
Hector. But as like you said, these great aerial drone shots that we're getting here live from the racetrack. So whether at the racetrack we got it on the big screen or you tuned in on the internet, welcome this morning to a fantastic morning at the ARB Gundy 500.
500 now, buddy.
Four just works. The 2J off the start line. So plenty of performance there. I think Chappie said he makes about 150, 200 at the wheel. So that thing's probably making similar sort of numbers.
Yeah, that's all you get out of a 2J out of Chappies. But 589 also on the line, so that's Matt Gardner and John Butler in the passenger seat of that car.
And he bought that as a rolling shell. He's built it himself, so the rest of it, put it all together. Excited to be here.
Very good.
As we see Sheedy getting a little bit loose out there in that Class 5. You see some of those slippery sections. I'll tell you what, even where it's not wet, it looks like it's got that little bit of bull dust on the top of it and proven pretty slippery. See, you get a little bit wild there around some of the corners, but it looks like he's recomposed himself, gathered up, and on a great run here out through the back blocks. Heading out into the, I guess you'd say, the back part of the paddock as the 589. That's Matt Gardner. Carnage Racing. But a good mix of engine packages. We've got a...
There's a big mix of engine packages,
yes.
Isn't there?
We've got, a 5.7 Chev, a 6-litre, 2J. We've had a couple of 4.2s, a 4.5.
3.5.
A VDJ.
Yeah, everything.
Everything already off the start. So it goes to show that there's many different ways to... mate, we're only 8 or 10 cars into Prologue this morning. So it shows there's many ways to skin a cat. As we see on the big screen, the Jeep Speed making its way around through the back part of the Prologue. This is where we saw Michael this morning.
Seems to be a little bit of dust gathering already out there, boys. Although there was a bit of water on the track, it seems like that it's already quite dusty. The wind's taking it away. We've got about 10 or 15 k an hour wind or so. Someone's just handed us a phone.
It's 053 WWN. A great.
They are. We've got
053 WWN.
053 WWN,
they are. We've just been handed a phone for anybody listening on or looking out in the pits there. 053 W0N.
Or 0N, but yeah, anyway.
Something
like that.
Car if you've lost
if you're missing a phone, come and see us. That's the plan. But hey, what great shots of Matt Gardner right now, just flying across there. They said it was a little bit slower this year, Sandy. I'm not sure. That looks pretty quick to me.
That does look quick.
As we've got our first across the line.
Heath and Michelle, first car over the finish line for this year's Raceline Prologue.
Yeah, that's so good.
Raceline getting on board. They've jumped on board in the last couple of years with sponsorships, and it's been fantastic. So, Class 7, first car. You can follow those times live on Chris Sport.
And the other thing is that we do have access. We've got a little bit of information coming through here. We're on the live stream as well, so as you are. So if you're at home, again, welcome. Hope you're listening from around the world. Actually got a few likes from Harley Lettner and stuff listening along, so that's pretty cool. So big shout out to that crew over in California, having a good time and further abroad. But if you want to join the conversation, Hank Parker. Wow, that was big here. That thing's got to have triple, surely. Has that still got leaps in the back of it? No, he's a madman, Hank Parker. They breed him tough out in St. George, I'll tell you that. But again, if you're in, click subscribe on the old ARB 4x4 page and then join the conversation. Have a chat with us. We'll work it where we can. Obviously, we are looking at the race action, but always great to have you guys along at home.
We've got Heath Whedon. So the first time we've got up there, Heath Whedon's was 11:13.9, pipped by the big VDJ, 11:06.7. So they are. It's 7 seconds faster in a dirty diesel.
Unreal.
4.8. I didn't think, I'm actually a little bit shattered inside.
He was a little bit late in the 4.8.
That might be strategy. That may be strategy.
It could be.
6681 off the line now. That's Ross Newman.
And I spoke to him this morning. He didn't go for a look lap around there yesterday. He had to work late. So
he said, I've got this.
He's got it in the bag. He's the only man in that class. And he did 1 million events last year. So he's a big contender, and he doesn't shy away from an event, that's for sure.
Absolutely not. Hey, Mr. Sheet Metal. He's doing the Scandinavian flicks around there. There was plenty of action going on there. The GQ on coming down the home straight, just taking the smart option. The smart option.
He did not come over that second jump like I did last night. There are Gills Class 7 over the line, 760.
And again, Ross Newman, great shots here on our big screen as they're making their way through again. Big shout out to all our sponsors, which are down on the banners of our Prologue. Make sure you call them up. Say that you saw them at Gundy on our live stream and how much you appreciate their support.
Tell you what, there's a lot there, isn't there? Knights Plant Hire, Browns Bobcat.
Plenty of them.
True Line Earth Moving and Vegetation.
I'll tell you the other thing I'm excited about, Sandy, is we've got the Master Magician Huddy on the job here today. And he's been promised a little bit of in-cab.
Yeah.
That's going to be amazing. The drone shot's already brilliant. The in-cab, I am excited.
I don't know how he's going to navigate from the roof over next to the cameraman here, but I know he can do it.
That is a busy boy, isn't it? He has a lot going on.
In his race suit, trying to still deal with cameras.
Yep. The 202 will be the first of our Class 2s
now,
off the line.
We did see 3 entries down there for the Class 2s this weekend, but I only see 2 on the start line, and we did see 1 pulled up just before the finish before, didn't we, boys?
We did.
He had to have a restart to get over the finish line of the pre-run of the Prologue track. So,
well, on the printout that they gave us this morning, there is only 2 Class 2s.
Oh, yeah.
So they must know.
The third one might not have made it.
Yes, might have had a mechanical even last night, which is never a great thing. But you're right, I do believe that there was 3 initially nominated. But we have Brendan Forsman with Lee Whitehand in the passenger seat.
Both Forsman entries.
Oh, there you go. That's a lot of Forsmans in there.
Is it 4?
No, there's
three, mate, because there's a single seater. However, we've got a second driver nominated there, Lee Whitehead. Whitehand, sorry, for the 202.
He's
the navigating.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah, no. You're killing me. The 792 now has done the time across the line.
762.
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant.
We got you, mate. We got you.
Thank
Warwick
goodness.
Stevens with a 12.17. They are Class 7 folks across the line. Hank Parker, 11.06. Heath Whedon, 11.13. Darren, the Gill entry, 11.49. And the Stevens entry in the little Mitsubishi Pajero with a 12.17. So over a minute in between that class alone. And we should be seeing, is that Sheedy coming back in now?
Coming back in. So here we'll see when they come over the jump a little bit more suspension travel. These Class 5s, like we said, we had a look at them.
A little bit more horsepower in some cases. Fish.
As you see, getting a little bit loose there, but comes all the way in over the finish line jump. That is a beautiful little set. So Sheedy on a good run there.
Seemed to be reasonably well sorted in the suspension, didn't it?
Very well sorted. I can tell you what, a bit of cheering going on too down the front, which are always a fan.
Cheer squad.
He's got
first time I've stood up, boys. Have a look at the crowd here. That's phenomenal.
It is absolutely packed, which is always awesome. Gundy turns it on. I know we keep saying that, but it does.
202, the Forsman entry off the line. Second of the Forsman entries lining up now in 279. They've travelled a lot this year, been to each round. The Forsmans in some capacity. They've got about 10 cars down in that garage, I think.
And they just keep rotating around.
I don't know what happens, but there's always one. There's always one out somewhere. So Class 4s and Class 7s and all sorts of stuff. So it's good to see. They are.
Holy cow, yeah, I did just stand up.
That 507 of Sheedy is in 9:44. He's banged a solid couple of minutes.
Yeah, always very fast, Sandy Sheedy. He runs at Don and is always competitive at Gundy too.
As it looks like we see the the Jeep speed, the XJ with the 2J. It's a good combination.
Gee, that's landing. A little bit squirrely there coming in, but still lands nice. Look at that. A little bit of bump in the front end, isn't it?
Yeah, it's interesting. It does look softer in the front and looks like the back end. Definitely had a lot of movement in the front, but might be something to do with the way to set it up. It's probably, is it a beam
might be
front end?
Set up with full of fuel or something.
Yep, absolutely.
Might be empty, might be, who knows.
Gee, it looks like A-arms, which
I
again, XJ's never had A-arms, I can tell you that, boys.
It's definitely why it's in Class 5, not
Correct.
Class 7.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the big boys. Here we go. Here we go.
Keep it in your pants, Sandy. Right? It's a family show.
Yeah.
That's why they don't have a camera on us.
A couple of patrols rolling up to the start line here.
Christian Trues with Shane Harris in the passenger seat of that CVT.
Absolutely on fire last year here.
Oh, brilliant. He's had some... Well, he's been inside the top 10 at Gundy a number of times, which is crazy to think. When you're up against... Like,
I'm just not going to say it much, but I have done it myself before, you know.
Listen,
in a GQ.
I don't know if you guys know, but we're sitting beside a living legend in Sandy Bone. I've also seen you...
But I tell you what, he can steer.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there's no question.
He's got that package sorted now.
And
been
again,
around for a while.
It was pretty cool when he was running that and going to Cliffhanger and going to... Like, it's pretty impressive that you can build something that does so much.
Correct.
Which you guys have done as well, Sandy. Like, you know, with the middies and those.
I tell you what, it's too hard nowadays.
Yeah, we're getting pretty hard. Hey, Gardner, did he seem like he was a little bit off the gas there?
Yeah, he was.
Just down the straight. So I wonder if he was, again, maybe just being a bit smarter, protecting the car at this point in the game, because we're not even into the 500 Ks of Gundy. This is just to get to the start line.
So when we do call it the Gundy, it's actually the Gundy 508.
Correct.
If we include Prologue, yes.
Correct.
Prologue not listed
I
as part
think
of...
the track's about 85 or so kilometres, the track proper.
And they're doing 6 laps complete.
Yeah.
Yep.
So quick math.
I don't know.
Yeah.
You guys
Wrong
are better.
guy.
You guys
Wrong
work
guy.
with numbers more than me. I mean, volts come out of it.
What a
more than-
vault! What a vault!
No, usually just the cash bill we give to the
Oh,
tree.
Oh. Anyway,
That's
Matt
what it
Gardner
is.
with a good run. He got a 10:43 there, boys, too, just to put you in. So still, does show that he's still quicker than a Class 7 car, but down the list in Class 5. But again, could be exactly where he wants to be at the start of this race. It'll actually put him in position 3 off the line, though, tomorrow morning if they just stop running now.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen, mate.
CBT still on the line, waiting for a bit of clean air.
6 Class 8 entries.
How good is
Strong,
that?
Pretty strong entries, and all chassis cars by the looks of it.
Yeah, it does look like it. Very cool.
All chassis cars, which is good to see. Tacoma at the back there, the Peterson entry.
Well, interestingly, is it on a patrol chassis, Sandy? Do you know?
I believe it's a Tacoma.
Yep. So that means that. So am I on the right track in saying that there is essentially 5 patrol chassis
Yeah,
and 1 Toyota?
that is an ex-McMahon car. Don't
Oh,
know.
is that the blue
That's
GU?
no, the green one.
Ah,
The ex-McMahon was his old blue one.
Yes.
We know Wardy, who in 801, who's been around for 100 years.
Yes.
Christian, obviously, who's about to take off the start line, who I reckon will be the car to beat this weekend in
Absolutely.
Class 8.
Now, I'll ask the question too. The 862, is that the
Yeah,
old
old
Hall
Hall Brothers
Hall
car?
Brothers?
Yeah,
Yes.
which is Stephen Ash, and I'm sure they're out of St George. I know we'll get pulled on that, but I'm
And
sure they're St George
the
locals.
849 is...
Oh, do you want me to slide to that very
Boys?
nicely?
Yeah.
Tony Dalton.
That's
And
right.
Cherry Robson. So Christian True's off the line now. Big
I'm just
slide.
going to step away for a second.
Yeah, that makes you happy, doesn't it? It's a good car, and these
Hold
guys
on.
are going to have a good crack. They're going to be pushing right up the order here at Gundy, I promise you
And
that.
not forgetting that True's won outright at Dolby.
Yep, amazing, hey?
GQ
Yep.
with coilovers.
Yep.
Pretty much a trophy truck.
Same thing, same. Basically a Mason.
A Russell Mason.
Whoa. And again, hey, these shots, how good are these boys? You get to see,
I'll tell you what.
there's trees out there, there's gullies out there, there's water out there, this is a real off-road racetrack. I know they all are real off-road races,
Well,
but this
yeah.
one has everything. It's got sand out the back.
99% on private property this weekend, so thanks to
Brilliant.
the landowners.
Yep.
Always appreciate them.
Absolutely, and all the volunteers that put their time and effort in. Always fantastic. The 862 off the line as well. So again, Stephen Ash and Deborah Ash as Christian True's.
Mud flying off the back of his car.
And he has made big time up.
Wow.
Yeah, that's fast.
You're just going off the ichrometer?
The
Yeah.
ichrometer, I'm thinking he's going to be putting it down. 127 kilometres an hour around that corner right there, boys.
Wouldn't be far off, I tell you what.
I know, I'm honed in, Sandy. I'm telling you.
You're
I mean,
honed. Yeah.
honed. I owned. No, awesome. Hey, Wardy off the line too in the 801. Again, always great to see. They've been doing a bit of racing here this weekend. This year. You know where I was going with that. I was getting sidetracked.
They've had it in the
Actually,
shed for a little while, so it's good to see it come out for the last few events.
absolutely, because I was going to say, I'll give a big shout out. We actually have Erin McElroy.
Which is Owen's sister.
Correct, and they're listening from over in Nova Scotia, Canada at the
Correct.
moment.
Oh, good shout.
So Owen Ward 801, big shout out,
And
brother-in-law
I think
John.
she came here a few years back when she was over.
Yes, absolutely. Came to the race with them and did a big road trip around Australia. So awesome. And they're having a good crack at a full season. So very cool. Oh, yeah.
Tell you what, that 862 is fairly hauling.
Yeah,
isn't
the
it?
Ash crew, they're having a good run as well.
I'm banking on Christian doing the thing this weekend.
Yeah, well, I'm
I,
interested in
I actually think we should be quiet because last night I think we put commentator's curse on pretty much everyone that we spoke to. So apologies already.
Yeah, unfortunately, we saw the Cougar entry have done a torque converter. We were playing them up because they have actually had a really good success rate out here in the last couple of years
Well,
in their
boys,
finishing rate.
did you want to shout that out while we're going?
Yeah, absolutely. Anyone in the crowd, if you can hear us out there, the Cougar Racing boys, the 68, they're actually looking for a 30-spline, 3-bolt Chev torque converter
The
to get
old
them
style.
up and running. The old style,
Yeah,
yes.
he said
So if
specifically.
anyone's got one of them, they'd really appreciate it. Even if they could put it in this afternoon and get going for tomorrow, they'd love it.
Geez, I tell you what, the boys in that GU, they are up it as well. You see that extra grip that they definitely get from that front wheel
This is
drive.
their second national in that green car, in their green patrol. They started last time it came out to Hillston.
Well, they're not mucking around, mate, I can tell you that. That's so Guy Schumacher, is that correct? And Heidi? 882? Yep. Good work, boys. Yes.
Yes,
Just
mate.
yes, it
Oh,
is.
sorry, I was just looking at the times.
I was trying to get the binoculars out there to see the numbers. But
I was just going to give you some times because I saw Ross Newman came over, and I know people will be wondering.
I feel
he
like
came
this
in
was
with an 11:53.
Good run.
First in class.
Good. I love that. I just feel like this is something you guys have pre-planned this weekend. Just leave Dan hanging.
we may have had a meeting last night. Hey, Sandy.
No, it's very good. Tacoma off the line now, the 878, which is Luke Peterson and Dave Anderson in that vehicle. So
Actually, not sure what motor's in that thing,
I'm
boys.
going to guess and say it's an inline 6 turbo.
Yeah.
because did it have a? I thought it had a 3RZ in it.
2.7. You're
Yeah,
right. A 4-cylinder
there you
turbo.
Yeah, whatever they are.
Well,
And,
technically still inline. I did say inline
I'll
turbo.
tell you who'll be excited.
Again, I'm pretty sure I got all those numbers in that 3RZ thing wrong, but some Toyota guy's going to ring me up, hate me, but you know that.
Well, they
motor.
do that anyhow because you own a Jeep, but that's a whole other story.
That is another story.
Right.
Don't worry, guys. It's broken.
8:49. 8:49. The Dalton Motorsport entry, Tony and Cherie. 5,700 Chev. So an LS1, I presume.
Chef's kiss.
God's motor.
It's like that on a dirty old 350, but I wouldn't think you put it.
Surely not. Surely. Yeah,
There's not many of them about
I
anymore, are there?
I believe on the 7th day God created that, 5.7. But good to see them off the line strong as well. So
Last
that is
of our
all
Class
our
8s.
Class 8 competitors off the line. So now we have a little 4-minute break until we see our Class 6 competitors. So just throwing it out, if you're a little bit hungry, a little bit peckish, we've got the football club down here as well. Get
The
on
Hawks.
over, get a little sample this morning of the bacon, egg, and hash brown sandwich. It was fantastic. Thanks, Dan.
I still got a bit of my beard.
I saw the money come out of his wallet.
Moths. It'd be moths coming out of that one.
Show me the video proof.
6:35. This one's going
That's
to be
the
good to
Evans
watch.
entry, the only one up here this weekend.
Oh, yeah, it's
Jackson
only one.
Evans. They
And
had a
Jackson
few-
always fast. Yeah.
It's a super fast car, yeah. He's
Yeah, well, it's great to see that the new Polaris that they've rolled out, plenty of performance out of these things, and great to see it throw a bit of a spanner back into the works and start to compete against the Can-Ams. Not actually compete against them, but almost
Actually
kind
do
of
some
taking
numbers
them
on
a bit of wood to the Can-Ams in the recent rounds that he has competed at. Extremely fast at Fink. Debuted the car at Pines last year, I believe, and was top of the class there. So great to see
and
the
he's
King
done a
Chrome
few
Racing
mods to that, so
Polaris.
it'd be good to, yeah.
Yeah, great to see the King Chrome Racing Polaris out front. So looking forward to seeing where this thing, Prologue, is going to be an exciting battle in Class 6. I think there's something like 18 or 20 Class 6s here. You see them lining up already. So going to be awesome. But it kind of looks like a poor little fight of the one Polaris out the front, then plenty of Can-Ams to chase. But I don't know. I think Jackson will rise to the occasion and take it on.
First of our Class 2s over the line.
Hey,
Forsman
Sam,
entry.
I was going to say, go out on a win. Forsman. Don't say names, just it's a Forsman.
If it's a Forsman entry, it's here.
Yep. So 202.
202, that's it.
Beautiful run.
We'll get him a time up. Forsman's 11:30 with 11:30 even. That's pretty odd.
With a 0. That's pretty impressive, isn't it? So,
and in 6th position overall. So currently we've got Rancid in 5:07 with a 9:44. You're currently your quickest and your only sub 10-minute time.
and I was going to say, Sandy, just quickly, by a bit, 38.6.
Yeah.
So 38 seconds to the nearest car. That's a pretty
which is
blistering
our
cross.
515 of the ore entry, the blue Jeep.
Yes.
Gardner in 589, Hank Parker in 798, Heath Whedon in 5th, 701. He's 1113. Bodie, the Forsman ticked the entry in 202, 1130 flat. 7th, the Gills, 1149. Ross Newman in that little side-by-side, 6681, 1153. And Stevens in car 762 is 1217.
So again, just to note, it's
a
Brandon,
few minutes.
It
difference.
is, yeah. And Brandon Forsman, yes, it's interesting, isn't it? Just how big a and mate, how impressive is it? Hank Parker in 4th out of all that list too.
Yeah.
Like, that's a good run. But, yeah, Brendan Forsman is in. We are waiting for Andrew Forsman at the moment, so it's going to be really cool. Oh, we just saw an overtake there. Christian Trues physically overtook the Class 2. So I tell you what, mate, I think that when it comes in...
He's reeled 4 minutes somewhere.
It's going to be fast. Yeah.
Or the Class 2s have issues.
Yeah, maybe has issues.
Yeah.
But
too true.
That
Which he did have
insane.
issues. He did have issues on the pre-run.
Have a look at that live feed. Christian Trues going very wide on the gas. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a man on a mission. And I suppose when
good to watch.
It's brilliant, isn't it? Like just the raw talent. He's
So
letting it all hang out.
I would have straight lined it there.
Yeah. That's not a winch challenge move. Wow, that's
in the background, you can hear Jackson Evans off the start line. So here's Christian over the finish line, folks. Smooth.
Yeah, that's a
smooth
nicely
and
set
sorted.
Car. Beautiful racing there, and
Tell
again,
you what,
Jackson
I'm
Evans.
ready because I reckon I know where he's coming over the line.
So one of the interesting things there to note about maybe the different noise you hear out of that Polaris, actually a 2-litre naturally aspirated motor against a lot of the turbo Rotex motors that we're going to hear in these Can-Ams. So once again, we talk about the different configurations and different engine packages that we have, but
he reckons he's sorted all these belt heating issues, which are these things
so
suffer
just
from big
hold
time.
It wide.
That's what he reckons.
Excellent.
So that's the Forsman entry over the line.
They are, folks. Christian Truz. I can't say his last name properly. I always try. Truz.
Truzy.
9:10.9.
On fire.
So a low 9 minutes.
Yeah.
That's fast. He's 33 seconds ahead of the next car, which is car 507.
Which puts him over a minute to second. That's crazy, eh?
So, I don't know. We might see some faster times out here today. Yeah. I would presume they'll be up there, though.
I think Bo would be hoping so.
Yeah.
Well, I also think that Jackson's probably got a little bit of a plan to throw it out there. You see on the live stream, he is absolutely hooking in. You hear that naturally aspirated 2-litre just singing with that CVT drives through. But I tell you what, they are on top of the suspension setup in that Polaris as well, getting along, travelling pretty smooth through there. Now, one of the things with those four-wheel drives, not really too worried about the water there. See, he just straight-lined it as we get these awesome drone shots coming in on the big screen.
Yeah, definitely.
He did say yesterday they were leaving the car a bit higher.
Yep.
After they did the pre-run.
Yeah, I think that's one of those ones you come to Gundy with a bit of an idea. Obviously, a little bit lower, better for handling, but the size of some of the bumps out there, even with the bear run, still not in the mix.
If you're joining us, that's something that we're talking about. Big jump there out of the
Stephen
Ash. A great run, but we were talking about, so they're talking about suspension setup. There's a lot of things you can do. You can, put different preloads up and set them up and lift them, change your tube settings on your bypass. So if you're just new to off-road racing, there's plenty of information out there. But again, it's not a one-size-fits-all. Everyone's got their own plan with their suspension, don't they?
And there's a million different styles of car you can set up. So obviously you see I think we've been through 4 or 5 classes already. We're on to class 6 where all the side-by-sides are.
All the different classes.
We've had class 7, class 5, class 8 now through.
And to differentiate those, if you're reasonably new to off-road racing, just have a look at that roof number. Essentially, the number in front designates what class it's in. You can go, I think on the ARB website, Sandy, there's all the class designations.
And information about
plenty of information online. Hopefully you've got a couple of screens going. We've got a few going. We're also on Chris, that is spelt Chris, C-H-R-I-S, Sport, and all the live times are on there. So, if you got your iPad, and your laptop, and your big screen of TV sitting there, and if you're out in the field, we'll keep you updated. You've got the best seat in the house if you're in Gundy. And it's going to be a great weekend of racing. The weather is perfect. The breeze is just blowing nicely. And I tell you what, they've got the live big screen in front of them as well. They're getting to see it as you get to see it. Oh, the drone hooking into a big corner there.
As long as it wasn't hooking into a power line, mate. That's
what? Yeah.
Owen Ward over the finish line, folks.
Again, the 801. So another thing about the numbers, that if you've got a 1 on your roof...
1, 2 or a 3, you're
last year's.
First, if it was, for example, Owen's 801, so he's first in Class 8 last year.
Beautiful.
2 and 3 is the same. And if you have just the plain number 1, you were last year's champion.
You're the man.
You are the man.
Or woman. So, still haven't seen...
What do you say?
Wardy's time. Here, Wardy's time in at a 10:26, which is a minute 15 behind Christian.
Whoever is flying this drone, I am shouting this man a beer later on, because that is absolutely amazing drone shots. Where else? Technology has changed the game.
Definitely.
To be able to see these live feeds as we watch this Polaris. No, Can-Am, sorry.
Almost as much as a 79 series with Libby Bash. Game changing. Anyway, that's let's go back.
I saw a few on
Richard Tassin and Zachary Marshes, who we'll follow on there just before. And Kane Jones, Dominic Karuga. I apologise. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to butcher some names.
We're going to butcher some names, absolutely.
But we do appreciate you enjoying our clownery. But again, Richard Tassin out there having a good run. And the 694 of Kane. So Justin Ryder, the 627 is out. Justin Ryder and Stephen Teese. And on the line is Kane Pratchett, and Wayne Dukes. I like Dukes. Dukes is a great name.
That's a nice name.
Easy name.
So the 1000cc Polaris as well. So good to see a good mix of vehicles out here. Plenty of action always at the Gundy. Sometimes that's the hard part, is you're trying to keep up to what's going on. Looks like we got Jackson Evans back in the house, coming down towards the dam.
Yeah, he's moving very nicely through there as the 694 is off the line.
I feel like the Class 6 has been leaving the line for the last hour and a half.
Jackson Evans just blazed that damn corner. Wowzers. He does not play around. It is, and I think he'll be happy enough for me to say this, he is a bin it or win it kind of guy. There is no middle ground for him. Richard Tassin, too, having a great run with that drone footage right on screen now. They're all having a crack. And, yeah, Josh, actually something interesting that you did say, like you said, there's so much going on now. Back in the day when we did Gundy 10 years ago, you were literally just
waiting for a car to come past in front of you.
Yeah, that was it. And now we've got live streams, we've got times on iPads, we've got everything.
We do have a few cars this weekend with some live on board, so it'll be good to see that.
Geez, now I tell you what, Jeff McNiven here is on a bit of a burner as well. That's not a big gap there. I probably wasn't paying too much attention because we're having a bit of a look around at some of the live feed and what car we got off the line and stuff like that, but not a massive gap there. So it's going to be a fairly competitive race here for the top of Class 6, I believe.
The Dalton's over the line, folks.
Them Dalton boys.
Cherie in the passenger seat.
But yeah, like you said, the drone getting in there nice and tight.
Oh, yeah?
Go on. Continue on.
Pardon? It's good footage is what you're saying. That's amazing. And you get to see them, again, around those tree lines and that. You can see their blind corners. Sandy, I mean, one of the things that has happened in the recent, I know it's not so recent now, but, you know, these guys now running GPSs, which is a bit different compared to us old boys. We never had GPS, so it was drive what you see.
Well, not every car, but most cars now are implementing GPS. Don't forget we've got Rally Safe on board, which you can follow at home, folks, but Rally Safe is another thing that lets you know when there's a car close by. Hopefully all our competitors are following that and keeping their eyes on their Rally Saves.
Yes.
Rally Safes. Units this weekend.
Yeah, it's a great thing, that Rally Safe.
We've still got about 7 or 8 Class 6s, 9, 10, 11. They're going around the corner. They've still got 10 or 12, actually.
Look at Jackson Evans as we're looking out. And
here
you can see him streaking across the back there, and he's now turned and headed towards the finish line. Couple of big jumps to go, but he is on a scorcher. So it's going to be very interesting because this is always an interesting debate. You know, the likes of Truzy, which is the top of the game, Class 8, versus Jackson, which is Class, four-wheel drive vehicles. You know, it's interesting. These are always great races up and down the field.
And remembering that they're not necessarily using their high-end speed to get them a win this weekend.
Oh,
They're using a lot of suspension, a bit of smarts about them in the rough stuff.
And I think the key, Sandy, with those CVTs, like they're just so fast out of the corners.
Yeah,
like,
they get moving really quick.
Might only get to 120, but they do it instantly.
Yep.
It's crazy.
And this weekend, in some of those melon holes, the water's sitting to one side of the melon hole, and I know even yesterday on the pre-run, coming in, the car would, the one side of the car would grab in the water and spit the car sideways a little bit, and we were only doing 40, 60, 80k an hour max. And
you were in a GQ. You were doing 110.
No, we're not allowed, mate.
Oh, yes, correct. But you're right. I understand what you're saying, Sandy.
So they can get unstuck quite easily.
Bit of an overshoot of the corner. Sorry to cut you off there, Sandy. Looks like that was...
I tell you what, boys. Christian's still got it, but Jackson Evans, 0.2 of a second behind.
So there's what we're talking about.
That's what we were just talking about, isn't it?
The battle of how close it is in some of these versus the classes. That's amazing.
So he'll be wrapped with that position, I think.
0.2 of a second. 2 tenths. Amazing.
2 tenths what?
Two chains, 2 phones. As we make a little bit of a joke there, that is a little bit of a personal one, but we see on the TV screen here...
How personal, Josh?
Kids close to home. Kate Swinglehurst, see if I can say that. I know you pointed at it to make me try and say that last name so that I could butcher it, but one of our great female competitors in side-by-side this weekend. So Kate, always great, enjoys being out here, mixing it up, having a good time racing. A great family of off-road racing as well.
Yeah, absolutely awesome family of racers. Run everything all through the classes. The boys started in side-by-sides as well and moved up to pro buggies. So the Swinglehurst family, a great competitor group. And it's awesome to have Kate out here thrashing around. So they are amongst it. Again, they're the side-by-sides. So Aaron Phillips, there's a great name that's been out. Brendan Hill's off the line too. Matthew Hummer.
Lined up the 633. Matthew Hummer lined up, ready to rock and roll.
I was going to say, I wonder if that is Hummer's, and it will be because it's got Raceline on the side. That's Chris Hummer. I bet you it's his son. So, yeah, that's awesome right there. Again, Raceline, a fantastic sponsor. And we've also got the 629 of Paul McCulloch and Malcolm McDonald. They are about to be able to get online too. Again, Josh, we're seeing so many different setups. Look at that 629 sitting on the line. It is low. That's very much a rally spec setup. He's got it nice, and it's ready for a good fast corner, that one, I think. But yeah, as we saw Jackson Evans running it, obviously going to hit those big whoops in the melon holes. Richard Tassin, again, fantastic competitor over the years, so keep a good eye on their times as well. Man, we have like 10, 12 side-by-sides out on course right now, which is amazing. There you go. So Tassin, a great run there. He's only 12 seconds back from our leader, so currently sitting in second.
Mate, we've got Jared here from Raceline Wheels. He's just going to have a quick chat to you boys.
Absolutely.
Firstly,
hey, Sandy. But just quickly. First up, hey, Jared, how are you?
I'm fantastic.
We've had a shuffle. Jeff McNiven has just jumped down into the 8s, ran an 8.56. So Jeff is now our fastest with Richard Tassin, a 6.06. So that actually puts Christian Trues back to third. And then, man, it's shuffling up. Jackson Evans now in fourth. Just like that.
Very
just like
exciting,
that.
Isn't it?
So good, mate. So how's it going, brother? You enjoying the weather at Gundy? It's perfect, isn't it?
Weather's turned on for us. It's a fantastic event. We're privileged to be part of it and sponsoring the event. Looking forward to a fantastic weekend.
Yeah, that's awesome, mate. Raceline just puts on so much effort now. You've been involved with the ARB Series 4. This is your second year? Third year?
Third year, I think.
Third year. That's amazing because I remember when you guys first came on and just with the whole championship, it's a great thing, The ARB Championships just come leaps and bounds as it's going. So
yeah, it's a huge event now. It's really grown. It's fantastic.
Yep. And you go to all the events?
Most of them.
Yep.
We're a part of most of them. I don't personally, but we are a part of most events, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's great because what a way to product test out here, isn't it? Like, I know you guys have, great American company, isn't it? Like the base company and, racing in trophy trucks and all the other, a lot of Ultra 4 guys run the race lines.
It certainly puts the product to the test, that's
It does out here. So Gundy, it's one of the hardest tracks around the place, I can tell you that. And did you get to go around and have a bit of a sighting lap yesterday?
No, we didn't. We were too busy setting up.
Absolutely. One of the joys of being on the clock, eh, mate?
That's it.
Brilliant. So talk to us, some of the cars that you've got out here at the moment.
Oh, well, too many to list.
That's a good thing. Absolutely.
Luke Peterson's the latest to join the crew, so he's on some fresh wheels.
Brilliant. That's absolutely awesome. And again, it's just great to get that racer feedback for the street line. Mate, can you tell us some of the things that you do supply wheels for?
Our range is predominantly four-wheel drive, so any of that sort of marketed vehicle.
Absolutely. So I've got a GQ Patrol.
Yep.
And I want a set of race lines.
Yep.
What are you recommending?
Oh.
I'm putting you on the spot, aren't I? Throwing you down here.
The list is too large. We haven't got all day.
Oh, yeah. I love it. I can get it online, though.
You can. www.dynamicwheelco.com.au.
Awesome, mate. It's absolutely brilliant. And what do you think about the racing out here at Gundy? Like, you got a favourite car or a favourite class?
I just love being a part of it.
Yeah.
All of it. It's fantastic. It's a great community. It's fantastic.
Absolutely, mate. Yeah, it's the Australian off-road racing scene is definitely, she's pretty chill. It's pretty competitive, but it's also pretty chill. We race on the track, not off the track, I think is a good way to look at it. So it's been a great event out here, and we have a lot of good times. So awesome, mate. And we were just talking before, some of these side-by-sides out here are just so blisteringly quick now. Jeff McNiven's just dropped down in the sub-9-minute lap, which is crazy to see.
That's quick, isn't it?
It is in this sort of country, you know, especially we get to see these amazing shots of the live feed. I think this is something...
Oh, just missed that. He was up on 2.
Up on 2, there you go. Right as I looked away from the live feed. But, I think this is one of the things that the guys do so well, ARB series, and everyone has just put so much effort into the live feed.
Yeah, better and better every year.
Yeah, and with the drones and now with vehicles, it's going to be on vehicles soon. I tell you what, I am excited to see Gundy 500 this year. 500 kilometres on this track. Wow.
That's hard work.
Good chat, Josh. Good chat. Hey, mate, it was an absolute pleasure to have you. I was just waiting for Josh to jump in there. Apparently, he's just watching the footage. He's literally staring at the screen.
I was staring at the screen. I was trying to keep track of it. I was trying to work out what side-by-sides we still have on the field as we're drawing closer to the end of it. But I tell you, it is awesome to watch. I mean, it's good footage when we're getting encapsulated
in drone.
Well, this is the same quarter. So, like you said.
Yeah, so it's awesome that you guys are out here racing this weekend, and we really appreciate it. Make sure you come up when you've got a few of you guys up on the line. Come up and have a chat. We'll talk through, and you can talk about some of your products. But again, at the moment, I'm jumping on the website. I'm getting myself a set of wheels. That's
Thanks
the move.
for having us.
No worries, brother. Have a good one, hey?
Thank you. You too.
Easy. So again, Raceline, one of our fantastic sponsors here this weekend, major sponsor of the event, and major sponsor of the ARB Championship, which is so good. Again, no longer a series, it's an Australian championship. It's so good. And I mean, there's so many, good racers that are just competing as part of this now. It has always been, but it is truly a pinnacle sport here with some great racers in the championship lineup. Am I meant to be looking? Josh is staring.
No, I'm staring.
You are staring at the live.
No, I was just saying, how good these drone shots are. Literally right there as that side-by-side was zipping around the corner there, trying to get a bit of traction out of the mud. The mud was flicking up past the drone camera, so it's just technology.
You're lost in it, mate.
Yeah, I am. I'm a fan.
I hear what you're saying.
I'm a fan first.
We're getting absorbed.
What you're saying is 10 years ago, we really did dream of this coverage.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, there's not long after... prior to 10 years ago, we were putting handy cams in our cars, with the big cassette tapes. And now
I remember we zip-tied the old commentary tower on Malapunya Run. We zip-tied a mobile phone to a pole and just put up a live stream on YouTube.
Just so you could see it.
To try and get it out there. But, now we've got...
And really, that's not that long ago. That's like 6 years ago.
Yeah.
That's crazy to think, and now we're looking at this. Yeah, the sponsors have come on board and the races have come on board and everything's just absolutely amazing now. It's so cool to see.
Well, even the racers are getting 100% behind it and doing some incredible things. Like you said, I'm pretty sure later on we're going to have live in-cab of the Prologue from some of our big boppers in Class 11, Class 4 and some of these events just due to, the racers themselves reaching into their pocket and setting stuff up so that they can have have a better live stream, as that's Jamie O'Toole and Noah Spink off the start
Last
line.
of our Class 6s.
Yeah, and I was just going to run
Class
through quick
6S.
while we're chatting. So that's obviously standard, which means that it must. I'm reasonably confident that means that it's essentially a production, because there is a little bit of an interesting one. Class 6 has had a few changes over the years, and obviously it's slowly stepping up and getting faster and faster. And now you can do arms, but I think the S means that it's running on factory arms and bits and pieces. But let's just run through. So Aaron Phillips, Matthew Hummer, Paul McCulloch, Matt Lavis, Brett Glazebrook is also through, Daniel Robinson, Chris Thompson. We've got James Zacher out there as well in the 6168, which is one of the Zacher family, so they're out and racing as well. So sorry if we just had the chat to Raceline there. As you can imagine, some of our sponsors, we love having them up in the commentary box and enjoy chatting to them. But yeah, if we're just in that chat there, we were running through, and those all got off the line there, which is awesome. We give you a big shout out again if you're following along at home. We got a big shout out to them doing that race. So, doing that race, you know what I mean? On Prologue, having a good time racing. And again, interesting looking, that's an earlier Bombardier. It's not on the screen at the moment, so I apologise if you wonder what we're talking about. But just how short and little, like back when they were like really farm equipment, they were a totally different beast, the side-by-sides, weren't they? Like,
They have definitely evolved from being farm equipment to outright race cars now.
the new Can-Ams and the new Polaris R's are proper race cars.
Indeed.
Oh, and that, talking about that, as it comes over the line, that's a brand new one with the new R, with the crazy front end.
Yes, with those weird top
They're
ball
not weird, mate. They're amazing.
They're not
Do
weird.
not go against the Can-Am designers, mate.
Is it like some kind of cult?
You've got to get inducted. But listen, I will say everything that you read about them online,
Yes.
people say they are amazing. So obviously to stop bump steer and all. Sandy, you're the mechanic. So what am I talking about here? Because I don't know.
What are you talking about,
What am I
mate?
talking about?
I'll tell you what we're talking about. We're talking about Class 10 right now.
Up, wheel stay
Because
straight.
Class 10, another field that's huge this weekend, 17 entries and gone from strength to strength. This class is taking over right now, isn't it?
Yeah, I love it. I really feel, we've been preaching this for a long time, pretty much since it started. If you're looking to get into off-road racing, this is one that you should have a good look at. Class 10, they've got the 2.5 litre 4 cylinders in it. They are fast, they are pro-style cars, but again, I hate using this budget word. There's no such thing.
No budget.
If you race a Class 7, there's no budget in off-road racing. But compared to a pro, like an unlimited car, they are definitely a great option. And again, brings it back to good drivers.
Yes,
You know, you're not just spending you are spending. Again, guys, listen to me. If you're off-road racing, you're spending cubic dollars. That's what you do.
Yeah,
But this is a way not to.
off-road is obviously an expensive sport, but
Absolutely.
there's good ways to get in it, even to go and do it at a club level
Yep.
rather than a national level.
Yeah, such a great car. Particularly this Bowie's like,
he's an animal.
see this?
Yeah.
Take a photo, build that. That's
Yeah.
an amazing bit of equipment there.
Super fast.
And
He's with his daughter Ella next to him, so
Yeah, looking forward to see where some of our Class 10s line up in this wash as well. Might be a bit of an interesting one, I think, with the track conditions. You know, I think four-wheel drive probably going to, not being four-wheel drive, is going to play against them a little bit. If you keep an eye out when we have some of the higher drone shots, you can see a lot of the standing water that is still around the racetrack. But I tell you what, where they'll make up for it is in some of the rougher stuff. You put that 2.4 up on the bomber.
Bowie and Ella Graham, the Lumacraft.
Absolutely. Wow, those CVs took all of that. He just treated them badly. I love it. So good.
Look up the dictionary. That's the definition of shock loading,
Shock
right?
loading. That's what Axel's hate right there. But good on him. He's making it happen. And again, am I on the right track? I'm sure that he was running in third or fourth not so long ago at Gundy, which is absolutely amazing in that car. So,
And
unfortunately,
did really well at Hillston.
Hillston, yeah, always competitive at Hillston. So
He had a bit of an issue early on at Hillston last couple of months ago, 6 weeks or whatever it was, but came back pretty strong in the end.
have a look at that shot again. Stephen Graham Bowie having a good run there as the 6.29 is in now. So again, if you're calling for Paul McCulloch, And off the line is Dean Mingley with Ashley in the passenger seat there of the 1087. Another good car to keep an eye on. Russell Hartnett and Kelsey Hartnett on the line in that Razorback. So again, great brand, like, a couple of different manufacturers there too. Lumicraft off the line first, Tatum with the Mengleys, and then the Razorback of Hartnett. So, and Chappies are now the Razorback builders.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and Stuart in a...
Stewie.
So he's in the, I know this, Chenoweth. And then a racer. So 5 different brands, 5 different cars. Plenty of options to build them and run.
And we've got 684, that should be Matty Lavis over the line.
Yeah, a good
Another
run
one.
there.
Still can't pip our top 3 at the second. 604, 691 and 816.
The 668 made a bit of time up there too.
So did indeed.
As Hartnett is off the line, that's that
Sounded strong, didn't
very
it?
cranky little 4-cylinder off the line that we hear. Hartnett's fantastic competitors.
Now something a little bit different, that Hartnett buggy, the Razorback running a Ford motor.
There you go.
See Stu Chappie lined up on the start line, 10-14. He was...
Oh, this is a throw the bus. Sandy, you're a mechanic. What is a Ford 2.3 litre 4-cylinder?
might be a Pinto, is it?
Is it a Pinto mode? Yeah, I was just
I don't
going
know.
like, I don't know what
Some
is it?
sort of EcoBoost
Yeah,
or
something like that.
Duratec maybe.
Absolutely.
What a Fiesta's having them.
Well, if you're listening along the
they're
line,
very
jump us in the,
I
in the
should
chat.
know. I'm
Tell
big
us
on
what
the Fords.
Tell us what we're thinking of. Yeah, you are big on the
I've
Fords.
got lots of
yes.
Ecotec too. I don't know.
Yeah, Ford 2.3, but that's what's in that thing, and it's making a move back there, so that's a good run.
Might be
Bingley
a
on screen
Duratec.
as well.
They are. Stu Chappie.
Now this,
Stu, come on, get it going.
say he's probably trying to look up. This can't not be a Mitzi motor, can it?
It is a Mitzi motor.
Yeah, Stewie Chapman in the single seat.
It'd be unbackable odds, mate. Winks would probably give you better odds than saying that the Chappies are not racing a Mitsubishi motor.
Well,
2J.
2J, yeah, crazy. I
And,
never saw that coming. And Mike Marson.
Yeah, well, I mean, Stu Chapman, don't forget, this is his second race without the turbo on it.
Yes.
Unless he raced between Hilston and Gundy.
I
somewhere
don't
else.
believe he
I
did
don't
any
believe
local
so.
stuff at that time, but yeah.
So, and then we've got Mick Marson, who's usually in a unlimited car.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he's gone back to a little 10 car for this weekend, little single-seater. So
Fantastic
doing it
little
all
car.
on his own.
And Mr. Trans. So Mick Marson
MR
is
Trans.
MR Trans.
Who's a big sponsor this weekend.
Don't ever say off-road racing's not all-inclusive.
Wow. So, did you tell him that? Go on. Anyway, the moral of the story is if you need some transmission work done, Albin's dealer, make sure you talk to Mick.
It's almost perfect timing there with that
The
banner
sign up
in
there.
the shot there, the MR Trans. But yeah, Mick, a fantastic competitor. Looks like Stewie's got that thing humming again there up on the bopper. We can probably hear it in the background of the live feed, but we watch Mick in that single-seat racer head on out towards the... They take a left off the start line, then there's a nice big long straight into a big sweeping corner around those trees. So plenty of nice shots coming here this morning.
Maybe one of the last of our Class 6s. I think we might have 1 or 2 left, but big gap between that. A lot of Class 6s over the finish. Another Bentley entry. We've got 2 of the Bentleys here this weekend, Class 10 and a Class 11 off the start line.
Interesting. 2 very different techniques out here for getting off the line in these Class 10s, isn't there? There's
Stab the
Bowie
clutch.
style, or there's like try to get them off the line. So it's interesting. Hey, that's a nice looking little car, that 1026.
It
boys.
is neat.
Yep.
Neat.
Got the rally style flap on the bottom too to
Save the
protect-
CV
yep.
boots, I'd reckon.
Have a bit of a safety and protection there. Again, made popular by the Dakar style thing, but there's a number of guys that run those, and it is a good option to keep a bit of debris. The bottoms of those cars truly do get hammered.
Absolutely peppered with rocks.
A little Razorback as well.
Beautifully turned out car.
There's a lot of good quality coming out. Like cars, the polish on some of these cars this weekend was phenomenal.
That's what I was going to
At
say.
the
A lot of
start,
the
at
guys
the show and shine.
Yeah, put a
At
lot
the
of effort into the
scrutiny.
wraps and bits and pieces.
Yeah,
It's good
crazy.
though. It's a very professional look.
Once again, that more gentle approach off the start line for the 10:26 boys. So that is Braden Misford. Oh, Braden Misford. I believe he used to race the side-by-side for a little bit.
Yes.
Yep.
And he did run it. His side-by-side was those colour schemes as well. So.
But great to see the numbers improving in Class 10 as well. It was one of those ones that they
were a bit unsure about when it first started.
When they first brought it in, and now it's one of the most popular classes, which is excellent to see. Good to see that, you know, the people, I suppose you'd say, that pushed for having Class 10 included. You know, people were sort of like, oh, great, another class. But the people that wanted it have gotten behind, actually put seats in bums and got out and supported it. So congrats as we see Sam Bentley from our overhead drone shot there. I tell you what, they get around the country getting to some races as well, don't they?
Beam car off the line.
Hey, you know how I said Forsman, was there 4 of them? Well, in 1071...
just looking back here, over here. There's
another one.
There's another one. Here.
So there is 4 of them. Just say Forsman and you're on.
We're on. We're on.
Look at that.
Yeah, that is brilliant shot, man. Like you said, in the dust.
Yeah, great shots there of Braden in that Razorback Class 10. Hey-ya.
Hey-ya. Man down, Mickey B. Again, still 17. It's amazing. There's more Class 10s coming. I love it. It's going to be one this weekend that we will be watching very closely here. Again, going around the dam now as well, which is always fantastic. Jason Keane off the line. Those guys ran a Class 7 Hilux for a number of years.
Oh, that's
JK.
right.
Yeah. So Keane in a single seat now. Little Jimco. David Mendham. Eric Hume in the passenger seat of that Jimco. Now, that's the original Class 10. Remember when it was racing around back in the day? It's been to a lot of Gundys. Those guys have raced a lot over the years. Still beautifully turned out. Again, a vehicle that they bought over from America, that little Jimco 2000 series, but the smaller chassis, again, the 10 chassis. Oh,
here he
have a look
comes.
at that.
Bowie, 10:65 over the finish line.
And everyone instantly grabbed their phone, starts looking.
We're doing a mad refresh here.
What time?
First place with an 8:47.8, 9.1 seconds ahead of second place.
There you go.
So that's it, Bowie, folks, is your current Raceline Prologue winner.
Yeah, amazing.
Well, leader, should I say.
Leader,
provisionally.
currently. Yes,
got to say all those words, don't we?
Yeah.
Provisional.
Yes.
Leader.
Unofficial.
Unofficial.
But yeah, you're
but
right.
That's it, Bowie, 8:47. That's pretty quick.
I think that'll be interesting to see, because it's going to be interesting then to see how the horsepower changes, because I think Bowie gives us a really good benchmark, doesn't he? Like for now, from going forward.
Yeah, top of the class.
Yep.
Or very close to the top of the class, you know, if not.
We would think that that's probably where a top 10
benchmark.
time's going to be. So it'd be interesting to see how that plays out. So about a minute a kilometre on this racetrack. So 60 kilometre hour average time. Quick math.
No.
Electrician's math.
There was nothing quick about that math, Dan. As the 1070 on screen there, David Mendham. Actually, I'm going to say David Mendham, this little Class 10 Jimco was one of the original Class 10s to be in the country. That very distinctive pink colour, as we also have the four...
Where have you been,
clearly
mate?
don't listen to a word I say.
He has not
Thanks,
been
mate.
listening.
Thanks, mate. Good chat. Oh, Josh, you are killing me today. Did you have any sleep last night?
Yeah, I actually had one of the best sleeps of my
life. Maybe
life.
that's the problem.
Maybe that is the problem.
No, gold. Yes, Josh. Yeah, Mendham's early came in, gun. Yeah, correct. Class 10 out of the States. Correct. Good chat.
Oh, wow. McGinley over the finish line. Dean.
So I don't know if you guys have
Hillston
been paying
boy.
attention, but this Jimco, no, it is a beautiful car. I love it. I love getting to see it. It's distinctive too. I love the pink colour. I just want to say that.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Oh, you're killing me, Joshua Curran. Anyway, 10. I was going to say, here's a car that's been around a long time. Used to be yellow and white, CCs. It's that little, what frame is it? Yeah, but it's been sold. That's it. It's been sold a number of times, man. It's been at Gundy at least the last 15 years. Yeah,
there you go.
Chris and Chris had it for a while there. Raced Fink and did a lot of the Australian stuff in it. So, pretty darn cool.
Not sure. Dean McGinley over the line with the 9.38 flat, so puts him in currently 11th. And the Hartnett entry, 10.12 with a 9.10.6, currently 4th. So some good numbers coming in there out of the Class 10s.
Yeah, quite fast. Yeah, like you said, anything down around that 9-minute mark is a very fast car. There you go. Mick Taylor just texted us, as in... Mick Taylor? Yeah.
Which Mick Taylor are you talking about?
Same
Mick Taylor.
Yeah, Mick Taylor, and he just said the 1070, which is that Mendham car that we're talking about, is actually the ex-Becky Wick. Are you listening this time, Josh? From the USA, so that's Wick's Motors, which built a lot of the Wilson car motors and, bits and pieces. So it is a car that is... been around and done a lot of good racing. So it would have done Mexico racing and Mint 400, and now it's in Australia and having a good crack. So beautiful little car.
Tell you what's over the line, fellas. First of the Chapman entries in that 10 car. Stewie Chapman in single-seater, 10.14, came in with a 9.08 flat, currently 3rd.
Yep, good. Probably a good position to be in. Yep, a little bit of a gentle start there, because what are we talking about? About
20 seconds off Bowie.
Yep.
20 seconds is still a lot.
It is. It is a lot. Yeah,
over 8Ks.
Interestingly there, Sandy, Stewie seemed to come in, Josh, did you notice that? He seemed to clear it out or hit the limiter over there, so I wonder if he's having a motor breakdown.
Might be having a little bit of issues.
Yep. Again, a few more of our 10s off the line now. Mick Marson, Mr. Trans.
Josh?
Good run there. Josh.
What are you getting at, Sandy?
You're leading, mate.
Mr. Ma.
Oh, my.
I believe that's Mr. Gilmore.
I believe you left your 9-eyed. So that's a... what are you laughing at? That is a... Like
Mick Marson. I'll get his time, shall I? You two are fluffing about there.
Might be safer.
The 10.32, but always a great competitor, Mick. He deserves a lot of credit for a lot of good things that are happening in off-road racing, particularly in Queensland.
And behind the scenes,
behind the scenes.
Does quite a lot for the Queensland scene and national.
Very, very, very passionate man. As the 10.71, that's the Forsman
I'll tell you what, it was his first run in 10th place, Mr. Marson. 9.21.9, so a little bit off the pace, but first time out in a single-seater for a while, I presume.
Yeah, absolutely.
And first time in this car
for a long time. Yep.
Yeah, and he's used to big power and bigger suspension, I would imagine.
That guy's so big, it's almost like it's a two-seater.
Yeah, that's what I said. I'd hate to, if he had a navigator, they'd need to be 20 kilos because he's a big boy.
Front row for Australia.
That was Sandy Bowman saying that. You'd never say a bad word about Mick.
No, I'm saying big as muscly.
Yes, strong like ox.
Like a Greek goddess.
God. 10-18. So Bentley in now. Young Sam having a good crack. Now, listen, he'd have to be going good in the overall championship this year, wouldn't he, Sam? He's been pretty competitive. I mean, he's been going to all the races. He's been doing most championships.
Yeah, there's a few here that are still doing quite well overall.
Overall, yep. And I mean, obviously, Bowie's always competitive.
And the Burrows, Matty Burrows.
Yes.
So he'll be another one.
Well, he's in Pro Light though, right?
He's in Class 1.
Yes. Class 1, which, Class 1, 3.5 V6, NA.
Sam Bentley before came in that 10.18 and 9.26, just behind Mick Marson, so in 11th place.
Yep, great run
9.26.9.
And
tell you what, they just keep coming. Class 10s and Class 6s, they're everywhere.
Well,
they're taking up.
But
they
that
make
is the
up
last.
half the field this weekend.
It's crazy.
Those two classes.
Yeah, the 10.20, so James Whalen's off the line. And now sitting on the line, so he'll get the gap, will be Jason Richards and Charlotte Richards.
First of our Class 1s.
Yeah. And that's a little shanty. It's a very cool, like, remember when these were the car to have? Shannon Ranch, Dan Brown, there was a few of them.
Oh, that's right,
Tony
yeah.
Falaba's, the little 119.
10, 12 years ago, or maybe a little bit more.
And this
15
car
years.
here, Richards, is still very competitive.
Very
when he's not
competitive.
racing V8 supercars, he's out here. Different Jim Richards. Jason.
James will land in that home-built little front engine-powered Mitzi. Tell you what, there's a fair bit of dust out there now, boys, isn't there?
Well, I think there's quite a few 10s out there, isn't there? Like when you start looking at it, right now on track we've got
We've got to have 7 or 8 easy.
Nine cars on track in 10 at the moment, according to, again, guys, we're on Chris Sport. Actually, .nz. I didn't know that. Do I want to be on this page? No, Chris Sport. It's great. And Gundy, you've got to click through to the Prologue and SSPL Prologue and the Gundy 500, and you'll actually have all the live times just like we do. And it's a fantastic thing.
If you get that and Rally Safe up together, you can and the live feed, you've probably got a better spot than what we have, really.
You probably should turn us on, and you'd probably know more.
Just watch it with the sound out. So, a New Zealand website. Hey guys, I got a joke. How does a Kiwi find a sheep?
I'm out.
Very attractive.
Oh, no.
Joshua. So we move on to
So
119.
Rana Horan said he wants to talk to you. Very good, very good. Anyway, Class 1. Yes.
The 119. No, Richard's very fast. We say it all the time. We're excited for every little class battle. But like you said, you look at the cars that are lined up here for Class 1. We got the 119, Jason Richards. Then the 3 behind it. So going
last year's third place getter of the championship, Matty Burrows.
Yes.
Super quick.
Yep.
Still waiting to see turbos back on that car, but real strong contender, and he's here to win it.
And then I tell you what you talk about behind as well, Tony Falaba in another Chenoa, like very fast as well. Local, knows his way around the track. You just keep looking down the list, and it's
amazing.
It's the Class 1.
Tucker car, who also has been a really, really good contender in that Southern Cross on the last few events as well.
Gee, Richard's car
Honey
sounds
Badger back
cranky.
Very cranky. Damn. Nothing beats a good naturally aspirated motor revving. Now, it looks like this, the little Mendham pink Jimco. Now, Dan, did you know this car's out of America? I believe the ex-Wix car.
Is it one of the early to Australia teams?
Yeah, one of the first out.
And it's pink, you say?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, looking down the line still, 110, as you said, the 127 of Calendar, and then the
Honey Badger?
And Trent, yes, and then Laughlin. Hold on, I didn't realise. So they've rebuilt it in a couple of weeks.
Oh, hang on, they have two.
That's unbelievable. That car had no wheels on one side.
Correct. They had a bit of an off at Hillston last month.
That is amazing,
So
Sandy.
a lot of work gone into that.
When you say little, you mean an immense off.
It was a fair off,
It's on their
wasn't it?
live feed. They showed it. So not also, but they put it up on their Facebook. So if you're looking, so
they did have a fair off. So hopefully they got everything nailed on that for this race.
Yeah. So the 104, that's amazing to see. That really
Cool looking car.
Beautiful.
Just different.
Yeah, the Ursig rig, like they build a cool car, and it handles a beating.
Yeah. There you are, folks. Your first of your 10s. Richo is on the track.
Class 1.
Oh, sorry.
We knew what you meant.
It wasn't as bad as yours, mate.
Well, I think you're still laughing at my joke. So we see the Richards Mobile as...
You know what's back in, mate? Also, over the line?
Oh,
Mendham, Richards, and Burrows off the line again. Good racing lineage there.
Now, one of the things to notice a bit differently as well, the way you hear the Burrows car get off the line, it actually has a torque converter in the gearbox, whereas the Richards still running a clutch car. So a couple of different thought patterns there on getting these Class 1s with the naturally aspirated 3.5s up and moving.
Yep. Yeah,
Gee, they sound angry, don't they?
Very, very cranky. Yeah,
This is another super strong class, isn't it?
Brilliant, and it's been competitive for a good while now. Yep. The guys have really got these motors down pat now. There's really not as many DNFs as you'd think for such a high strength. Some of these guys are running 400 plus horsepower of a 3.5 naturally aspirated. And, any car guy knows that an NA wise, if you're getting more than, one horsepower,
We've got about 12 entries in Class 1, so fairly strong.
Very impressive.
Yeah, you can tell we're starting to get up into some of the more performance classes. No offense, but like you said, you hear the response and the RPM of these things, the way they rev them up on the start line, get that crisp.
Well, these start getting to be no-joke motors, aren't they? Well, like, honestly, they'd probably shudder if their wives will listen, but some of these motors would be $55,000, $60,000 to build a 3.5.
You'd think so, a solid 3.5.
By the time you're doing
a lot of guys will
stack,
run just a 3.5 Nissan with a set of cams and chains in it,
and they'll do very well.
And do really well.
Yep.
And reliable.
Yeah. But once you start getting to, like, billet 6-stack intakes, and, like, that's where the money really starts. You know, some of the computer systems, like, if you're going wowzers.
Yeah.
Sorry, if you're going
I'm sure you can hear that,
with
folks.
because it shook the stadium. But, you know, like a Motec with enough data logging and bits and pieces, you're now up at 20,
exactly. Just the computer.
So it starts adding up very quickly, these race cars, once you get to this level. And then you start getting to the likes of the Mason trophy trucks and bits and pieces, and we won't even start talking about them.
And then you go into the GQs with coilovers, mate.
Hey, I didn't want to talk real race cars, Sandy. That'll scare real people. The 10s, again, great things. And then the 127 of the Class 1.
Should be finishing off with our Class 10s by now.
Yeah, so we're expecting, again, Jason Richards. We're keeping an eye on that. I don't think that's Jason Richards yet, though, is it?
Shouldn't be yet.
So we've still got a few
1
10s
or 2 Class 10s to go before they start rolling it. 127 off the line. Trent Callender.
You are right.
Where's Roberts and Southern Cross with a 3.5 litre Nissan motor?
That'll be Rob Steiber making his way back in now, so you're absolutely right. And we've got 2 more 10 cars, so that's the 1082.
I think James Willand's still out there. He was the last off the line in Class 10. So.
Yeah, and Forsman. The 4th Forsman. Oh, my goodness. This stuff writes itself, guys. Got the helicopter flying around too, Sandy.
Yeah.
There is a lot going on here at Gundy.
Very picturesque, isn't it?
It's beautiful. And again, I can't stress this enough. The dust is absolutely perfect in the sense that it's just got that perfect breeze. It's not too thick. I mean, you can't have an off-road race without dust, but there's been years where it's been stagnant, hasn't it, Sandy? And you can't see the start line.
It's telling me we're about 18 degrees here out at Gundy today, 23 degrees at the top, a 22 kilometre-an-hour gust.
Beautiful.
So probably close to perfect.
Perfect race conditions here today.
Really?
So if you were sitting
Which
in
we
Brisbane,
also had at Hillston last
it
month.
was beautiful.
Perfect conditions out there.
Yeah, the live feed there too was absolutely amazing.
You were going to say, mate, if you were sitting in Brisbane,
you'd be mad not to jump in a car and start.
I was going to say, why would you be sitting in Brisbane?
You would be in Brisbane, but if you are sitting in Brisbane, it's only a short jaunt out here. You'd still probably.
It's only because you don't have a car and you've got to watch it live.
You're on the couch in your poon somewhere, next to your fork,
asleep.
Big shout out to John Curran.
Here on our left, folks, Richo, first of our Class 1s coming in around the dam, which means you're right, we should only have 1 or maybe 2 Class 10s left on the track.
Yep. So if this is Forsman coming down the line, which I reckon it is, because I think that James Whalen actually he built it himself, isn't it? A-arm,
and it's a wider looking car than this. So
this will be the Forsman. And actually, it looks like the Whalen car just there.
Oh, yeah, he is coming in behind him, definitely him. Yep.
Again,
it's all going on.
Lofton having a great run there. So the 1071 in now.
Last of our cars, James, is coming into the finish line. Home built little trucky, front engined.
Yeah, and he's been around a lot. He's done a lot of things. He built an Ultra 4 car, built tough truck cars,
rock crawling. So he knows what knows how to do it all.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I think he was early onto the portal thing, Sandy.
Yep.
Building his own portals and bits
the
of
whole
it.
lot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
very
pretty cool.
smart man.
Yep.
JMW Engineering out of Dubbo. So if you need any bits machined in Dubbo.
And that will be the last of our Class 10 across the line, so that's a great run.
So it'll be good to see how much quicker Richo's car is coming in.
John Curran just texted, he said, I'm awake, thank you very much.
We'll check in an hour, John.
Yeah. Awesome, mate, and hope you're having a great time there. I bet the weather is perfect at Manor Ave, mate, so good times. But yeah, so the last of our Class 10, and again, now we're keeping our eyes split for Jason Richards because he is one that can start making this time tumble again. See where he places between Bowie. The 170, oh, now I reckon that's the ex-Sam Egan car, if I had to pick. So I wonder who's got that now, but that's a nicely little turned out Simon Tucker, Kyle Tucker.
Sorry, did I just hear in the commentary actually said John Curran was awake?
Sorry, the 170,
Yes, he
Alex
was, mate.
Mendham, and it is the sorry. First off, Joshua, yes, amazing news, I know. The whole world is interested in that fact, and anyone that knows him will be very surprised. I do know that. But yes, I got those names wrong, it is, and I remember from Warrialda that, yes, the Mendhams had bought that old car, so it's a very nicely turned out Jimco, very quick, so, and Mendham, plenty of racing history. Do you know what car they have, Josh? Anyway, let's move on. So,
No, sorry, I wasn't listening.
Let's move on to Richo coming over the line. First of our Class 1,
here's
folks,
two.
is cleanly and safely over the line. Not cleanly. Fair bit of mud hanging off the side of that, actually, isn't
Absolutely, I'd say he's had a good crack out there, knowing that it's going to give him a good position.
Yeah, well, I think we mentioned it last night, Dan. You probably didn't hear or see, but I think Sandy and I were talking about it. We said Prologue going to be so important. I think it's going to be. I think our winner, unless there are major
he wouldn't
breakdowns.
have heard or seen that. He wasn't there.
No, what a loser.
Oh, wow.
I'm guessing it's probably going to be someone out of our top three that takes the top spot this year. As we look like some footage of Burrows there at the number
young
3.
Matty Barrows.
So you're saying the guy that's first across the line is going to be our winner come Sunday?
Probably.
The guy that
Possibly.
The guy to do all the laps the fastest.
is going to be our winner
Provisionally.
until proven. 1-1-1, the true line entry. Stephen O'Toole.
And then 146.
Well,
So only
Ian
got two
Baker.
more.
So that's another Remus Racing car.
Indeed.
So, and Ian is the main man, Ian Baker. So big shout out to him. He's the main man behind the whole Remus Rover setup. They do all the work. They're racing Range Rovers and
All
Mitsubishis
sorts.
and everything.
Yep.
And again, what a great reason to get behind. So the 1-1-1 off the line, Stephen O'Toole, that beam car. So this will be Matty Burrows. Should be the 3.
Have we missed a car? Was he?
No, he was
second off.
Yep,
Yeah,
he was,
right.
yep. So
And
Jason
then
Richards
Tony Falaba.
and Falaba is going to be with Michael Collins in the passenger.
For anybody that doesn't know, Richo came over second behind Bowie.
Yep.
0.6 seconds behind Bowie with an 8:48.4. So we'll just wait 1 second, and I'm sure
Wow.
a little refresh is going to give us a.
Yeah, I didn't realise it was 0.6. That's right. Wow, that's. And yeah, 26 seconds, 29 seconds from first back to Matty Burrows there. So, according to my time, so he just ran a 9:17. That puts him in 10th. That's a fair way back, hey. But anyway,
Might have had a few little
Seems
dramas.
strange.
I guess what we'll start to see, we know Richards is fast. We were talking about it before. We know Bowie is a fantastic yardstick of what a competitive time is going to be. So maybe as we see some of our other Class 7s come across the... Class 1s come across the finish line.
Class 7s do it to me too, mate.
Yeah.
yes. As we see the fastest car ever, a GU Ute.
I thought you were going to say a VDJ.
Ah, yes, Hank, the
game
tank.
changer.
Anyway, again, what we're starting to do here, in case you're getting a bit worried by our commentary, I suppose we're talking, like, Bowie is going to be in our top 10.
Yes.
Like, he's going to be one of those guys. You know, and same deal with Jason Richards. He has shown here before that he's inside the top 10. So, you know, we're starting to look at the top times up here in the commentary box and start to get a feel.
Not just in class.
Yeah, right. That's exactly right. So these guys, it's not like we're going, you know.
They're going to be hanging around in those top numbers for the rest of the weekend.
That's where
we
they
would
are.
presume.
Yep. So it's going to be very cool to see. The 110.
The Tucker entry.
Boy, that is a decent jump there, hey. He had a good crack there. He took off the line hard too.
Yeah, he definitely made his intentions felt about how he was going to attack the Prologue course.
And cool to see a Southern Cross frame too, you know. Australian built race cars. Ian Baker on the screen there momentarily.
Now, Sandy, this is Dan. Is there a way you can tell what mark a Southern Cross is? Is that a Mark 4, a Mark 5, Mark 6?
That's something to ask you boys.
That's a 6 right there.
A what?
A 6.
Yep.
I don't actually know that, but you all believe me, didn't you? No. It's definitely a later one because, I mean, it's A-arm.
Yes.
And it's that bigger, larger size. They were smaller back in the 3s and 4s, so I'd be pretty confident in saying that's a later version.
Is it now taken over by the Heemskirks down in Millicent there.
Very good.
Gambia.
Yep.
So,
because there was a period there, wasn't there? Like, you know, they had 40, 50 cars out racing. It was amazing, you know, everywhere through.
Be good to see what they do with it coming into sport. They're passionate about their motorsport down there.
There's some really good Australian builders now. Wow. That was a good run there. It was squirrely and he still held into it. He didn't get scared. So the 127, fantastic to see. That is, Trent Callender. That's that DAC Mining. Oh,
I'll tell you what.
Oh, how good is this? So,
I'll tell you what, there you saw on your screen Zacha's, but you're on board with the 1151 car of Mick Zacha, who will be he'll be running a live feed. I think we possibly have more than one live feed this weekend, but this is definitely one of them.
I'll tell you what, and that
provided all goes well. What we're getting at is there's Class 11s lining up, folks.
It's game
These
time.
are 7 litres. These are anything that basically is outside of their own, you know, it could even be a side-by-side that's changed arms or something and has been popped into...
Would you say that the class is almost unlimited?
Close.
But it's Class 11.
It's Class 11, but, it's not quite unlimited.
Anyway,
Bo, he is currently on the leaderboard, number 1, equal with Clayton Chapman. So there are, folks, you have your current equal first championship leader of the 2024 ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship, Bo Robertson on the start line.
And a 2-wheel drive Mason Trophy truck. So just again, if you like, so the boys over in America, like I said, Toby and Paul Wheel, 4-wheel drive Mason. This is a 2-wheel drive Mason truck, followed by
car on the screen. 1142 is Andy Brown, which is a 4-wheel drive buggy.
A Lumicraft, so absolutely
Here
amazing.
He goes.
Spec.
Bo Robbo, folks. This will be interesting. Like I said, there'll be balls to the wall on this one, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Huddy in the passenger seat of the OBR entry, coming off a Fink victory. I tell you what, that was absolutely
coming off a rainbow victory at the first round of this championship. A second place behind Clayton at Hillston in the second round, so he'll be pushing to get a top spot this weekend
and
as well.
Is a good this is a truck race, so you know it's theirs to hold on to, isn't it?
Yep.
So
he's got a big program this year, pushing to do a lot of races, so he also needs to look after the car.
Yeah, well, they were just saying that the truck's headed north, then staying up north, then coming like the story that Drew just told us was crazy. So, yeah, absolutely amazing. Big year racing here for the OBR crew. The 124 is now in, which is Brett Baker and Paul Van with a DWP chassis on that one. And none other than Andy Brown with Denny Hardman in the passenger seat of the all-wheel drive Lumicraft. Boys, I am just in love with that car. I tell you what, it is a beautiful thing. So, 2-wheel drive Mason.
Oh, Bo is upside down. Get recovery straight out there, folks.
There you go, ladies.
Get recovery straight out to Bo. Has just gone over in front of us.
Yeah, and it was on
will
the
be
stream.
absolutely shattered. Quick hook up. There is 2 recovery cars heading out there. There'll be an orange, yellow flag held out.
Can we? Yeah.
We might be able to hold the start line possibly. For those down there, we may be able to hold the start line for the next to clear the track. Otherwise, we'll probably have to give these guys another run anyway. They do allow things like that on the prologue for guys to have a second run if they have an interrupted run. So
yeah, absolutely. Now that won't be too much. I mean, let's be honest. That truck's I was going to say the boys will be out of it. They've got all the right gear on.
Oh, he'll be quite. I wouldn't want to be over there.
No, yes, it won't be good. The only thing I will say is they will seed him for tomorrow, so he won't start at the back or anything like that.
And because he's had a couple of good finishes, he'll be seated up the pointy end.
It'll be a good position for him to be seated in. Now, it's not first
the
place
best
on the road. That's what I was going to say. So it'll be no doubt frustrating.
So it looks like they are holding a couple of cars.
Yes.
So we might have a short delay, but
I tell you what, I'm going to knock on wood, which is this noggin up here, but I know no one wants to do it, but that takes a bit of pressure off a number of competitors here right now, doesn't it? I know it doesn't.
Only slightly.
Yeah, but I mean, like Andy Brown now, Danny Brown, I mean, Mikey Zacher, Clayton Chapman. There's a few guys that...
Or every other car in front of us right now.
Yeah. Basically all of these guys.
I know what you're saying, though.
Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. Again, no one wants to see that, but it does go, oh, well, there's the guy that probably had, let's be honest, the biggest target on his back here at Gundy this weekend. And he's going to have to work his way through the crowd.
Definitely.
So it's going to be interesting how that plays out. Here we
go, folks. Our first on board with Zacher.
How good is that? The big 1151.
Well, I think you hear them shutting the cars down, so I don't think they'll let them go until they've recovered. Bo is in a bit of a unfortunate spot there. He is on the outside
of a corner, which could be a little bit dangerous.
A little bit risky to continue racing while the recovery crews are there getting him out of position. So maybe if he was a bit on the side or something like that, they might let it go. But I think we're going to sit here. But this will give you an idea of the footage that we're going to see from the onboard from Zacher a bit later on.
Yeah, it'll be amazing to see. And it's going to be the whole race weekend, which is just simply brilliant. Now, boys, talk me through this a little bit, just where we're sitting. How did he end up? Did it do a half spin thing or something like that?
It looked like it just hooked up.
Yeah, right.
I think it's gone over 3/4.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yep, good hand gestures.
I had to really think about that. So she's gone over
some electrical
almost.
It's a little bit of an S bend there, I'd say. So I think he's got a bit of a flick. There's
he's back on
that
his
wet
wheels.
spot out the side.
Does he just fire it up and limmy him right now, Sandy?
He's
is
out
that
of the
move?
car, but I would normally... Look, if that had landed on the wheels, I reckon you would have seen about a half a second off his time anyway, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
They've had, obviously, in the past, we've seen Bo roll over and just hold it on the floor.
Absolutely. We have seen that.
Front
That's
flip,
crazy,
I think.
Yeah, that was
Bo,
what?
No, that was Danny Brown.
No.
Bo did a front flip.
Yes,
going in the geyser.
Yes.
Definitely.
Yes.
Yeah, and did very well that year, I think, from what I remember.
So you don't always... Yes, you'll lose time getting back up to race speed. I can guarantee I'm staying clear of Bo. I'm not even going... If I dare go down there with a camera and the microphone, I know what's happening. So
Yes. We
won't
be talking about
I
that.
need a helmet and a mask.
Yes.
Mouth guard, so...
But listen, again, I suppose the other point that we need to... He's been in this position before where he's had to work his way through the back.
And he's done
Hilton, he actually was down a little bit. He had that gearbox drama.
Yep.
And then worked his way through the back.
Also at Rainbow, he had an issue with the gearbox.
Yes.
He had a shifting issue. Wouldn't pull first... It wouldn't pull third gear or something.
Something like that, yeah.
So they did have an issue there, and they came back, nailed it.
Yeah, worked his way through, because he ended up second on road at the end of that, didn't he?
Yeah.
So, this is a guy that's capable of doing it. And I got to be brutally honest, a lot of times I think we see the best Bo Robinson when he is chasing versus when he's out the front. He's obviously always silly fast out the front. That's where he wants to be. But we see a guy that just knows how to get things done. So I don't think that's, again, not what we want to see. But for Bo and the OBR team, no doubt they'll have a plan and go forward from there.
And I literally stopped filming as Bo went behind that tree.
It's how it goes. I must admit, I looked away and was looking back at the Illumicraft, and it all happened right then. That's the game every now and then. So 111 is through now. That's Stephen O'Toole. Oh, and Ian Baker right there as well in the 146. So a good run there. Again, Zoe England in the passenger seat of the Remus Racing Rover.
Look at what
And then again, they're going to get this fired up now, and we're going to see the live stream. So looks like the Illumicraft, he's still having a crack there, so obviously might check out his time and see whether he wants another run or not, but it's providing us fantastic drone shots here, boys, of the all-wheel drive Illumicraft. And again, it shows you some of that country. Isn't it crazy that there's like water holes, but it's also dry and dusty? And
absolutely,
this is the Australian, you know, we're about 400 kilometres inland from Brisbane, for all you guys that are following along all around the world. Brisbane, as the Yanks love to call it. You at Melbourne.
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 But yeah, like you said, it is quite a juxtaposition of...
what?
Juxtaposition means
what?
two opposites side by side.
Got you.
But like you said, lots of water sitting in those melon holes. Quite a unique feature of the Gundy off-road race course as well. But look at the dust streaming there from that big four-wheel drive Illumicraft of Andy Brown, Dan Hardman. It's a very interesting situation here. Like you said, a lot of mud and stuff on the course, but then also dry, dusty conditions. It's going to be a real chess match this weekend as when is the right time to attack if you're trying to overtake. You know, this is definitely going to be interesting with Bo Robertson unfortunately having a little bit of a rollover. I think that car will be okay. I don't think that'll be the last we see of the OBR entry this weekend.
Definitely not.
And it wasn't a fast rollover, so I don't think it will be too damaging.
Yeah, championship points on the line, they'll get it together.
Helicopter in the air, chasing the Illumicraft. What a fantastic shot.
This is honestly some of the best footage in Australian off-road racing. Probably in racing all over. Baja have definitely stepped it up. The stuff that's scored.
Yeah, they're not as good as this though, sure.
We're pretty good, mate. We're pretty good. Yeah, and again, big shout out to all our sponsors. Again, ARB, this is the man. This is ARB. Having a good steer there. So big shout out to them. Raceline, we've got Mr. Trans, got all our fantastic sponsors down there. Brown's Bobcat, Gundy, Trueline Earth Moving, Joe Bulmer. You know, again, Mickey Thompson are one of the sponsors. Comiskey Mining Services, Mike's Shock Shop. Mate, there's just so many. We'll keep listing them over the weekend.
Diesel Care, Tate Toyota. I can't even see the sponsors go for
TNT Honda Motorcycles. Like, yeah, exactly right. There's so many good things out there and so many Gundy locals and teams and members get behind it. So big shout out. But again, have a look at this footage. It's actually great being able to see one car do almost a whole lap here, particularly when it's Andy's. Yes.
Did you see that hit?
Big hit.
Oh.
Yeah.
It looks like it's landing super heavy in the front.
And I love, man, that has got to be one of the best sounding cars in Australia, surely.
Yeah.
Very cranky.
Yeah, nothing quite like it. It was good to get up close and personal last night at the Gundy Showgrounds and have a bit of a look at the big four-wheel drive Illumicraft in person, smell it, see it, hear it.
You smelt it, did you?
Just to see Hardman sits in, but that's a whole other story.
Whoa. Anyway, yeah, four-wheel drive in that. So that actually has a front diff, CVs, all four wheels drive. I know that's what a four-wheel drive is, boys. But
yeah, having a little bit of a chat to Hardman last night as well. For anyone that is listening along at home, they lost a wheel at Fink. They gave it to a spectator there, said they'd drop it back at the start line, but it never happened. Now the boys, they're desperate to get that wheel back. It's a custom offset, sort of one-off.
Very specific.
It's very specific for the front.
It's not going on your Patrol.
No, and it's also a special rib for the front of that four-wheel drive Illumi. So they've even said they don't really care. You know, if you want a cool souvenir, get in contact with them. They're offering a reward. They'll give you $500 for helping them out, getting it back. Everything.
I heard it was more than that.
Yeah, there you go. It's probably what the rib's worth.
Gee, Sandy, well, I'll give you 60.
Yeah.
But yes, exactly. Good point, Josh. If you're listening along and you go, gee, I actually was that guy that picked it up, or I know the guy that's got it. Again, it's just, they don't care necessarily about the rim, but it's more so that it's so specific to this vehicle, and they would really appreciate it back.
And you're doing nothing but looking at it at home.
Yes, yeah,
exactly right. Don't get me wrong, very cool souvenir, but Andy did mention that, they were happy to hook you up with another souvenir or something that was just a bit less specific for that all-wheel drive. So if you listen along at home or you know someone, sometimes the 6 degrees of separation on the internet can be a wonderful thing. So we see Bo getting towed back. It doesn't look like a lot of damage, a bit of fiberglass damage. Yeah, I think
it was a fairly slow rollover.
Yes.
I think you'll be damaged. Will be Bo's brain from the lack of finishing. And,
interesting though. It's been a.
I think he'll come. I think you'll see him come out angry. It'll probably actually be better for him coming out a bit stronger in the main race because he'll have a point to prove.
Like you said though, it's not unusual for him. He's had a few little dramas this year, and the way he's been racing, the composure that he's had this year of letting races come to him, being there at the end, putting himself in a strong position. Like you said, they had those issues with shifting at the last round and were able to get the gearbox back in. They dropped back down to, I think, 10th or something for the last 2 sections and then worked their way back up the field. So, yeah.
And not only that, he's got an amazing crew down there. Those boys have travelled and travelled and travelled and worked in different workshops around the country just to keep that car going to... There'll be, 8 or 9 nationals in total this year.
Yeah.
Obviously, 4 of the ARB, Australian Off-Road Racing Championships, the best ones. But he's obviously a contender for other races around Australia, and he needs to keep it together. It's that simple, isn't it?
I hear Drew said he wanted to be at Don River.
Yep. Hey, listen, boys, yes, is the point, and he has the possibility this year that he could actually win both championships, which is pretty crazy.
100%.
So, hey, we expected Andy Brown, position 1, right?
Tell us what it is.
Not bad, though. He did get number 1, but he only has Bowie by 2.9 seconds. There's nothing in it. Isn't that crazy how fast Stephen Graham is? Like, that's nuts. 2.9 seconds. Now, we'll give Andy a bit of... He did have that. He had to pass a rollover vehicle.
Yeah, he definitely did slow down. Maybe a little
dip.
bit of a false economy. But I guess I say that. It's not like he lost 30 seconds.
And that's what my point was.
Yes.
It's funny. You sort of think, oh, well, if I've got a trophy truck, I'm going to be this far in front of a Class 10. You're actually not. It might be seconds, which is pretty amazing. So all of these competitors are going to be right up inside the top 10. It's going to be brilliant to see a couple of these big 7-litre LS.
Well, if there was a
11th
far off him getting going again.
Now, I'm starting to think, Sandy, I'm a commentator hypothesising. I feel that there may be some reset that they're doing computer system-wise. It feels this is not a racing line issue anymore. This is we're trying to reset
and maybe
Mikey Zacker's start time.
Correct.
And I feel like it was set up.
Andy wouldn't get a second run?
Well,
he might get an option to have a second
run.
I
was going to say, I saw them pull him up on the line. I think they've had a conversation with him. And I dare say, because it's interesting, again, that big race in the desert out there, the Fink, they had a few issues this year, and Danny Brown actually had the option to have even a third run. And I think it was Dan, or maybe it was Ryan that had the option. But either way, there was a couple of them, and Danny Brown didn't take his second run because he goes, listen, I'm in third position anyway. Where am I going? This is a good position for me to be in.
Particularly going out to break it.
It'll be me upside down.
Especially in Prologue. They obviously wind up boosting Prologue and try and get their spot.
Yeah, sometimes it is that position where you go, hey, I'm actually happy with where I am. Probably, honestly, 6th or 7th for Andy would be a great position to run at Gundy here.
Well, Andy's sitting currently first.
Yeah. But I was going to say, we do, there is some big, I suppose OBR won't be running, will he? And Andy is very fast here. He's been a real performer.
Don't forget, Andy's also taken a couple of Prologue wins in these championship rounds over the last...
And Andy was second fastest at the Fink Prologue too, which is a notoriously fast Prologue track.
Yeah,
absolutely.
The old cheese has still got it,
He's absolutely got it. So he might have said, tick, that's the number, boys and girls.
I can see Shane walking back. Thumbs up from Huddy, who's in the passenger seat there with Bo. Andy is rolling up to the start line.
So he's made the decision, he's going again.
Well, I wonder if that's why they held him up, so they run him in the official order still.
That must make sense.
Now, the boys are off to medical for a check over.
Well,
that would just be...
I think that'll only be precautionary.
Absolutely, yes.
I think everybody sort of has to get rushed over there and have a check.
I was going to say...
That was the lightest of rollovers, so unless you had an unusual bump, you should be pretty right to get straight back in, I would imagine.
Joshua Curran, can you tell us about rolling over? Sandy Bowman, can you tell us?
I tell you what, if there's a place you want to roll over, it'd be Gundy, fellas.
Old panda eyes over here.
One of our most spectacular in over the years has been at Gundy.
So I believe the only track I haven't destroyed anything on is Gundy, which is kind of weird.
Oh, I don't know of any that I haven't. So Andy Brown lined back at the start line to get a second run. Have a second run at the ARB at the Raceline Prologue.
Yes.
There he is off the line.
How good does that thing sound?
Cranky.
Praise the Lord that we don't. Thank goodness if Mick Marson couldn't have his 6-litre Ford here, we've got the 7-litre in that thing, because that is a fantastic sounding car. I tell you what, you were talking about little bumps. It gives me a little bump in a few places. That 7-litre. Let's go.
Yeah, very cool sounding car. Going to be great to see. Be interested to see. So we should actually note that 8:44.9.
Write it down, Danny Curran. 8:44.9. Be interesting to see how much
how
time
he goes this time round.
Yeah.
And not only that, in about 2 seconds, I reckon we're going live on with Mick.
Yes.
Yes, we'll have the in-car from the 1151 as well, one of our Class 11 cars. Using this live stream technology, it's absolutely phenomenal, this technology. Like you said, years ago, this was all we could dream of.
Now we've got on board.
Looks like Andy.
There it is.
The 1151 Zaka off the start line. Those big 7-litres, they're making plenty of torque. Now also the 1141 Kai Floyd on the start line. Brand new Tatum.
I was going to say, this thing looks flash.
Flash. Yeah, it came over as a chassis, and Radius has done a lot of work. They deserve a big shout out.
Richie?
Yeah, very, very handy fabricator. So, again, he's building a trophy truck now too, which he's been doing for a little while. So.
And the Bronco.
Yeah, the Bronco.
Pre-runner.
So, make sure you get online.
Richie's here too, down in the crowd in front of us somewhere.
So, again, have a look at this in-cab. Ladies and gentlemen, where else do you get to ride along at Gundy? In an unlimited?
Yes.
11.
No, Class
11. At 342 kilometres an hour.
I tell you what, he's wobbling that wheel.
Five seconds or so to the split there.
So Andy putting a bit of a gap there. That would be that four-wheel drive traction that we see out of that four-wheel drive, particularly in these. This gives us an idea of how slippery this racetrack can be in places.
He looks like he's one arm. Oh, no, he's not.
No, definitely two hands on the steering wheel there.
So there's still a fair bit of water out there, isn't there, fellas?
Absolutely.
Look at the black patches of mud.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, look at it flying. So
this is where, actually, you'd see it's a muddy corner that, wow, he went through that corner, not around it. So, and that's where Bo went over, so pretty darn cool. Kai Floyd having a great run. So Kai actually navigating for years for Ryan Taylor, has been a very fast side-by-side competitor too, Josh. So, I mean, this is not his first time going fast.
No, definitely not.
Hannah Bentley off the line.
The 1-1-18. Oh, a little bit of limmy there every now and then too. He's giving it a good crack, isn't he, Kai Floyd? I like that. The big Tatum.
So this is obviously his foot.
Yeah, very wide again.
Very first time running this car, I believe. Is that right, Joshua?
Yeah,
I believe
he just did what Bo did, but obviously not quite as bad.
Yes.
Back on with Mike.
Well, Sandy, he's in a real race car. It's called a buggy.
Yeah, right.
Not a
Class 7.
Not a GQ or coilover.
Mr. Digger, hey, Michael Dolan has been having a cracker run. Yeah, Brenthal, and he's actually put a big motor in it. So this was a 6 truck over in the States, so it was probably a 6100 truck. So it was running a Crate LS3, one of those 525 turnkey deals. And he's just put it, actually I believe it's a old mate up north. Come on, talk to me. Old mate that does the motors out of Mackay. Anyway, put a 7-litre in it, and it's been going very well.
Oh, yes.
Luke.
Hendry.
Sorry,
yes.
Hendry.
No, that's
I was going to say, I was just trying to keep it. It's got a Hendry motor in it, and it's been going really well. So cool to see, again, an Australian motor company supplying some really good motors out there out of Mackay. So, again, look at the mud on the track that we're seeing live stream, boys. You know, and they're not mud holes you jumping, unfortunately. That's you are going through it. And there's some tight corners out there too, isn't there?
I think this year's Gundy's quite tight compared to usual, you know, previous Gundys.
So that might be interesting, and that may be why we're going to see some really tight competitors with the 10s, with the side, like a Jackson Evans.
That's what I'm saying. Those bring the classes closer together almost.
Yep.
Make it more of a drivers' event.
Absolutely. Now, boys, I'm sorry, there's been a lot going on. Have we seen Andy Brown around the bend?
Not yet. There he is.
So there's
left.
the yellow light.
As we watch the 11:44, that's the Sant entry.
James Sant, Liz Morrill in a Racer Engineering 7-litre.
I think that's their second race in that car, Sant.
Maybe their second Gundy. I think they've done a few local rounds and stuff like that. But probably their second Gundy, these guys.
For those that are here back on your far left, Andy Brown coming in. The 11:42 car about to come around that berm on the dam.
Looking to see if he can better the 8:44.9 that he laid down in his first attempt.
And look at those other cars lined up. Look at the other competitors lined up there. We've got the two Martin cars.
I was just looking through the list and I was like,
Talbot Cox. We haven't even talked about Talbot Cox.
We haven't spoken much about him at all this weekend.
Clayton Chapman, Brett Martin, Aaron James, Dale, Mark Talbot Cox, Mark Burrows, Kai Camilleri, Ryan. They're still coming. They're still coming. This is insane. It's the best. This has got to be one of the craziest lineups of Gundy I've ever seen. It's insane.
As Joey Bulmer off the start line, the 11:36.
The man, the myth, the legend.
The man with the most awkward handshake.
Or was that you?
That was me. I apologise for making you spill.
I can understand his awkwardness, but you'd had two free hands, mate.
No, one had a microphone. Give me some credit. Now, Jim.
I was going to say, who are we looking at there? But again, you were seeing just how slippery this track is.
Isn't Mikey coming in second here? Is that Mikey?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. So that's the M Zaka.
There we are, just through the gate. Oh, the live stream's tiny little bit behind what we're actually seeing here in real time, because he's just about to go around the dam now, and then the live stream will be 1, 2, 3, about 4 or 5 seconds behind. So
it's a good run. He's having a good crack.
Yeah. Not sure. They're 30-second gaps. So
without reading our notes, anyone care for a go? Jim,
Slot,
Ski. So Slotkowski is off the line. We'll definitely butcher that name more than once. But, sorry, I missed the number now. Oh, yeah, 1154. And Dane Allison in the passenger seat. Again, that Can-Am, because of the modifications, has been moved into Class 11. Little bit unfortunate for him, won't lie. Oh, Kai Floyd having a great run too, coming down around the dam now. But again,
this is probably up there with one of my favourites now.
Yeah, absolutely. Beautiful.
I know it's brand new. It's hard not to like a brand new car when they're out, but
it's got a Hendry motor as well.
Thing.
Stewie.
Oh, yep. Stuart Knowles. Yep, absolutely. Been building motors for a while. So, I was going to say, really, when we talk about Jim, nothing he races is going to compare to the Brumby. So, really, everything he could drive a Mason Trophy truck, it'd be slow compared to what he's been in.
Yes, he'd be bored.
I'm pretty sure the Mason boys came over and took measurements off the Gold Brumby. That's what I heard.
The Krag entry on the start line, 11:40 as we're watching Mikey come in.
Sandy's just moved on to another conversation. I like this.
There's that big mud.
Gee whiz, that was punching a lot of mud out of there, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
There you go, folks. Andy Brown, 11:42. What did he get? Refresh. Come on.
It's time.
Did he get an 8:44?
Out of interest, we're on the chrissport.nz page. So
I got a joke for you about New Zealand.
Please don't. Please do not.
You're on your own. That's Josh Curran.
Yeah. So, but if you're looking for times, Gundy 500, it's under sspl.prologue, and you will find the times.
Stick shift car off the line.
Yeah, that's one of those bats, South African built vehicle, aren't they? So they're pretty popular. Yeah, pretty popular over in WA in the racing scene for a long time.
Yeah, they were. Or still are, probably.
Probably still are. Yes, exactly.
Mikey Zaka.
Yep.
On board.
Oh, I tell you what. Oh,
He's in some
he is in the
loose.
mud. Yep. That was...
It must be a little bit wetter than, maybe people are hitting through the water lines as opposed to the pre-run who were going around them,
Yeah, even a little bit of frustration coming out, maybe.
Yep.
1 or 2 bad lines, and all of a sudden you're starting to get a bit cranky. I know that, the old red mist comes over every now and then.
Yeah,
Never.
Definitely feels like a
That's a big base out over there, isn't it? As you just saw.
He's stopped.
He's rolling.
Right
He's
down.
rolling.
Yep.
Oh, dear. To the side, too. That was a big base out on that mud hole.
Big G out, yeah.
That's fascinating. Passengers out of the car. No, driver's out of the car. It's a left-hand drive car, isn't it?
Yes.
Yep. So Mike getting out of that car now. Sorry, boys, I don't want to take your glory, but that is fantastic.
5 seconds faster. Which is what we said. Probably lost about 5 seconds.
Yep, 5 seconds.
Andy Brown?
Yes.
What was his time, mate?
8:39.
So he's just dropped down into the 8:30 range, just inside.
Fastest.
Yep, very impressive.
Tell you what looks impressive, boys. That thing. Kai.
Yeah.
Wow.
Absolutely. Having a good crack
Gee,
there.
that's a well-sorted car for a brand-new car.
Yeah.
By the looks of it.
Yep.
That looks
Sits
nice.
Very nice. Yeah,
I
big
don't know how
tail.
much fuel he's got in the back. A little bit soft in the back end or a little bit hard in the front end. I don't know what was there, but they were a little bit...
Yeah, going to be interesting to see, being the brand new car, whether they do some changes over the course of the weekend.
But that came in looking super impressive.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that.
It's a good-looking car, isn't it?
Beautiful. I think the white really suits it too.
Yeah.
It makes it pop compared to a dark colour. So Josh is eagerly looking at the tyres here, young fella.
No, I was just stuffing up.
Yeah. You were stuffing up, that's right.
Yeah. Interesting though, like you said, I suppose one of the good things about buying a Tatum or one of those US cars is it's
a good run, boys. 8:42 he just ran. Puts him in second place, 3.7 seconds behind Andy. That is fast.
Very good run.
Gee, damn. So that would have put him, if Andy didn't run, it would have put him in first. So,
Yes.
yep, Andy did the right thing there, making that run. So Kai Floyd, cracker.
3.7. I reckon there'll be 3 cars in between that by the end.
Probably by the end.
4.
It'll get very close. Again, I'm fascinated to see Clayton Chapman. I mean, he is an amazing prologue of that boy. Playing knock on wood.
Hey, have a look. Have a look though, Chappie. Last year's championship winner, Brent Martin, who we know's had a few little issues this year, but he's right behind Chappie. He does sit prologues pretty well. We haven't seen Danny Brown, who's rolling around now. We've got another handful of top contenders, Dale Martin and AJ, sitting up there waiting to go around. We've got AJ in front of them, so there's a number of fast. I'm going to call it top 10s still to run.
Yes.
And I'm not sure where Bo's camp is, but I'm sure they're frantic under that car right now. Giving it a good check over.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, checking oils and making sure everything's right. What time, again, I hope I'm not stitching anyone up, but what time are we racing proper here today, Josh? You got that?
Should be 1 o'clock, I think.
1 o'clock is the start of the 2 laps. Kildy off the line. Awesome to see. That's a built in-house vehicle by Kildy, so, and Mr. Digger.
Mr. Digger!
Oh, how good is that? We do love our trophy trucks around here. I know I talk a lot of rubbish, but gee, that is cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
Slides are into the park for May. I don't know what I'm going to call it, the pit lane.
Pit lane.
Yeah, pit lane. So good. Michael Dolan been very fast over the last
The gap
couple of years.
there between, he might have
I think he's
overtaken
passed.
Hannah.
Yeah, I think he's done the overtake.
Yeah, here's Hannah Bentley over the line. Must say, he got a fair bit of air coming over there, didn't he?
Yes.
He might be the new Billy Geddes.
He does love a jump. Absolutely.
Billy who?
Never heard of
him. Oh, slippery. Kildy having a good run in this. Again, he's been through a couple of iterations of trucks and Class 8s and bits and pieces, and now he does seem to have a truck that's pretty well balanced and sorted. Good looking rig. And again, the blue and orange pops. Good to see guys, going a bit out there with the colour scheme. The 1144, so that's Joey Bulmer.
No.
No?
1136 is Joey Bulmer. Yes.
Sant.
Yes,
That's the sand entry, yep.
That does
Just
that
trying
to
to
us
see
every
where,
race.
every
Every race.
Just
The
trying
old
to see.
I tell
The
you what, another
Brentford
one we haven't
came
even
in
talked
at the
about.
9:17.
Very
11:86.
Yep, that's a good run, hey.
16th.
Yeah, but it's still a good run. It's like a solid, especially if it's slippery.
When
and
I'm, when I'm looking at it, and it's 38 seconds behind, and just looking around that area.
Look, unfortunately,
38, 38.4.
unfortunately for him, he put a pass on in Prologue.
True.
So probably,
Oh, yeah, that would have held him.
recommendation of what his speed is. So unfortunately for him,
And I was going to say, we haven't even
True.
mentioned this man. I know we did talk about Jamie Knight as our player, but how good Jamie Knight's been really driving well over the last, done lots of kilometres. I think that's one of the keys that off-road racers need to understand. A lot of these guys running at the front, they don't race once a year. Like, Bo has done a lot of driving this year. Jamie has done a lot of racing this year. We get to,
And Jamie, not forgetting Jamie pulled Class 4 champion last year.
yes, running the 401 right now.
He was up the pointy end. Was he? Maybe he was top 5 in the championship last year. From memory.
Last year, absolutely. Yep.
4th or...
Yep. And again, in another Hall-built vehicle.
Yep,
Yeah.
another Hall-built car.
Built in the 2-bay. I don't know, I'm making that up. It sounded better than he's got a big workshop. No.
Big car.
Small shed, big drinks.
There goes the little Bennett.
Yeah. Again, it's
481.
another St. George car. Ah,
There's
yes.
Joey
Got
Bulmer.
green, and that is clearly Joey Bulmer's got
11:36
out.
safely over the line.
Got to remember that green. Joey Bulmer's tricked me up.
Oh, Jamie Knight was a little bit... Take it easy,
As he spins it, that corner definitely.
It
Yeah,
is
it's
so
catching a
slippery.
few out.
Yep. And in saying that there, you can see how easy it is for like the four-wheel drive looming. Like it would be a second faster through that, through a couple of those corners.
true.
Like those four-wheel drives and the like of, and again, Jackson might be very fast this year. There's a few four-wheel drives and yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out as an overall. Obviously, once we get out the back into the big part of the track, I mean, these trophy trucks are going to come into their own, aren't they?
100%.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Look at that. Look
That
at
footage. Oh.
It's so good. Although is Jamie catching someone?
Yeah, I think he had the 455, the 445 Smith and Sons in front of him. So I think he's going to catch him and put a little bit of time on him.
11:54 was that over the
big
line?
Jim's in.
Side
Yep.
by side.
It's like
Kowski.
Jim.
Oh, he did a big jump though. That is
Big Jim.
reminiscence of the big
Of the
Brumby.
Subi.
Yep, he does love a jump. How good's this that Danny Brown's here as well?
Yes. There's that 2J with about 30 horsepower at the wheels.
I think they heard you down there, mate.
They also didn't believe him.
Yeah. I don't believe a lot of things.
Like you said, that car on screen's done a lot of racing over the years now, hasn't
absolutely. The 439. Jamie Knight used to own that
it?
car.
It was up at Fink, I reckon, back in like 09 or something when I was
Absolutely.
up there.
Yeah, and earlier than that, that was when Gwynny had it.
And Mildura, those sorts of times.
Absolutely. So big shout out to Bernie Gwynn if you haven't listened.
Here we go, Danny Brown on the start line.
Hope you're not doing CVs, Berb.
Yeah.
I know you're not a fan.
Yeah, buggy dog life.
But yet, Danny Brown, the big turbo car.
Number 4 this weekend. Always running number 4. Not 42.
Yeah.
These other.
Well, he
Well,
was,
they got that many cars. They couldn't even
don't know, but
which car it
he
is.
was running 4 at Fink as well, and I think he was racing 4 at Hillston. So yeah,
Has run 4 all this year, yes.
yeah. So making the move to a single-digit number.
But
I can't even think who was historically 4. Was it Crow?
Yes, Buddy Crone.
Yep. And Buddy sold his car now, I believe.
But like you said, a good difference here. We'll see family racing, but also, like you said, Father Andy in the 1142, running a 4-wheel drive V8 Alumacraft, this being a 2-wheel drive twin turbo V6, 3.5 litre.
And they'd still have Sheila at home in the shed as well, don't they? The V8 Illumicraft, two-wheel drive one. So
currently a VK getting built for it.
Very good.
Which I reckon is one of the sweeter sounding. That Marson 6 litre. First of the unlimited cars. I'm like, why are we waiting?
Big long wait. But yes, you're absolutely right.
Which will be handy for Danny, because I was thinking, he's probably close to catching that 422 Mickelfab.
Yes.
In front of him.
No, he'll have a nice little gap there.
And he's got a good gap planned.
Yeah. But yeah, looking forward to seeing some of our unlimited cars get off the start line. Like we said, first car off the line, Danny Brown, George Apted, in that Illumicraft twin turbo 3.5 litre V6. Then we see behind it the 15 of...
Now, am I on the right track, Josh? It's a VR, not a VQ. So it's a
it's a GDR.
D-stroke. Yep, gotcha. Yeah, because I remember him talking about something with the motor's quite hard to get, but he's got a couple of VRs apparently stashed away. Yes.
Just goes.
I think you got to hold on to them. I think you got to make sure they don't go anywhere.
But yeah, a heap different lineup. Like you said, we got the 2J in the number 1 sitting there with Dale Martin. We've got the naturally aspirated 4 litre, but it looks like they're starting to...
Oh, I was just saying, sorry, mate. I was saying it's actually Godzilla versus Flying Supra right on the line. It is Fast and Furious.
Start to build a bit of boost.
Gone.
Gee, when it starts moving, it has some serious horsepower, that thing. So these cars will be over 1,000 horsepower. Let's talk real.
I think particularly in Prologue, when they've got them set to kill, plenty of boost wound into them. Whether that's kill the tyres, kill the block,
kill a torque converter,
or kill the time at Prologue. It's an all-in option. But yeah, like you said, some of the in-cab that come out from Clayton Chapman as well, you saw the performance of how much stink that little 2JZ had.
Yep.
So very,
boys,
very
I've got right beside me none other than our championship squared away leader that just had a little oops. Bo, how you feeling, mate? What happened?
Mate, just a rookie mistake. Which,
You're not a rookie.
That's right. It's surprising to get down here.
Yeah. That's all right. Your car looks all right. I don't think there'll be too many dramas, huh? All right. There you are, Bo. Swatching eagerly as Clayton Chapman leaves the line. They are squared away, neck and neck for this third round of the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship. So,
jeez, that thing has some motor.
Current squared leader with Bo.
But great to see the chappies out here having a good crack there. That 2JZ, plenty of performance. It's like you said, slightly set up a bit different. Like you said, not that Razorback not being as big a car as, say, the Illumicrafts or the Jimcos that we see here, but definitely very fast through the tight stuff.
They try to use the handling to their advantage, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
So you'll see that it's set up quite a bit stiffer in the suspension, spring rates and bits and pieces. So it's interesting, as you can see on this live feed, the different way that the vehicles are set up and the different hits they take. And again, Chappie last year's winner at the Gundy 500, so he knows exactly what he's got to do.
100%.
Now we see on the start line Dale Martin. Now something interestingly about this is actually a 4 litre V6, so a increased capacity VQ35. So looking to get just a bit more performance now. Brent, definitely going to be very fast as well. But yeah, we see Chappie just creeping slowly as he's almost spun it all the way around. He's always pointing the wrong way. Had to get a big handful of that turning brake to try and bring it back in line and straighten it back up. Like you said, that's that advantage of the four-wheel drives.
Yeah, and Josh, you see it instantly back on. I think that's something that we were talking about the time in the seat. Like these guys, they're so good at just brushing off a little, like a whoops. Like, a lot of guys, they struggle to get back into the groove, don't they?
Yes.
Then we were talking about making a couple more mistakes, whereas for Chappie, that's just another day in the office. He's back on Prologue kill.
Absolutely. We see the 93 on the start line. Aaron James, one of the first Illumicrafts that was in the country building boost. Now it's an Eco Boost, so a Ford V6 3.5 litre.
Oh, Jamie Knight with the big jump. He's the local, he knows. Hey, what I was pointing at there, sorry Josh, Brett Martin really out wide on the lines, and it's actually working for him. He's half in the grass. Might be some traction out there.
Absolutely. It looks like he's finding some superb. Once again, I think that corner there is going to be very tricky all weekend. I don't see it drying out much. Seems like a lot of the guys are still running that outside line. But, yeah, very fast running that outside line. See him sort of straight through the mud there, though. Like, obviously, knowing that it's straight, he can attack it. But Brett, always a super competitor, super fast. If he's not having troubles, I'd expect to see him, as the weekend progresses, into the top 5,
that
even
is
pushing for that top. Yep.
Oh, stonking. No turbos on that thing, running against the turbo cars. He's got the one on the roof for a reason.
As we see the 5 off the start line as well, that's his brother Dale, a great off-road racing family. Their father Craig also a regular at events. Hasn't seen him around for a little while, but great to see that the boys are still here carrying on the tradition.
Multi-time Australian champion, yes. Yeah, Craig, no joke at all.
That big alpha. Hopefully we get to see it back out and run it again soon.
Yeah, cannot wait, that's for sure.
Tell you what, there's still a lot of water out there, isn't there?
Yeah, there sure is.
Yeah, it's such an interesting racetrack with how dry and dusty it is in places.
Yeah, so that's, sorry, I've got Mark Robinson out of St. George. Nice clean run for that truck, so they're having a good crack.
Now sitting on the start line, the 16, the racer engineering of Talbot Cox.
Yeah, with Danny.
So the only thing there is that I'm not sure how this Steve Von Peen works, so we're just keeping an eye out for him. And Danny must be making
I think
good
that's Danny Brown coming back in towards it.
Yep,
towards us,
correct, towards the dam.
Unlimited cars.
Yep. Yeah, we've just gone quiet because we are watching all the action.
We're engulfed in it.
It's going to be very cool here to see the 4. So around the dam, very quick, and he'll put all that boost to action there. Again, nice wide line. That's fast. Dale
Blue.
Martin on screen, blazing across that Gundy. What do we call it? It's not really melon holes out here, is it? But it's got that country. She's got some big holes.
Undulations.
Undulations. That's I like that. Talbot Cox having a good run too in that Toyota racer.
And I'm going to say there's more than 30 seconds between Danny and Chappie behind him. That should be Clayton coming in.
Gee, you're right. It definitely feels like it. 21 off the line, the monk built of Mark Burrows, but did not get on boost there.
No,
there it is.
There he is.
That's odd. It's just like it didn't clear up off the line. The 44 of Jordan Patterson and Perry Compton. So Tom Burrows in the passage. Are we getting the next of the Burrows through the lineage right there? But Mark Burrows off the line. Gee, it still sounds like it's got all the horsepower that it needs. Clayton Chapman powering away from the dam there from our spectator vantage. Talbot Cox on the live stream, that green racer streaking across southern Queensland's harsh environment. Talbot, another guy that has been doing an amazing job. Been very fast in recent years, had a couple of outright victories.
While we're waiting, fellas, I just see in front of us the Barnett entries at the start line here. With the torque converter issue earlier, so obviously done a patch-up to get it through, and hopefully they can fix tonight.
Yeah, hopefully. Maybe it might have been something simpler than they thought. Maybe a bled line or something that just... Hopefully they get her off the line.
See recovery heading out in the distance. Hopefully there's nothing untoward. It was a...
Will that be Brett Martin?
Oh, yeah, Brett. No.
In the one? No,
yes, that was Brett.
It had, yeah, I'm sure, because then we're expecting to see Aaron James and then Dale Martin.
Yes. Definitely had that naturally aspirated V6 sound.
Yep,
so Danny Brown's turning back towards us, boys, back towards the finish line.
He is in the
just
stadium.
Before he gets to that jump, you can see him on screen now, before you'll see, as he comes around this left-hander back towards us, and not too far, you'll see a big G out here. About now somewhere, where is it? About here. There.
Through the mud.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. It's a good run. Man, it's fast. Gee, it gets going. That's a lot of horsepower on show right there for the number 4 of Danny Brown and George Apted.
There you go. I just got word from the Barnetts. They did change the torque converter.
They got one.
Mate,
that's fantastic.
what a
news.
crew.
What a crew. That's
To
a quick
get that
job.
done.
Transaxle out, transaxle back in.
What,
Woo.
45 minutes?
Very good.
Phenomenal effort.
Yep, that is exactly what that means.
Tell us.
Gee, is that split nothing?
Split nothing.
Oh,
yet.
no, it's 10 seconds. Gee, he's just topped everyone.
9.7.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Wow.
9.3 seconds.
Wow.
Danny Brown, your current Raceline Prologue leader.
Destroyer.
Come on, 9 seconds.
9 seconds. Damn.
It's a bit rude to do that to your dad.
I think so.
9 seconds.
Hey, Dan, time to hand those keys back, mate.
Yeah.
So good. And that shows why that split to Clayton. Clayton's right on point. So it's going to be interesting to see what time he comes through. But yeah, that's fascinating. That Razorback of Clayton Chapman. Again, those guys building their own engines now, working with those frames from Razorback. So plenty going on there. Was that Dale Martin, I think, just scooting that way? So, sorry again, guys. We apologise, but there is so much going on.
8.26.
He just smoked them.
Clayton Chapman, 8.26. That's
How is
first
that
place
possible?
overall.
Wow, boys.
Man. Nah, it's only got 450 horsepower, guys.
Out of each cylinder.
That is stonking.
Those guys are on fire, and good on them.
Yes,
I
absolutely.
tell you what, they've been a long time coming for those guys to sit at the top, and well done.
Yep, they've done their apprenticeship, and it's all clicking, isn't it, now?
Not that there's not somebody can't pop them off the top stall, now, but
Yep. Just shows how fast Clayton is.
we've got last year's champion on the rolling back in too, boys. So,
It's crazy to think he's up there with an NA car, which is so good to see. Beautiful drive there from the number 1 of Brent Martin. Oh, that crisp V8 car. Was that Talbot?
That'll be Talbot.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
That unique Toyota noise that comes out of that thing.
Andre de Simon in the
Brent Martin in 5th place, boys, 8:45.9.
That's a solid run, hey.
That's solid. They'll be fairly happy with that.
Literally half the horsepower.
Obviously, you want to be on top spot with no dust. However, not everyone can be there.
Yeah, very cool. So what? Oh, that's a trophy truck on the... So that might be, and now that I say that, I have not seen Steve Von Peen come back in. So I reckon that'll be that Mickelfab truck coming back in. Hopefully they get that sorted. Steve, awesome motorbike racer from up north at the Bowen. Has a lot to do with the Don River Dash. So this will be AJ, the big single-seater. Aaron James. Great drive there from AJ.
And he's done fairly well over the years too, hasn't he?
Very well. Yeah, it's not so long ago he was on the podium at Fink in second in a single seat.
Correct.
Everyone else has got GPSs and navigators.
He's on
this
his
man's
own.
just driving. He just whatever he can see. Absolutely amazing.
Which is pretty good on its own.
Yep, very impressive. So keep a good eye on him. It'll be interesting to see where, again, obviously once he gets track knowledge, he'll get faster and faster. And that car loves the rough sandy. It's a big car. But I suppose
AJ in 9th, mate.
Perfect.
8:58.9.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, 8:58.9.
Yep, probably a good place to chase from, hey? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
He'll have a
definitely.
bit of track, someone in front of him, someone going. So Dale Martin now.
Second on the Martin entries across the line. It's good to see the boys.
Absolutely.
Dale and AJ.
Sandy, do you know, that's an ex-someone car?
Ex-New Zealand?
Ex-New Zealand Jimco, righto. Yeah, 'cause it's obviously an Aussie special. One of the Jimcos.
I'm not too sure where. I forget where that came from, but they did have a couple of issues when it came in. Hopefully the Martins, as we know, the Martins have been at the top of the sport for a long, long time.
Yep, they'll sort it out.
Second generation out here at the moment, so they won't hang around at the bottom end for too long.
Not at all.
Oh, there you go. 8.46 in behind his brother, Brent. So they got the Martins in 5th and 6th possession. That's pretty comfy spot to start Gundy.
Yes, good spot.
That's not a bad spot to start Gundy at all.
Yep.
The guys that are hitting that puddle out there on the way back in.
Yes.
There we go. Is that Talbot?
Talbot, Cox, absolutely.
Staunch.
Yeah, good run from there. That car really likes the rough. Man, it's done some crazy things. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want another race to go to, Talbot is one of the main organisers, and Mick Marson of the Don River Dash. And I tell you what, if it isn't one of the best races in Australia, I don't know what is. Because you're in Bowen, you're looking at the ocean, you're having Maccas if that's what you feel like, and then you watch an off-road race. You can drive into Sydney. It is that good. Have you been there?
No.
You got to make it happen. You can drive into town listening to the AM or FM radio that they put the live feed over and enjoy it, and you're actually still at the race listening, and you can drive back out to the racetrack. It's amazing. It is a simply amazing race. So there's plenty to see. If Mum's sick of the dust, she can go back to the resort and look at the ocean, and then you can be racing all day. It doesn't get
any better. Except Gundy 500.
Absolutely. I don't mean that. I just mean if you're not at Gundy by now, you're probably not at Gundy.
No, you're right.
So plan in September to head up to that race. It'll be a good one. And there's still plenty of ARB Australian Championship races left. Millicent next on the line.
Mate, September the 20th to 22nd down in Millicent, South Australia.
So good. It's going to be amazing down there, and we're going to get people chasing championship points.
Jordan Patterson off the line. That's another really well-looking car, a well-prepared car.
And a Razorback, a big Razorback, so pretty cool.
The Monk car over the line, Mark Burrows.
Yep.
We'll get some times up as they come up.
And again, as we said, Tom Burrows in the passenger seat of that, so pretty cool. Now, this is another one to watch out for, boys. 34, Kai Camilleri. Comes out of a side-by-side, won the North Queensland Super Series outright in a side-by-side against Mick Marson and Talbot and these sort of names. Won it outright, has gone to a Jimco. He's tied up with the Comiskey crew. Don't quote me, but it's the son of some. Anyway, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And he is now racing a Pro Buggy, one to watch for.
So we've got also, while we're just waiting, Talbot Cox with 8.46 and 7th.
Yeah.
So
good spot.
We've got some reasonable times up here for our top 10, top 12. Mark Burrows with a 9.02 in 13th.
Yep, not a bad spot. Hey, also Luke Hendry is in the passenger seat of that car. So the man that was building the big 7 litres, he's actually sitting passenger seat in Kai Camilleri's car. So again, all the crew out of the North Queensland. There's a big North Queensland contingent here this weekend.
Isn't it awesome that you got people like that are not only building motors for off-road race, but then they're coming here and competing as well. It's a fantastic thing. Like we said, we talked about the guys from Raceline were saying about the community that's in this sport. It's second to none.
It's big. Everybody, I think what did we say, our top 4 event sponsors, Chapmans, MR Trans,
Mike Shock Shop,
and
Raceline.
Bulmer.
Oh, yeah, Joey Bulmer.
They're 4 guys. They're all out here racing this weekend, putting a lot back into the sport.
Yeah.
So,
hey, that car sounds strong there, young Joshua. The number 24 of Ryan Taylor got Thomas Swinglehurst.
Swindlehopper.
One wheel up, getting it done.
That is a classic Ryan Taylor move right there. Very unique driving style, that man. But an Australian champion.
Or did we just have a moment?
We had a little moment.
Yeah. Out in the
There's a lot of water if you're not on the race line. There seems to be some deep puddles to the sides.
Well, it seems like the water seems to be on the race line. It seems to be the natural line that people are selecting seems to be catching them out. So it'd be interesting to see if we see some adjustments if we do a top 10 shootout, but also the first lap or our second lap of the heat. Be interesting to see if we see drivers. These guys are pretty smart, whether they make an adjustment to the lines that they take here. But awesome to see RT in that method race wheels. Tatum, already won Tatum right up the front. Like you said, carrying that inside wheel for a good 10-15 metres there as he come out of the corner. Plenty of performance. And a nice inside line there from Ryan. picking some very good lines. Plenty of water splashed up and around. I tell you what, it's hard to tell sometimes because of the way that the water splashes and the dust, you can't actually quite see what's happening. So there's always that nervous sort of half a second to see whether the car comes out the other side. But Ryan looking like he's on a bit of a heater here.
Yeah, absolutely. Ryan looking like he's smoking it. And Craig Krog and also Dean Searle. Josh, that's that Black Betty. They had a really cracking run at Don River.
Yes.
You know, so again, another... how many times are we going to say, keep a good eye on this? Because, yeah, the 23 is one to look for because once he gets a groove on, he's done a couple of Gundys, I believe, now, and that Razorback has done its work too. The 99 of Drew Callender and Ashley Cameron, another Razorback off the line. Oh, he was sideways before the corner. Yeah, gathered it up. That was Krog.
Yeah, very nice save. Now we've got the overhead shot of this corner. You can see, like you said, turned it in a little bit early, so not a bad line. That was actually a very good line.
Yep, so there you go. That's brilliant.
Must have known the camera was filming. Didn't want to...
No, it's a nice line through there, absolutely. And again, the 99 now making its way. It's off the line and round behind the trees.
So we've got a lot of people at home looking on, getting a few messages from those at home. We know my old mate Frelfie up in Mount Isa looking on.
Beautiful. Big shout out.
John Alfred.
So that's awesome. Craig Barnett and Megan Barnett, as we talk about the 68 off the line now. And just getting off the line is a huge achievement, considering that they had those torque converter issues early on.
They changed it. 45-minute
Brilliant.
Torque converter change for the Barnett.
Brilliant.
Cougar Racing team down there.
Driven a long way. He's like, I'm going racing. That's what's happening. I'll weld that bugger up.
Yeah. Now, was it Kai Camilleri, the first car that we saw off the line, the Red Nut Racing Jimco? They were the first one after we had our... It'll be Kai that we'll start to see back in.
Yep.
I think you're right.
Yes,
mate.
yep.
Yeah.
Kai Camilleri, the Red Nut Racing Jimco. So another fresh machine here. I think his first race in it was Fink. Beautifully turned out Jimco. No, there must have been...
No, yeah, I was going to say, but Trek 2's car, is that Jordan? Is that the 44?
Jordan Peterson. So it must have been one car behind in the
which
the
makes sense.
line.
That did look a bit like a Razorback coming through there.
So it sounds like the 68, the Cougar Racing there, doesn't sound like it's got much slip going on in its torque converter or anything like that. Looks like it's...
I'll tell you what, there's a lot of slip in the torque converter up here, mate.
It's the trans.
Do we know what happened to Mikey Zaka?
Oh, we've got an idea.
I know what happened.
Back in.
Rowan Williams. Oh, hey, this would be cool. Rowan Williams is off the line, the old 29. She's done a lot of work, that. Kimco. Bruss. These last names. What is that?
Yeah,
Chilcott. Is that what it is?
This is my man right here, but Jim.
Jimmy. She's a Jimmy.
So there we see Kai Camilleri come in as well. Gone around the dam.
Yes, we did see. Yes, Camilleri around the dam, correct. I don't even know where I am anymore.
Gundy sitting on the start line.
500.
500.
Yeah.
Round 3
Four
of the
cars
ARB
left.
Championship.
Who have we got left? We've got...
Rowan Williams. So that's the 29.
Now we've just shut down cars again.
We did. Hey, out of interest, so that car, Mick Taylor will know all of these answers, but is that Glenn Owen's old car?
Yes.
So that was the 30 at one point. They changed it to 29, went to Rowan Williams. I actually believe it was Rowan Williams' second pro buggy, and he's got that one, and it's pretty sorted. It's a nicely turned out car.
Good to see it out. Maybe it's just us not keeping up. Haven't seen it raced in a while, so great to see that it is back on track. Always good to see Jimco's making it out of the shed and get racing.
Mick Taylor's the best. Yes. Thanks, Mick. I appreciate that. Good work.
Looking forward to that rump cap later on.
And Mark Amos is on the line too in the 22, the little single-seater. Very awesome to see.
Now, unfortunately, I'm going to make a little bit of a prediction here. We've probably thrown the commentator's curse out. The 24 is currently missing at the moment. Probably expected to see Ryan be back in at this point in time. So sadly, it's probably a bit too much of a gap.
Yeah.
I guess we'll know when this vehicle makes it past. But yeah, just unfortunately a few little dramas here on the Prologue. We'll have to find out a bit later on if we
overall, I think we've had a fairly good success rate with finishes.
That's actually true.
When you think about 100 cars,
we've only had a handful.
So because that's definitely Patterson coming in the Razorback.
100%. The holes get deeper, I reckon.
It's hard to pick. I think that's Ryan, isn't it?
44.
No, that's
Jordan over the line.
Oh, that's Korg. That is the Razorback.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so unfortunately we have lost the 24.
Yep. Then we should expect to see Drew Callender and then Craig Barnett. So
it looks.
So again, the 44 now in. We're looking for times for the 44. Oh, hooking in down there. Coming down the main straight now. This is Kai Camilleri.
Yeah, so the guys putting in a bit of work. I know that they have just recently spent a weekend at Billy Geddes' place, using Geddes' as test track.
Billy Geddes' track?
Never heard of her.
They'd learn a thing or two at that track.
I don't know if they'd learn what they need to learn, bud.
Luke Hendry in the passenger seat of that one.
But good to see them having a good run as well. That beautiful little Jimco 2000 series.
Yeah, it is good. And again, a young fella that can definitely steer. So
absolutely, come out of doing a bit of an apprenticeship in the side-by-sides as well. It was always very competitive there.
Yeah, so we're just looking through now about, again, as it would probably be expected now, we're running through, there's a few little gaps and probably, Ryan Taylor, depending where he's
held back here for a little while, haven't we? So there might have been an incident with RT out there.
Yeah, whether it's just on the racing line.
It's just a car issue more so than a...
I'm going to say nothing too major, I'd say, because it sounds like
they're on their way again.
They're directing them back from the start line, so... Because I don't wonder now if they'll let some of the people that may have stopped have a rerun as well.
Of course.
Barnett just hooked up on it. So these the corners are quite deceptive, really, aren't they? Because even Bo said, that corner that he hooked up on, he said it was loose as hell, and then all of a sudden gripped up.
Yes.
So you're halfway through the corner, and what you think's going to be a nice loose corner to hold wide, all of a sudden you're hooked up and trying to go over.
I just got a text from Mick Taylor. Said they tipped the 24 over. Bummer. So that does explain why we're pausing for a bit. So, unfortunately, the 24. He did look like he was on a cracker too, which is, again, listen, when you're going fast, I suppose that's part of the game. But Ryan, one of the fastest. So, fortunately, not the way they wanted to start their weekend. So that's, 2 for the weekend so far that we've had, and 2 of our main competitors.
Barnett's.
Oh. Good save. Good save right there. Getting a little bit rogue. A little bit loose.
Oh, no, it's Craig Krog. It's good to see him come over the line anyway, that's for sure. It almost looks like there's water flowing into that part of the track back there. It's not far from the finish line.
Yes. Definitely, obviously, one of those holes that,
this should be Barnett's. Is that right?
Definitely seems like you need to commit to it straight.
Yeah.
I think you can't try and get around the outside or anything like that. It seems like what it did there is he got 1 or 2 wheels into it on the side and it sucked him in. Yes. Yep. So I think it's one of those ones you're going to have to attack straight.
Drew Callender over the finish line, car 99. Still leading, Clayton Chapman, followed by Danny Brown with an 8.29. 3.4 seconds behind Chappie. Andy Brown, Kai Floyd in 4th. Brent Martin, 5th. Dale Martin, 6th. Talbot Cox, 7th. Bowie, the first of our 10 cars, in 8th. Richo in car 119 in 9th. Kai Camilleri in 10th.
Oh, good run from Kai.
With an 8 minutes 50.5. So our top 10 go from an 8.26 to an 8.50. 24 seconds between our top 10. So that's reasonable.
Very reasonable. And a reasonable spread as well there. Like you said, I suppose we did call it early on in the weekend. We did say we wouldn't be surprised to see Bowie up in that top 10 in his 10 car. So an awesome drive there. As we keep up with some of these drone shots here, the Raceline Prologue. And now that's the 68 of the Barnett in that Mark 6 Southern Cross, I believe he said last night. So
correct.
Good to see that they're able to get the full lap under there. Obviously, the repairs in the pits, getting that torque converter changed,
and I'm sure they'll be checking over all their work again once they're in now. So
yeah, absolutely.
Ready for the first 2 laps this afternoon.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. 160 kilometres this afternoon.
That's a fair haul.
That's a fair haul.
So.
Yeah, usually Saturday used to be Prologue in 1 lap.
Correct.
So now we've got that extra lap thrown in there, 2 laps to do this afternoon. According to our schedule, the laps are supposed to start at 1 o'clock, so make sure you don't go anywhere. Now's an excellent opportunity to line up at the bar, get yourself a steak burger or some chips, sausage rolls, pies.
Probably have to fight off Dan Curran if you're down there.
No, especially for the sausage roll.
Just while we've got a moment, we may as well go through our current class leaders, which is Chappie, Clayton in car 15, obviously in first place. Andy Brown in class 11 in 3rd place. The first of our 10 cars is Bowie in 8th. Richo in 119 in 9th. The McNiven entry in car 604 in 11th. So that's good to see that up there. So we've got a little bit of a spread of cars. Jamie Knight, car 401 in 17th. And there's a reasonably good spread of cars. And realistically, we've only had, out of all those cars, currently we've got about, I think we've got about 84 finishes, 5 finishes, and still a few to come off the track and a few to run. I saw earlier Shane the Doc Smith in car 445 being towed in the little RB30 powered Nissan Class 4.
Yeah, hopefully, like I said, I believe, talking to Shane before, he was very confident that the OBR entry would be back out and about for the heat races. So just a little bit of a minor tip, just having a look over it. They've got the all clear from medical that they can race again, so we will see the OBR. I'm pretty confident that, like you said, a lot of these teams have that never say die attitude until the fat lady's singing. They'll be working on their race cars to get it, so I'm sure we'll see the Taylor entry as well. Hopefully we see them back. I'm sure whatever issues most of our competitors have had, they'll be back out on track.
From what we can tell, there's only really been a couple of little bits of light damage out there at the moment. So,
I had a look at the time. You can make it. Yeah, right. What we'll do then, we'll get ready straight up. So, there'll be a presentation.
We've still got 4 cars to run, so there'll be a light intermission on what's going on out in the track until we get these last 4 to run, and there may be a couple of reruns by the looks of them pulling back off the start line there. And I believe we're not going to have time for a top 10. We've got 100 competitors. We had a really smooth prologue overall, a couple of little issues, but that will then leaves us a little short on time with 100 cars still going to get around this the first section, should I say, not the last section, the last few cars, and then the first section of day 2 of the ARB Gundy 500, which next year, Jamie's just walking off, just whispered in my ear, is going to be a 600. He didn't hear me. So...
Yeah, unfortunately, like you said, trying to get that 100 cars, and then also, with that 100 cars having to do 2 laps this afternoon, we need to make sure that we're still ready to go at 1 o'clock for the designated start of
time,
heat. Yes. So unfortunately, no top 10 shootout, but they still will do the presentation for the for 1, 2, and 3 of our Prologue positions. So sponsored by Raceline and Gundy Tyre Services as well.
Mate, while we've got a second, let's run through some sponsors. We know the championship obviously has been backed by ARB 4x4 accessories since its inception, nearly over 10 years ago. And Mickey Thompson tyres have been on board since day one as well. Greatly appreciated recent times, the last couple of years. We spoke to Jared from Raceline Wheels earlier. They've been on board. They're sponsoring this Prologue that you're seeing now. And three big companies backing the sport, not to mention all the million other people that help get this sport going, especially race per race, should I say.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's the thing. There's major sponsors. There's people that do the the championship, but also every single little event always has their local sponsors as well, which is awesome to see. There's so many of them. All the banners up along the back fence there. If you're thinking about purchasing something or doing something, there's plenty of things here, and get in and support the people that are supporting these off-road races.
Most definitely. I'm seeing a little bit of dust out there. I don't know if that's just over to our right. Maybe just some recovery cars moving around. I'm not too sure where RT's had a mishap.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Obviously, safety is absolutely paramount. So if you've had a couple of vehicles, recovery vehicles, move from their designated position or their checkpoints where they keep track of everyone, we've got to make sure that they're
back in
position before we start the Prologue as well. So, because obviously, while racing is fun, it's obviously safety is our number one paramount.
Absolute.
For competitors, obviously one of the other things is we want to make sure that we look after the land that we're racing on as well. These are actually working farms. I think there's 6 or 7 different properties that we all race across, all privately owned on land. So obviously we want to respect the land, respect the farmers, respect the way that they make a living and what they do for the community. So always ensuring that, that they may, rather than just towing the car back through the paddock, they may be, sticking to the track or sticking to the track and towing it along the way home rather than just taking a direct route to make sure that we don't damage their land too much, because it is, super
either
important.
Crops or animals out here farming.
Yep, super important that we respect the land that we are racing on. We want to continue to be invited back.
Got a little bit of engine movement down there on the start line, mate. I don't know if that means
cranks rotating.
Presume that means we're getting ready for a restart here. Car 29.
Yes, car 29.
Rowan
Williams, the Williams Racing.
3.5 twin turbo Jimco. Kind of funny, these were a big car. These smaller cars were really big 10 years ago.
Now, I did remember after it was an Owen car, it did change hands again. And I couldn't quite remember, but I just got a message from Ricky Barton listening along at home. Spent a little bit of time in Western Australia as the Undecided Racing crew as well. So I knew it did a few little rotations after Owen, but yes. Yep, Undecided Racing in WA as well. And now great to see it here in Queensland in the Rowan Williams family.
Away it goes, mate. Car 29 safely off the line.
The way it gets up on boost, and it is away and cooking there. Plenty of horsepower as well out of that Nissan VQ 3.5 litre twin turbo, and then we see the 22 of Mark Amos.
Subaru.
Yes, EJ20.
Single-seater. I don't know, they're brave. They're brave people.
Must be
I couldn't do it.
a big weekend. They must be mentally drained by the time they're finished trying to navigate. That year, AJ finished second at Fink. I still don't know how he did it. And now, you know, 500 kilometres around this race course as well is going to be a very busy weekend here for the single-seaters. But the EJ20, they're ready to rock and roll. So 22, that is Mark Amos.
Anyone out there sitting on your radios or have a handheld for a crew radio or something, can you just check those? So we've got people sitting on their receivers or something and got a lot of feedback.
As we also see the 82, that is Christopher Moore, John Moore. The Mazda 1300, is this, I'm going to have to go with it's rotary powered.
Oh.
Is he
hear it from here.
Is he claiming a 13B to be 1300 cc's?
I don't know what's going on there.
Damn rotary boys. No, they're hard to tell. I can't. When he gets a bit of RPM out of it, we'll get a bit more of an idea as to whether it's a piston motor or a Wankel.
Sounds piston.
I know rotaries were quite popular, obviously nice and lightweight. Plenty of performance.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
that's a rotary.
That's a rotary.
Yeah.
Boosted rotary?
Yes, definitely a boosted 13B there. Or I'm just assuming 13B because of the 1300 that he's claiming. Then we have the 80 off there as well. Chris Land.
Racing. Last car for this year's Gundy 500 Raceline Prologue.
Now, something interesting, the way that spare tyre's mounted, obviously a mid-mounted Jimco, so the motor tucked in right behind the driver and navigator and the gearbox at the back. Otherwise, I don't think they'd be able to mount that spare tyre. Now, is it fitting that, am I eyeballing this, but is it fitting that our last vehicle for the Raceline Prologue happens to be sitting on a set of Raceline rims?
It does, mate. Yes. I'm looking at exactly the same thing.
Pretty healthy sounding little V8 in that. 6-litre Chev in the Jimco. So still a clutch car as well. You hear the way he gets it off the start line there. Not running a torque converter, still a clutch. So we will have a little bit of a gap here at the start line, as I think there was only 4 or 5 cars left to go off the start line when we had that break there. So like we said, now's the perfect time. Get on across to the bar, grab yourself a little bit of food, support the Gundy Hawks. Always out here doing an excellent job. I tell you what, Gundy, the food, they always turn it on. A few goldies, a few black rats. Make for a good weekend. But I tell you what a little log jam we got at the top. Like you said, 20 seconds across the top 10. That's not much. I suppose when you look at it, you average it out. That's only 2 seconds a car. Like not much of a gap.
Much of a gap. Especially when you've got 500 k's of racing to go.
Yes.
500 k's, a lot can happen in 500 k's.
Well, we've seen how much has happened in 8 kilometres. Plenty has happened here. So Chris Land, our last car to sort of shoot across in front of us. Nice little sounding Chev 6-litre. Just slowly tiptoeing his way around. I think this is a relatively new race car for them.
I think they was start of the year.
Yes.
Rainbow.
Yep, so 3rd race in the car.
So, not sure if they've done any short courses in between, but
I'm guessing first time at Gundy in an unlimited car as well. So
they did have a car last year in a different car, so.
Definitely a smart way to work your way into it.
Tell you what, the queue for food's quite large down there. You called and they came.
Yeah.
In a moment, folks, we'll wander down. We'll have the presentation. Once these last cars finish across the line, the presentation for the top 3. Top 1 for the Raceline Prologue. The winner.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're in the crowd out here, anybody that's got a pit radio on them or a UHF that's listening on, can you just check your mics, please? Somebody is sitting on a mic on a live recovery channel, which we need those recovery channels clear to continue the race. So anybody that's got a pit mic, UHF on them, please check your microphone buttons.
Even something to check, maybe you've got the Vox on, the voice activation. So just have a little bit of your UHF. If you are joined into the UHF recovery channel, make sure we check. Even if you've got a radio and you don't think you're on that channel, just please double check that you may have accidentally switched channels. So this should be car 29 making its way in, Rowan Williams in the Jimco. I believe he was the first of our cars off the line. Yeah, that orange light at the front makes it a little bit easier to recognise.
Next should be our single-seater Subi. Is that correct?
Yes, EJ20. Cool to see, like you said, the different
good mix-up
ways.
of
Yeah, absolutely.
So many different combos out here this weekend.
Boosted Subarus, we've got Nissans, Fords,
Mazdas,
Stroker Fords that are naturally aspirated to 4 litres. Like it's a great competition. That's one of the great things about off-road racing. It's not a cookie cutter. You've got to do this, you've got to do that. These are the guidelines. There's a very wide set of guidelines that you have to work within.
Here comes the Subaru, mate, back towards the dam. Car 22.
So number 22, single-seater EJ20, Elite Tech Nutrients Racing, that's Mark Amos. The vehicle's a rocker, a single-seater rocker.
There you go.
Good to see once again. These are cars that have been successfully raced for a long time, passed on, and they're not lost to our sport. But I tell you what, I am excited for what the afternoon has to bring. Like you said, we've got 190 kilometres really, an 85k loop. 190 kilometres, 170, sorry. That was some really bad quick math.
It looks like we've had about 7 or 8 cars out due to whether it be mechanical or run off the road or whatever on our Prologue. But we'll be doing our Raceline Prologue winners, and which will also be Gundy Tyre Services will be backing it up with a first, second, third. And that'll be happening in the next 10 or 15 minutes. Dan's back here after a few hamburgers down there, mate.
Yeah. No, you don't want to know what I was doing.
You're looking quite fresh, though.
Yes. That's what I'm doing. Fighting fires, Sandy.
Yeah.
Not on track, thank goodness.
Yes.
There is the first of our last 4 after our break coming back into the finish line.
Yeah, very good. So that's that. That water. Are they pumping water in out there?
That's what I said before. It looks like the water's going
deeper
into that hole.
Yeah, so that's Rowan, isn't it? Rowan
Merchant.
Correct.
Yeah, we talked about
it.
No,
Williams.
Williams, sorry. I had a very friendly person messaged me, passed on some very good information.
Yes.
Spent a little bit of time. I knew there was a gap in between Owen, couldn't quite remember. Spent a little bit of time in Western Australia undecided. Right. Yes. So thank you to the people that do listen along at home and message in.
Well, first off, we apologise.
Yeah.
Second off, we appreciate it.
The corrections.
But you're right, he did do a few of those WA. He was like a Kalgoorlie, and that's right. Because that's the hard bit, isn't it? I was just talking to Dan Hardman down there, and we were talking about, like, there's so many good cars now, and there's so many good drivers. Like, it's hard to keep up with how many there is. Like, there's so many new next generations coming through, and it's an amazing thing to see, which is very, very good for the sport. It's amazing. Like, Gundy pumping, everything's happening. Look how many spectators there are here today.
Cars.
So good. So we're definitely having a good time here today.
Mark Amos on his way back to the finish line. Second last little jump. Over the finish, we should have 2 cars left. The Land Racing Car 80 and...
our little rotary-powered
Boosty Boy.
Mazda Boosty Boy, Christopher Moore.
The 1.3 litre 13B.
Yeah.
It's amazing how much horsepower rotaries make. Yeah. It's almost like they're bigger than they are.
So you saying?
Stop it.
You think what I'm thinking?
No, I'm thinking what you're thinking. So again, have we seen any cars come in on straps or anything like that while I was gone? Or
we're still keeping an eye out for RT.
RT.
I'd say this is a sweet vehicle that's making its way in.
Yep, and then we're going to do the Gundy Tyre Services top 10 shootout?
No top 10.
No top 10, but we're doing Raceline Prologue winner.
Gundy Tyre Services.
Gundy Services so putting up a first, second,
fantastic.
Third. Just due to time, Jamie still wants to make sure that they try and hit the 1 p.m. start time.
Which is important with the 2 laps.
Absolutely.
Because otherwise it's a late afternoon, particularly for like our, say, Class 7s.
Yes.
Hey, mate, ease up.
No. It wasn't a try. It's just that you have to admit, Sandy, that in
some
years...
of them aren't as fast as
others. At the end of the 400... No, I'm talking about when it was a 400 race. It was like at the end of the day, lots of people were done and dusted. We were celebrating, and then the winner of Class 7, and that's exactly where they meant it. They're the winner of the class. It's a fantastic thing, which is what I'm getting at. And it was for Championship Forwards. I still remember calling Amy, now Chapman, used to be Parrot, down the Malapunya run in the old days.
Car 82, folks. Second last car for the Prologue, and in the distance we can see Chris Land.
The 80?
Car 80.
Not the 80 series.
Last car on the track for this year's Gundy 500 Raceline Prologue.
So Chris Land, again, another one, you mention up from like that Bowen region, so up north?
But we're talking about a relatively new car. This has been his first, has raced before, but this has been his first year in the unlimited class as well.
Yes.
Just pointing out a couple of things. As you can see, the way that rear tyre is mounted, obviously a mid-motored Jimco.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, I'm sure that that Landy was up there. He was tied to the racing back there up north at Don River Dash and bits and pieces. He had the yellow, was it a Class 10 in those days, or Super 1650? He was racing one of the limited cars to start off with. You're doing a lot of head nodding. I'm trying to put it together.
Yes.
I kind of feel like, wasn't it Land that did a roll early on at Don River? See, it's starting to make sense, isn't it?
Yeah, they're getting oiled up.
Yep.
The wheels are grinding.
And I'd say he's consistently, because I think that year he'd actually come out of a side-by-side. So unless I'm very, very wrong, and I've been very, very wrong many times, so someone will get up me, but I think this Chris Lamb
has done
now to check. Side-by-sides,
yes,
limited class buggy. He is now in unlimited. Unlimited with limited rules, as Billy would like to say.
Yes.
Yes. Shout out to Billy Geddes if you listen along. He's probably too busy chasing cows, I'd say.
Right, he's probably cave diving.
Kalgoorlie?
Over in Kalgoorlie.
Just slipping around.
Slippery.
So again, now is the time, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, we've got a little bit of lull in track activity. Perfect opportunity to run on over and get down to the Hawks there, the footy club. Plenty of food going down the gizzards right there. Josh will be over there in a second.
100%. I had it was a bacon, egg, and added a hash brown this morning.
Oh, because I was paying.
And they said, it's an extra $2 for a hash brown. I said, put two
double,
on mine.
Double down.
Put
double
two
down.
on mine, please.
What a
There's
man.
no budget on what I was going to spend this morning.
And then you wrote him a check. Boing. Bounced.
Concrete.
No, very good. They're having a good time. They're making plenty of people's days over there. I must admit, I'll throw it out there. Joshua said, hey, let's go to Macca's. No, bud.
Yes.
Let's go support the Hawks.
Yes.
Now, you know who we're missing? One of my favourites was the Country Women's Association.
CWA.
It was so good. And also, don't forget, if you haven't noticed already, over the back here towards the pit entry, there is shirts and caps and bits and pieces for sale. So don't forget that, ladies and gentlemen, either. If you're chasing a Gundy shirt, they are for sale. You're not lost. They're just over towards, I'd call that the pit entrance there. And the caravan down there with this will surprise you, Josh, it's got apparel written on it.
No way. And
that
they're
means,
selling.
That means apparel. That means you can buy your Gundy merchandise.
What I love about the Gundy people, they make it simple.
It's simple down
Come
here.
to the racetrack, you see plenty of good action. I want food, where do I go? Right there.
Where
want
the food
apparel?
is.
Where do I go? Just there.
No signs on the food, though.
But
if you can't work that out, follow your nose. I love it. So that's a good win. But, ladies and gentlemen, Josh and I will probably have a quick break here.
Yes.
Josh will snake down. But what we're saying is that we'll be back very shortly with the presentation of our... Oh, hold on. Apparently it's in about 2 seconds, according to... Yeah.
We've got electricians up there trying to play with buttons, I think. But everybody is here. We're going to just give a quick announcement, and for the winners of the Prologue, the Raceline Prologue here at the Gundy 500, we've got Clayton Chapman and Adam Maguire. They come down, and then we're going to give a top three. This is Jared from Raceline Wheels. Just a quick thank you. Come over here, boys. We know you've all got to get back and get into your cars, so we're going to try and hurry it along as quick as we can. Clayton, Adam, well done. We know it was a ripper time. Second year. Let's do it.
Yeah, mate. We just had our game plan was obviously like everybody else to try and go as hard as you can in Prologue, and we did that. Had a few moments, like I think a lot of people did with this wet track out here and a few big nasty holes, but we come back with the wheels on the ground. So we're thankful for that, and we're just prepping, looking ready to go for those 2 laps to Savo.
All right, they are Adam and Clayton for our Raceline Prologue winners. Thank you, Raceline, once again, guys. And we'll just keep you here for 2 seconds. Gundy Tyre Service have put on first, second and third for these guys as well in the Prologue. So, obviously, in third place, we've got Andy Brown and Danny Hardman. And I don't even know what you're getting, but well done. I noticed there was a little bit of a gap. I think it was like 8 seconds or something like that between you and Danny, and then the Clayton and Adam in top spot.
Yeah, Clayton was off a planet down there somewhere. He was off. Yeah, that was boost heaven. Yeah, down there. So Danny's about 9 seconds in front of us. Yeah, we've got a job to do and chase him all afternoon. So it'll be good fun.
Yeah. How do you like melon holes, Danny?
They'd be better if they were drier. No, they were good. There's a bad one out, I think, down the power line that we missed and got that twice, but yeah.
I'm going to say there's 100 bad ones.
Yeah, well, there was one bad one, I remember that.
All right, well done, guys. Third place in this year's Prologue. Second place, Danny Brown, George Apted, about 3 or 4 seconds behind our winners. Well done, mate. I know you've all got to get back to your cars, so we'll make it short.
Yeah, we had a good run. Bit slow in a few spots, but other than that, and now we're going to suck Chappie's dust for a change. He's done it plenty for us here, so we'll chase him down and just try and keep it together this afternoon. It's going to be it's going to be an interesting first lap, that's for sure.
No worries. All right, well done, George. We don't need words if you don't want. But once again, the winners of this year's Raceline Prologue. This is also on behalf of Gundy Tyre Service. Once again, Clayton Chapman and Adam Maguire, car 15. You don't need to say anything else. We know. Get back to your cars. Good luck for the race, fellas. We'll cut back to you boys up the top. Thank you, everybody. We've got about a 1 p.m. kickoff, so give us not too long and we're away with the first section of round 3 of the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship.
Yeah, that's awesome. So it's going to be some good racing here this afternoon. Again, 2 full laps. Pretty big step up, isn't it, when we went to the 500, Josh? It's very exciting. Big fan of it. Does test the mettle and capability. The other thing I mentioned, I was talking to Dan Harvin down there, and he was saying about the track now has no rest. There's no even if you are on a straight, it's got big holes in it, G-outs, all this sort of stuff. He goes, it's almost like there is no break whatsoever on this track. So, very interesting.
Very demanding. Like you said, Bear Run not in this year due to some of the weather constraints with water built up and stuff like that. But in saying that it's still such a crazy rough track, even once you take Bear Run out.
What happened, mate? You choke on that snake a little bit. Yeah, that's right. You caught him. He was eating.
I wasn't. I swear.
Anyway, moral of the story is that, yes, the old Bear Run. One of those iconic bits around Australia, isn't it? There is everywhere.
So I think you're just going to see a sweep vehicle head out across the screen now. They're going to go out and make sure everyone off the track. So you're not much of a delay on the live stream there.
It's good.
It's
guys,
maybe a couple
you're
of seconds.
very lucky. You are very lucky. You're seeing what we see. And the action is pretty darn amazing. I am impressed at what the team here, ARB, have really gone, hey, if we're going to have a crack here.
Yes.
So what we would implore you to do is if you're an off-road racing fan, here, I'll tell you what everyone needs to do, is get on Facey and share the link. I know that's a hard thing. I know sometimes it's a bit inconvenient, but you need to get eyes on the sport because ARB and everyone has really put their money where their mouth is with this.
Yep.
And I guess, let's be brutally honest, I'm giving you a bit of behind-the-scenes stuff here, ladies and gentlemen. If no one supports it, they probably won't continue to do it.
Yep.
It is a big cost. So how about we all jump on? I've shared it.
Yep.
You've shared it.
Yep.
Sandy shared it.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I know Sandy shared it right now.
He's like, oh, damn. But we would appreciate it if you did give us a share. I know it's again, I'm not begging you, but I'm just saying the game is so far elevated compared to what it's used to be.
Yes.
This is not a free sport. So if you can get on and share at your local time when racing is, get some eyes on the sport. Because that's what we all talk about off-road racing. We all talk about how much we want the sport to grow. What are we doing?
I'm going full.
What are we doing? Josh, what are you doing?
Even on the Facebook or the YouTube, comment, like, share, get it out there to the people, you know.
Make sure that Andy knows that he's got to have a live stream next year. He's just got to make it happen. There's no way you couldn't have this. How good is it, the comments on, they're just like, these drone shots, unbelievable. It is unbelievable.
I'm actually going to have a look at some of the comments.
There's actually some bloke on YouTube that has said how good looking the commentators are. It's a true statement.
It's got to be my mum.
Oh, here we go. So this is very exciting. We are actually going down with none other than Sandy the Showman Bowman, and he's down there with some of our competitors to have a little bit of a chat. So enjoy.
We've just got to find some crews. I don't know how far we can reach, as you all know. When we're down here in the pits, it's a bit hard to know how far we can get with our reception. But we might just holler up a couple of guys down here and see where cars are at. We know we've got some guys down here lounging around quite relaxed. We'd like to get some drivers up for a chat. Hank, we saw the VDJs getting sent to the moon out there earlier. Yep. Bonnet's up, but I presume that doesn't mean anything nasty.
No, we're just having a bit of a look under there, make sure everything was okay. Yeah. And it is. It's good. Good to go.
All right. Well, enjoy the track. How was it out there?
Yeah, not too bad. We never got crossed up or anything, but yeah, kept it straight. It was good.
All right, good luck for the first section, mate. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
All right, there you go, Hank. Yeah, like I said, everybody seems to hide when you come running through here. Come have a yap. How'd you go out there?
Yeah, no, a bit of fun.
Got the oranges out, so it can't be that hard for you.
Oh, no, it was a bit of fun, a bit slippery.
Starting off in what position?
45th.
Solid.
Yeah, happy with that.
Happy with the track?
Track's awesome.
It's pretty gnarly, isn't it? The whoops out there, the melon holes are full of water and a lot of mud.
Yeah, no, it's great.
Okay.
It's off-road racing.
All right, there you go. Enjoy it. Like I said, don't know how far we can get down here, folks, but and crews are deep under engine bays and all that sort of stuff, so it's a bit hard to even get a word in. In the background, you can see the Browns, car 1142. They were obviously second and third placing these two cars, so it's a bit hard to even interrupt those guys because they do have to get up, lined up early on. They have only got a short amount of time to have it get ready for their racing. I might go and sneak into the back camp of the Bowies. I think we're sort of limited on distance down here, so Bowies see me. I don't care, mate. Get back here. He's walking away. He hates it. He says he hates it, but he actually doesn't. Hey, fair income. He hates it, but hey, that's what happens when you're at the top of your game, mate. That's what happens. We hunt you down. How'd it feel?
No, car was good. Yeah, a couple of wet patches, but yeah, we drove around a few of them, went through a couple, but no, car was good.
Sitting, I think it was 8th the last saw.
Yeah, I think it's about there, so we'll try and maintain it, but I think we're going to have our hands full. Yeah.
I think it's. I don't think horsepower's not going to come into it. The car's obviously well sorted, so I don't think you're going to have any major dramas.
Oh, I think there's a few long straights out there. I reckon we'll get rounded up, but yeah, no, the car's sounding really good, so we're happy.
All right. Well, enjoy, mate.
Thank you.
Okay. They are Bowie, car 1065. We'll go over and see if AJ's wandering about. Like I said, all these people are in mid-prep, so it's a bit hard to interrupt them, but AJ, how is it, mate?
Yeah, mate, good. Bit loose out there, but we'll see how we go.
Bit muddy and wet. I saw just before that second jump before the finish line was a bit, looked like it was filling up with water as the day got on.
Yeah, I also got that first one early on there. It just went straight through it, straight over me. Fire extinguisher come loose in the car. I was kicking that around with my feet when I was going along, so it was a bit of fun.
How do you find it out there in a single-seater?
Yeah, no, well, it's pretty busy out there in the Prologue.
I know you're seasoned at it, but for those at home, and those with navigators...
Yeah, no, not really seasoned at it, but no, it is a bit sort of, you're pretty busy trying to see where you're going and all that sort of stuff, but I think in the long course, probably fine.
All right, well, enjoy it. Great to you.
Thanks, mate. Good night.
They are AJ from Car 93, folks. Like I said, we'll I don't know who else we can get to down here, folks. How far we can get down here. And I don't know who's around. They slink off when they see you coming. They try running like Bowie just did, but as you can see, the cars are already fairly covered in dirt and mud. As we said, some of those melon holes out there are obviously fairly deep, and that mud is super, super sticky. And this car here, just in front of us, was one of the last cars on track. Car 82, obviously getting ready to fuel up, mixing up their two-stroke for that little Mazda. We'll leave them be. They're in the middle of fueling. We can't get too close while everyone's fueling. As you can see, the folks over here, you've got to have fire extinguishers out, full-length clothing, etc., before they even open the cap, so they're doing the right thing there. Well, mate, I've got to tell you, we might cut back to you guys up there because everybody's either disappeared, relaxing, or working, and I can't really interrupt them too much, especially when they're fueling. So we might cut back to you guys up there, and we'll see you back up there in a minute.
Yeah, I'll get your drink in a sec. It's super twitchy, and it looks like, yeah, he's going to have, like, like this track, you got to have confidence in your car. And, yeah, it's
how he drives. You know how you get like another guy in the car and they just make the car. I just feel it's like way too much fucking gas, and he's real like big Gundy. He needs to be small. I've seen it. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like, it's literally... No, yeah, but still crashing twice. You know what I mean? Yeah, but mate, he could have been out of the race, so... Probably just up here for all my life. Who? No, I'm worried about it. Hands up. You know what? You're a pest. You know how you go sit on the seat.
I thought he was kicking his feet.
Get off the ground, you get dirty.
I thought there was a kick rail there.
No, he's a rat. Sit down on that seat, I'll get you a drink.
Yeah.
Yeah, nah, so...
I try and be very... We were talking about this, so... Like, he's kept battling in the car.
Righto, boys, we're back. I had a bit of a walk around down there. As you know, it's a bit hard to get out and about down the back, and they either see me and run, or they're in the middle of something working on their cars.
Yeah,
so,
it's tough. They're in race mode, aren't they?
Yeah.
I remember, when you do the old changeover in Park for May and that, often you think you've got a bit of time, then you get towards the end.
And you've got 3 minutes
0
left and you've got to
negative
go.
2 minutes, and yep, you're out of there. So
I tell you what, we've got in about 5 minutes, mate, the start.
How good is
of
that?
Section 1, Round 3 of the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship here at the ARB Gundy 500.
The best. The best. It is going to be exciting times here. And I tell you what, a position that Clayton Chapman is starting to get very comfortable in.
Cred to these guys. They've worked really hard for a long time.
You know, and they do it with things like, you know, a Razorback with a Wrecker motor in it. Like,
10-year-old car.
You know, like, it's incredible that Wrecker motors can go that fast.
It's crazy because it's about maybe 350 horsepower of that thing from what Clayton tells me. Rob Chapman swears. It's the opposite of a magic dyno, that one. Has less.
Yes.
It's the only dyno that reads less.
Yes.
No,
I think the dyno reads it. It might just get not transponded, you know. The thumbs might not read it during the text message.
Hey, listen, we're being very cheeky here, but
Yes.
I'll tell you what, if you want an off-road race car tune,
absolutely.
Chapman's
Dyno
dyno,
tune.
you want to get your butts there because these boys know how to get an off-road race car going very quickly. We are very tongue-in-cheek. They are legends.
Absolutely. There's
The
a lot
whole
of
family.
sarcasm. And not just turbo cars as well. They do a lot of tuning. Mick Marson, you know, things like that. They do a lot of...
Yep, Talbot Cox's car. Yep, exactly right.
Fantastic work tuning off-road race. And understand the...
Well, they tune Luke Ayres' car.
Well,
if they tune Luke Ayres' car, you know.
Yep.
You know.
Yep.
Nothing needs to be said more than that.
Well, and thanks for tuning into the live feed. It's been great. We're going to shut it
We're
down.
going to turn it off now.
What did I miss? Sorry, I was
nothing.
there
You
for
missed
3
nothing.
seconds.
Nothing good.
Nothing worth listening to is probably the best way to describe it.
We're saying we're waiting for the race cars to start driving.
Well, 4 minutes, mate.
Well, is that right? Because we actually just got told quickly, sorry, Sandy, you were running around. They said that they've moved it to 10 past 1 as the start time.
Oh, there you
go. But listen, the flip side of that is they're on the line, so who knows what's going to happen here.
I haven't been told different apart from you right then. So.
You guys are on the same channel as we are. We're looking at it. I'm actually going right now to chrissport.nz and going to try to...
Hey, I got a joke for you about Kiwis.
Please do not give me another joke.
Someone pull his mic out.
Oh, my goodness. Section 1, it is live now. I'm on Section 1 on my iPad. Is there a mute button in this? You probably need to mute all three of us, really. But, again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening along at home, we would implore you, please, like, share, subscribe, do all those things that I know that us off-road racers and us old fellas don't do. But as Josh and I pitched, and Sandy will attest to, we pitched before, off-road racing is growing, but we're not people that share a lot, are we? I looked, my literal last Instagram post was when I was at Fink, so it's been June. So you don't share things as, off-roading Australian males. It's not really,
We are all kind of like autistic and a little bit weird kind of people.
Correct. I don't know where that came from, but yes. What I'm saying to you is, though, if you get your phone out and share the live stream, it's in YouTube, it's on Facebook, on the ARB. Is it on the ARB 4x4 channel or ARB
Championship page?
Championship page. So, but anyway you're viewing it.
Put it pretty simple. Go to whatever search bar you're operating and type in Gundy, Gundy 500, and you will find what we are looking for.
Yep.
Like we said, please give it a share. Get it out there to the people. Like you said, there's a lot of effort that goes on behind the live stream. I did share a video before of Huddies up here that literally just rolled over their car. It got towed back to the pits.
From 11th.
That's a good seating spot.
They've been seated in 11th.
Makes a lot of sense.
Just outside the top 10, obviously. But, it might only mean that he knows that if he closes in any gap on Clayton over the weekend, that could mean a podium for him, for Bo and Shane.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's right. It only takes one little mistake for anyone, doesn't it? So, especially now that they're in section proper.
Well, he has proven this year that, yes, Fink was a masterclass. Prologue, out from the start, won that. He couldn't have had a better Fink if he tried. But he has proven at other races. He has been able to come through the pack.
At Rainbow and Hillston,
Yep.
He's battled a couple of little issues. Remembering that this car with Bose will be doing 8 or 9 big events this year.
It's crazy, isn't it? Crazy. They really got it dialed in, and now they are hitting it. That's a great shot too on our live stream. It was Danny Brown's the two-wheel drive turbo car as it panned past the V8 four-wheel drive Illumi. I'll tell you what, that's a pair.
Oh, that's a
I'm
shed.
not talking about the boys. I'm talking about
that's a
the
shed.
vehicles.
It gives me a bit of a
little bump. Would make you very happy to own either of those cars. And again, Josh, seeing as we've got a few more ears on, you were talking about that car. If you happen to have known where a wheel from the 1142, it was a four-wheel drive, they lost a wheel off that vehicle at Fink. One of the spectators said they'd return it, never returned it. They're very happy to give you some sort of reward, memorabilia, something along those lines. However, that wheel is quite unique to that vehicle being a four-wheel drive, like legitimately custom, legitimately no one else. They're not fitting on a patrol or anything like that, so they would be very happy to do you a swap, is what they said. So can you please get in contact with either Danny or Andy Brown or
Daniel Hardman, anyone of that team, even the Gundy 500 team. I'm sure they would be able to
put you in the
message myself, Sandy, Dan. They'll put you in contact with the right people.
Moral of the stories, it'd be amazing to get that wheel back. But let's get back to Gundy right now.
Gundy, these guys will be carrying, 300 litres? Most of these top guys?
Yeah. Are they running, Sandy, again, I know I'm throwing you under the pump here, but would they be running on E85?
Most would be E85, yep.
Talbot Cox went through a phase there where he was on E85.
Some guys will be just running 98.
Yep. A lot of guys running like barrel 98. Hey, so you can get like it's not a blend.
A little more pure.
Yeah, pure 95. Yeah. It's not out of your local Bowser. Doesn't have any water in it.
See a sign up there. I don't know what, I can't read it from up here, but the starter's holding up a sign down there in front of Clayton.
Yep. Wow, this kind of reminds me of Riviera coming. The officials coming up, guns drawn. Does anyone know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Good man. 15.
Mark Post.
The man.
The man. In the Black Diamond.
The OG. The 3. Is Clayton Chapman on 37s these days?
Doesn't look like 35s to me.
Yes.
Danny Brown looks like he's on 37s. Same with Andy.
Yep.
Kai looks like 37s.
Yep. I'm going to say 35s.
I'm going to say 35s for Brent and Dale.
Both the Martins. Yep. I'm going to say 35s once we go back down the line until we get to AJ.
AJ looks a little bigger, doesn't he?
Yes.
Yep. Choppers in the air, folks. So
Bo
means,
Robinson's running a set of 39s or 40s these days?
40s, I believe.
40s, yep, there you go.
So we must be getting close to a start. They did tell us 10 past just a few minutes ago. Someone did.
Yep,
maybe everyone lined up, they might have gone to 5 past. I know Jamie said no matter the case, they wanted to get the show on the road. Yes.
With so many, couple of little hold-ups in Prologue, doesn't take long to knock back that. We never had a chance of fitting in that top 10 today.
Yep.
But thanks very much to Gundy Tyre Service, who have backed the event for a while now, and Raceline Wheels for putting up on that Prologue. Fantastic. Good to see such a strong amount of finishes. Remembering that not everybody there was about 87 or 88 finishes of the Prologue, and some of those guys that didn't finish, they're back out there ready to go. So I don't know what happened to RT, boys. Did you get any information there?
Yeah, not
he's
good.
Back out. Not good for him.
He won't be back.
Unfortunately, Ryan's
very
out.
Unfortunate.
And I believe there'll be a couple of others that are out, not restarting for Section 1 as well. So got our drone pilot next to us here. He's going to give me a fly in a minute.
He's ignoring you successfully.
Yeah. Sorry. Do you know what I'm doing? I'm literally sharing the live feed because I told everyone else to do it. When it's time. So who are we talking about? Hit me with
the drone.
Good drone.
Yeah.
Good drone flyer, absolutely. So I like that.
Well, actually, Sandy, we're just wondering if you could tell it, we don't want to take up too much time here, but a drone, right? That's something that, say, would a drone, if it lost battery and fell from the sky, would it kind of be like a parachute that just crumples up and just falls to the ground like a stone? Do you want to talk about parachutes?
Well, They slow down drag cars.
Yes.
When they open.
Yep. So don't slow down humans.
They don't slow down humans too well when they don't open.
Yes. Yep.
That will get you.
Every time.
Every time. Hey, that beautifully turned out Tatum of Kai Floyd, the 1141.
Hey, it looks like they've detailed that thing in the brake.
In the mid. Absolutely. Yep. Beautifully turned out brand new car. They would be very happy with their position too.
And the Martins, always amazing presented vehicles.
They turn out very well.
Also on Raceline wheels, that's what happens when you win, isn't it? Brent Martin.
Martin's got the chromies on there too. I love it. Bit unusual for a pro style car. What are we, unlimited?
Yes, unlimited.
With the one on it, chromies. He's rolling Main Street Gundy later on.
Yeah. Going to get it bouncing. Now, one of the interesting things about Brent as well, have a little bit of a look at the car there. You'll notice that he has the skinnies on the front, I guess you'd say. Help out. He definitely likes to have that style of setup. He's comfortable in the way that car handles. Whereas very different to what, like you said, the Kai Floyd machine, the 1141 there. Got the 37 12.5 front and rear.
Gee, it's got finned reservoir. Are they 3.5? They almost look like 4s on the front of that thing, of Kai's. They are very big front shock absorbers.
4.5. I'm going to say 4.5, 3.5 would be my guess if I was a gambling man.
Well, I hope you're wrong. I hope you've just set yourself up.
Last time I was wrong, it was a Wednesday. This week, I mean,
2 days ago.
2 days ago.
Oh, I was just right. See?
Yes, the chromies.
Got the chromie race lines on there. I like it.
2 Martin cars. Starting out of 5th and 6th position.
Now, these brothers, not only do they race together, but they quite regularly find themselves close together on a racetrack.
they do, actually.
They quite often are battling it out for outright podium positions. And
Clayton Chapman. Currently, I'm going to say he's currently leading the championship. The reason being that he
is off the line first.
Off the line first in front of Bo. So
I hear what you're saying.
Bo and he are both level with points at the start of this race.
Yes.
Bo's obviously got a little bit more work to do to catch back up, which I'm sure he'll do, no worries.
Yep.
But there you have
again,
it.
we're talking about Clayton Chapman.
Clayton Chapman.
And he's in front. He's in a position that he's comfortable and fast in. Yeah, I absolutely think this is. I mean, if
he did
I know this is a very
year.
logical statement, but if you wanted a good starting position, this is the good start. I know that's insanely obvious, but you know, like just no dust. He's got that free track air. I mean, again, it's a track that he's familiar. He won here last year. Like really, he's ticked all the boxes here to get off the line. But it is crazy to think that everything we've done up to this point actually doesn't matter.
No, you're exactly
Not
right.
really.
No
They
points
haven't done anything.
No points are handed out for position in Prologue, so I guess what you'd say is right
It
now...
does add to their overall race time.
The Prologue time?
No. It's just starting position.
Hey, mate, he's the guru. We're just we're clear.
Yeah,
I don't know. Well, we'll confirm that. Someone will confirm that in the comments. But I'm very, all I can tell you is that it's been my experience that you get your Prologue time, and then Section 1 is start of racing proper. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. And again, we really throw it out there. And this is one flat tyre away from being in 5th, isn't it? So, you know, like, and we're
That's
talking
with a speedy tyre change.
Yeah, we're talking to Mick Phillips, and he was Phillips.
Not the Olympian.
And,
Phillips.
Oh. Anyway, we're talking to Mick, and he was saying, and you were talking about it too, Sandy, weren't you? Like, where there's so many trees because they've had to change the line. You know, we're being real. The possibility of tyre changes are very real in this race. There is essentially stumps on the racing line.
In the middle of the racing line,
yeah,
there is.
So,
off. And some fairly sharp ones too.
Yep.
And not only that, the racing line this year has changed a little bit in the fact that the water in the melon holes, instead of the racing line, yes, it might be in and out of melon holes, but it's no longer straight. So you're in and out of melon hole, then you're around the next one.
Yep.
You're not just hitting in a straight line.
Yep.
In and out of the holes. You're in around the water, back in.
Yeah.
You know,
it's
so
crazy.
it's quite a different track this year to usual Gundys.
It does make it very interesting. And again, I hate to say, I know it's such a logical statement, but I'm saying it. It's a real driver's track. It's going to favour the guys that don't just bash and crash. It's going to favour the guys that are strategic.
Yes.
They know how to steer. They know how to drive. So, and again, one of the best is on the line right now. Did his apprenticeship in a Class 7, so he knows how to save the vehicle, knows how to look after it. Mr. Trans, our sponsor, and also going to take the start line here. Clayton
there
off
he
the
goes.
line. And see,
Start of section 1.
Yep. Smart 2A. No point in breaking it nice and early. So they did get off the line indeed at 110 exactly.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
How's that, eh?
Like, you can physically hear it moving air. That's wild, hey?
Not forgetting that these guys are fully loaded with fuel, so they won't want to be doing anything stupid off the line compared to Prologue.
Yeah, exactly.
They're probably
right.
a lot heavier. They'll be 250 kilos heavier towards the back axle.
That's right.
Yeah, sorry, just also relatively quick leaving here, 20 seconds apart.
Oh, yes.
Yes, that is a tight gap. So these are tight gaps for the dust. And we can see out with the helicopter is out in front of us there. That dust is out.
Kai off the line.
Gee, he's sitting in a good spot, Kai, isn't he?
Really solid. Oh,
love that.
Man, that sounds great. Number 1 off the line on the twin turbo V12.
Yes.
9,000 horsepower.
Brenty.
Brent's away smoothly.
No, 4 litre V6. So crazy. NA 4 litre. That's why it's in that unlimited class, but it's over the 3.5 Class 1 rules. He stepped it up this year. He actually had the number 1 off the 3.5, which is nuts.
Yeah, crazy.
What a man. Dale Martin off the line in the car. They're sorting out a few issues with this, and hopefully we see a really fast Dale Martin. I mean, in that Tatum, he was
super quick too, wasn't he?
silly fast. So hopefully we see a return to mechanical form from Martin Motorsports there.
There he goes,
Can't
Andy.
get on it.
Is that Andy Brown round on?
Yeah. Kai Floyd already in the dust, as you were saying.
Yeah.
Talbot Cox off the line. The first of our 10 cars. That's nuts. The 10 car is the first of our non-unlimited cars, if that makes sense.
Insane.
Bowie, Steve Graham. Now, is he going to look after his gearbox,
Absolutely not.
Oh! So good. Josh has thrown his commentator headset out the window right there. But anyway, Bowie having a good run there. Clean run off the line. As Sandy said, full of fuel, all those things. 119. Jason Richards off the line.
First of our 1 cars.
First of our Class 1 cars. Then Kai Camilleri, not to be concerned with Floyd. Kai Camilleri with
10th position.
10th off the line. Wow, that's happening fast now.
It is. We're not far off.
Just trying to get my man. We're only at 13:13, and we've got that many cars off the line. That's a lot of cars, hey. And a very, very competitive.
Bo Robbo.
1 and 3 is off the line.
We saw him have a little flip in the prologue.
Yeah.
He will be on fire, folks.
Absolutely.
This is the man to look out for today.
40-inch tyres there, so yeah, big cut.
And on the hunt for the major prize.
Crazy. McNiven, the first of our side-by-sides. He's always fast here.
Absolutely.
He's been top 3.
Yes.
The 604, so Jeff McNiven, which is insane. A Can-Am in the top 3. I don't know what to say.
Tell you what, the wind's turned around. It's coming straight back in our mouths.
It's got us. The 93 of AJ. See, there's a sneaky one. I didn't even really realise how far AJ was up the line. That is a solid little run there from AJ.
Mate, I tell you what, it's a really good mix of cars up here now.
We
never used to get this. I said this last race, we only ever used to get the unlimited cars and the odd truck, old Class 4.
That's right.
Up in the top 12, 14 cars, and now
right.
we're seeing Class 6s. There's a good mix of cars up there. So
there really is. Yeah, you're
there's
absolutely
Bo
right.
on the screen, folks. And he's already, have a look at the gap Bo is already made up.
Yeah.
He is on charge.
Yeah.
Absolutely on charge.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot going on
Yeah,
here.
look at that. Look how far Bo's only 10 seconds behind now.
Yep.
He's already made up 20 seconds in the first 3 kilometres.
I tell you what, amazing footage here from the drone. Just show, yeah, he's one straight behind now. Like,
Yep. He's literally one straight behind.
it's going to be moving here. I'd be watching my mirrors if it was me with the OBR.
Who's in front of him? Was it Kai?
Yes.
One of the Kais.
Yeah, Cavalier. Or was
Yes.
it the Monk car? Anyway, we'll have a look.
Find you.
The 138.
138 cleanly away from the line. Mike Zacco on the line now. Obviously fixed his little issue that he had out before. I'm not too sure what he had.
A seated 151, yep.
Yep.
So we've got 2 seated cars in so far.
In the top 15. Sounds fairly snotty off the line too,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
it's a cranky 7 litre. I actually believe it's an American-built motor. They bought it pretty much like that. So obviously done a lot of work, seen as their Mike Shop to the suspension setup of that. But overall, great shot of Richards there.
Patterson off the line.
Yeah, the 44 off the line now as well.
And the big dog on the line, 401, Jamie Knight.
Oh, yeah.
It's got everything to do with this race.
Absolutely.
With a hell of a lot of supporters and backup. All the people out there doing recovery, timing, the whole lot. There he goes.
Sounds good off the line too. Healthy 6 litre in that thing. The 10-14.
Stu Chapman.
Again,
another single-seater.
Non-turbo on that now, so that's really good. They're having a good crack. Richard Tassin now, I don't know, I'm assuming that's old damage. It's got a damaged roof number on there, but I don't believe it.
I don't remember seeing that.
Surely he didn't roll her over in Prologue and then go, but yeah, that definitely is a non-straight roof. It might have been non-straight for a long time. Just like talking about non-straight, here's Josh Curran.
Hey, welcome ladies and gentlemen, MR Trans.
No, mate, it's actually 10-12.
10-12. Mick Marson is going to bash you, my man. 10-12 off the line. Hartnett's
First of the big four-wheel drive trophy trucks off the line next.
Is that a Mason down there that I'm looking at?
I think so.
Built out of southeast Queensland.
Christian is on the line. Watching Jamie Knight on your screen.
One very fast patrol taking off the line
mate.
now. CBT, Christian Trues. We make a lot of jokes, but that thing is silly fast. So it'll be great to see him. I reckon he'll move up. I
think he will too.
Watch him during the course, especially if it is wet and muddy out there. Attrition.
Jackson Evans away. Wow. The calibre of these cars over the years, and you would expect the class, even the classes and the cars in the classes have made these jumps forward, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. The 127 off the line now.
Drew Callender ready to leave. Car 99.
Well, it's funny. The 127 of Trent Callender just went off the line.
Oh, there you
and
go.
Drew Callender is beside him. That's why I was tripping when you said Callender. I went, but yes, the Callender cars both off the line now. The 694.
Tell you what, the wind this morning told me it was a 22 kilometre an hour wind. It's gone back to a 6 kilometre an hour wind.
Beautiful breeze.
Not ideal.
No.
A little bit more
Probably
breeze.
probably good for the races. Blow it off the track or...
No, the wind slowed down.
The wind slowed down
from
from 22
22
back to a 6 kilometre.
Sorry, I thought you said 2
wind,
to 6.
So we're sitting about 22 degrees. So what a day.
Yes.
Apart from not having quite that little bit extra breeze that we know helps clear the track a bit quicker for the
and
races.
it's interesting, we can't tell, although there's a lot more cars on track.
The
now.
20-second gap.
So number 3 off the line now, that's Matty Burrows in the Class 1 car. So that's a 3.5 NA car. Actually, Mark Burrows' old championship car.
It is.
And pulled the turbos off. No doubt the turbos will go.
I get on them all the time.
It'll go back on at some point. The 1186.
Mr. Diggett, gone.
Michael Doolan. Again, keep a good eye. That's another one that I think,
I like
we'll
he'll put
see,
up the field, yeah.
once it gets rough, that truck will do very, very well. 627 now sitting on the line as well. That's Justin Ryder from Revival.
I wonder what Mick Marson's a couple of cars away. I wonder what he's thinking in there on his own.
He might have a bit of
You reckon?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
I think he's a bit of a Hanson fan.
Probably
We're both getting bashed now.
Probably thinking about his dinner.
The Sands entry away, 11:44.
Yeah, nice turned out car there.
That's sweet.
The 1144. Lizzie Murrell in the passenger seat of that Racer Engineering car. And again, none other than, honestly, the nicest bloke you'll ever meet, Mick Marson.
Yep.
1032 if you need
Pretty
a transmission.
much the gentleman of off-road.
He is, and he's a monster. So if you ever see him, his hand is easily twice the size of my hand. He is a front row footy rugby player for Australia, or was, in his heyday. So, like, just picture that. You know exactly what. He's a big boy, big farm. So that's why we laugh about when he's in a single-seater loop front. But he does have a couple of really nice race cars. And is this right, Josh? He's got another race car coming in the future?
Yeah, I believe it. Trophy truck that's going to stay. I tell you what, word on the street is that his Racer Engineering, he's fixing the motor in it at the moment, but it will be up for sale at the end of the year as well, making the jump, I believe, for wanting to compete more in America in trophy trucks. So I tell you what, you want to get yourself a beautifully turned out 6-litre unlimited.
The best sounding 6-litre.
Ford SVO.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, phenomenal.
That Barbagallo motor, there's nothing like it. And I don't say that lightly.
No.
There's some nice sounding race cars. The 412, Dilby off the line.
It's a stick shift.
Is it a stick shift?
Sounds like it.
So it's got maybe an
Aussie
Alvis?
4-speed.
Really?
No, whatever.
I love that Kildy made his own gearbox. That's what he's a bit like that.
Just maybe the way he backed off, maybe through gears there.
Might have a shift cut. Who knows? Far out. Keymax entry away.
Again, that's one of those bats. If you're looking at it, you haven't seen one of those before. Although it's not on screen at the moment, but it's the bat out of South Africa. Nice competitive car. Again, another one of our side-by-sides off the line. Barnett lining up again. How good is that?
Yeah, it's good to
Pretty
see.
happy about that. Again, we're talking
so much effort, that crew.
Oh. On the live stream, I don't know exactly who that was, but they were very wide and very wild. Sorry, I missed that. But again, on the Gundy live stream, we were tank slapping is what we were doing.
So I'm just looking at the live feed, and obviously, folks, we know you can follow along on Rally Safe at home, and that's probably the best way. Your internet is possibly better than ours.
Yes.
So we get a lot of interference out here, and we are out 20 k's out of Gundy, 30 k's out of Gundy,
something like that,
in the border of Queensland. So you follow along on Rally Safe, and you can probably see more than what we can in some respects.
Yep.
Of where the cars and the leaders are positioned out on the track and how they're moving.
Yep. Bryce Derrick off the line with Matthew Reid. You're talking about our location. So again, if you're listening along at home, Gundawindi, obviously Google fixes it pretty quick. But we're essentially on the New South Wales border. If we went any further than Gundy, we'd be in New South Wales, wouldn't we? We'd be in the next state. So we are literally on the river that goes down towards which cuts Queensland and New South Wales apart. About 400 k's inland from Brisbane, or more like the Gold Coast, Tweed sort of area. She's very much rural farming out here, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. There's cows, there's grain,
kangaroos, mud and those big
lots of mud
that stick in your feet.
Yeah. So we are in the bush. The 170. That is the young fella Mendo. Don't know what's going on here. They passing? Anyway.
The 699 must have missed their start time.
Missed the start. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And they've held him, which is a very fair move to say, well, you're not going to dust out the guy in the right position.
Yes.
That's what it looks like to me. And again, 170, yeah, that's Alex Mendham, which is Dave Mendham's young fella. And Dave Mendham drives what, Joshua?
A pink
Ecotech
Jimco. Oh, now we get a bit of in-cab here. This is from... Geez, I got to try and work out what that is.
Mikey.
Yeah, yes. It's right-hand drive, so...
Not Zaka. Oh, I thought they were holding hands for a second.
I can't quite see what car that is either.
Yep.
Looks like a right-hand drive.
That's on their race suits. Total. What car is that on board?
Tell you what, they're going good, is what they're doing. It's a good run. It's got all the...
I'm going to tell you, it looks faster than what I expected after doing the pre-run, but yes. I was in a GQ car.
Was your GQ going...
It was singing, mate.
This is actually Sandy Bowman's pre-footage of the pre-run. No, fantastic to see it. You see just how much they're driving there.
The puddles. There's a lot of mud still out there. I just didn't expect that mud to be there. I suppose it's got nowhere to go, has it?
Yeah. We're going to have to get
still
some
haven't guessed
information
whose car that is.
Well, I wonder if it's not Camilleri's. Were they going to run
I reckon our production man will be able to
give us the info. Clearly a right-hand side. I want to say it's a Jimco looking at that little bonnet bits. It's an Aussie spec Jimco. How funny is it going to be when I'm so wrong? It's that's Bo's trophy truck. Yep, you're wrong. But no, anyway, moral of the story is it's a great drive there. They're having a cracker. Cool to see that sequential gearbox and everything in tow. Oh, out of interest, this is an interesting thing that we can point out to our racers and our people at home. Left-hand gear stick, right-hand turning brake.
Oh, yeah.
Which was very popular with like Dave Fellows and that. He liked that setup. Lots of guys like the right-hand side. Man, that run down there shows you just how big some of those holes are out there.
Matt Burrows.
Is that Burrows
and
there?
Jay Mitchell.
That makes a lot of
sense.
sense.
I was trying to wrap my head
Mr.
around
Vandy's just sent me a message saying that.
Trying to work out who runs blue race suits.
But at least I was right with the...
Jimco.
It's definitely a Jimco. Because it was about to look really bad. So you can see how much water's out there, can't you? And again, amazing footage. One, crystal clear, but you could see gear select gears on there. You know, we can see all sorts of information. It was amazing seeing the in-cab with Smoothies the other day. It's on that YouTube. Obviously, don't go and watch it now, but undecided racing off the line. But, you know, we could see kilometre, like GPS markers and everything, like speed. Absolutely crazy to see. Gives you a really good idea. People can't tell you pro buggies top out at 180 anymore.
No. Well over 200.
Liars. Mick Phillips off the line now.
Well, still looks like, just quick check on the race. Rally safe, sorry, fellas. Looks like Clayton's still motoring quite strongly.
Very good.
11:41, and then it should be 11:40.
Kai Floyd. Oh. Yep, so it looks like we've lost...
11:41 and 11:42. That means we've lost Danny Brown.
Number 4.
Way back here. Unless it's just an update.
They don't update on time.
I'm not going to say... I'm not going to put it out there until
I see that the 11:42 just moved a fair distance.
And Danny Brown's still moving, so...
6:37 is off the line now, ladies and gentlemen. So the Kane Jones and Dominic Kruger in the Polaris. So that is the 6:37. Cartel, Sandy, it's technology, mate.
Yeah.
And again, this is the funny part. We did talk about it earlier.
Too, so.
We've got so much information up here that it is actually hard because back in the day we just literally commentated what
we could see. Yeah,
we had no screens, no laptops, no iPads, no phones,
no Starlink,
no stuff. Yep, you're absolutely right. No in-cab. So we are so blessed that it is absolutely amazing. Joshua, give us a rundown.
The 1070 there off the start line. Now that is one of the first Class 10s to actually come into Australia. It's an Ecotech Jimco. I believe it was campaigned in America.
I like that pink.
Yeah,
love
stands
that pink.
out, definitely.
Love a bit of pink.
Yeah, tell me who ran it.
Wicks.
Who?
Sharon.
No, Beck.
Beck Wick.
Very good, Joshua. Mick Taylor would be proud. Again, in cab from Matt Burrows, showing us just the conditions that they're
unconfirmed Matt Burrows.
Yeah. Is someone else texting saying it's not?
I think the blue race.
certain.
I was trying to wrap my
It
head
does
around
make sense.
blue race suits. Yes.
It ticks all the boxes, let's say.
And his total is a couple of sponsors down his arm there.
Yes.
You can see.
Makes a lot of sense.
And he's fast. Like in that car, I don't know when their Volt turbo's back on, but maybe for next season, it'd be nice to see him.
Joey Bulmer off the line now in that racer, that carbon 7-litre racer engineering car. Joey's always a sneaky one.
He definitely warms into it, yes.
100%. And he's gone he stood on the podium many a time, and that's a good car. Big American car built for the rough.
7-litre in it, obviously with the 11 as the first two number digits on his roof there. So
absolutely. Now the 1005 about to get off the line now, and again that's Declan Cummins and Maxine Cooney, and that's the Lothringer. So we were talking about before. If you're old enough to remember, that's the old CNC car. It used to be yellow and white. Declan's been campaigning that now for a good number of years and doing very well. And a fantastically turned out car in America. From America, but 1082 off the line as well. That's Rob Steiber from up north. Courtney Steiber in the passenger seat in the Southern Cross.
Just done a little cross-reference on Matt Burrows.
You're stalking
definitely him, mate.
Stalking him is what
definitely
him. Yes. He's
Yeah.
looking at his OnlyFans.
Yeah. Yeah, he's only fan, Darren Vandy.
Makes a lot. Wide there for Joey Bulmer. I think that's Bulmer. It's getting hard to see the little bits of green on that, but it's the right sort of positioning for Bulmer. The 610, Kill 'em Dead, is off the line now. Bit of race fuel around too, boys. Daniel Robinson.
Get a waft of that, didn't he?
Terrell Lee Robinson. 629 is on the start line now. Paul McCulloch and Malcolm McDonald in the X3. Oh, not the start.
That's not the idea you want.
Not the start you
What's
want.
going on there? A very slow start for them. They had a little bit of a cough and sputter.
Just had to clear the throat.
I think so.
Yeah,
They're still clearing. We are still clearing. There we go.
Maybe that's the race fuel.
Yes.
She's got a little bit
I reckon he's
unburned.
about to be wound up by their 2J.
Yeah, the 515.
Then Owen Ward on the start line. 611, the 146 of the
So
road
again,
crew.
515, yeah, that was Michael Orr off the line. That's Tia Borowski in the passenger seat of the Jeep. And then the 801, as you said, Owen Ward in the Bitsa Nissan. Little bit of this, little bit of that.
Patrol chassis, patrol diffs.
Navara cab.
6-litre.
Chev.
Yeah, LS, 4L80E, Navara cab.
Plenty of bits on that one. 611 off the line now. That is Brendan Hill and Matthew Dix.
Just seeing who's on screen.
Oh, yes, absolutely, mate. Thought you were tucking in for a chat with little... What's
little
going
sneaky
on?
chat,
Yeah.
a little bit of information. Not really, I just
Don't
can't,
tell anyone.
I can't focus with the white in the background.
Yeah. Don't tell anyone, but on this microphone we're having the whole chat. 82 off the line too. That's the rotor. More, yes. And
I
then
saw them mixing up two-stroke before.
Really? There you go. A little bit of oil. Keeping it healthy. Maybe that was the smell we could... Yeah, the Jeep's going good.
You wouldn't see why that Jeep wouldn't be a fairly fast car anyway, would you?
Yeah, pretty sort of.
I don't know what transmission it runs, but...
Yeah. And again, Chappies did the tuning and everything, I believe, on it,
Yeah.
so it'd be a good
Same
tune,
as Clayton.
Yeah, so it makes about 250, yeah.
Yeah, at the flywheel.
Same tune. It's got the stage 2 in it.
I have never heard so much dribble since last time I was at Gundy. I was going to say since Gundy last year.
Yeah, I've lost my train of thought here. Someone else was off the line in there. I'm very sorry, team, if we've let you down here, but...
651 just left, I think.
It was one of the Class 8s. I think it was...
Before that...
Luke Peterson.
862. That's who it was.
862? Steve Ash. No,
Yes, that's right.
It was a Toyota.
Oh, yeah, Peterson in the Tacoma.
Thanks, Sandy.
I'm here somewhere.
I was with you. Land.
Land.
Land. Almost.
Gee whiz.
Almost
Got a
checking
bit
the
of an
fences there.
overcorrection. And then somebody's here. There's 2 cars off the line here. Matty Laver, 684.
Oh, and that's
and 631. Kate.
Yeah, say it, Sandy. Go on.
Kate.
Swinglehurst. Swingle.
Go. G. No D.
No, I said G.
Okay, copy.
Swingle. Go.
The Swindle Hopper.
No D. Whoa.
Swingle Hopper.
Stop. Who is this? Matt Gardner. That's who it is.
Matt Gardner, 589.
The 882 off the line as well.
Now, I'll have to look into that. I saw that her Navi was down listed as Tom, but I believe Tom was in with Ryan.
Oh, okay.
Might have to track down some info as to who Kate Navigator is, but awesome female competitor. So, ladies, if you're sitting at home thinking, I can get involved in this sport, get involved, get racing. More females, the better this sport gets. More eyes.
Speaking of females, we've got Hannah Bentley on the start line. Car 1118 with her father Hayden in the passenger seat.
Ah, yes, very good. The 1118.
Yes.
111 on the start.
What are they always? These cars always. I think I remember last year, all 3 cars are always the 1118, the 111, and there was the 1111.
It's True Line.
Yeah.
It's their thing. Because you know Naps.
11.
Correct. Which is a shame. Where is Naps this weekend?
Close the gap over here. Matty Lavis.
I believe Kate's already gotten around in front. Yeah, I think Kate's made the pass already.
Line pretty close together
right
too.
Behind, yeah.
Yes. So I think Kate might have missed her start time. The 180.
Adrian Coachworth and Sam Richards in the Rimco.
Tell you what, making some noise, isn't it?
The 798, the VDJ.
It's not a 79, it's 76.
76, sorry.
76
they're all the same, aren't they?
No, you said
Hey,
79.
they ain't the same as this one.
They're all the same.
Oh, look at he's got a 12mm compensator pump right there. Sandy, did I sound like I knew what I was talking about?
Something.
You compensate
because
for 12
everyone
mil.
knows. Because everyone knows.
Are you saying the average Toyota owner is compensating for 12 millimetres?
No, it's no.
Your words, Dan. Your words. As the 1020 off the start line.
Who's that out there?
I believe that's the 801. Yes.
Yeah. So
he'll be around the back, coming back towards us at the start line here.
Yes.
Good
run. Yeah, I think he might be a bit further out, Sandy, actually, because did he?
Oh,
and
yeah,
now we've cut to Hannah.
Yep, so Hannah Bentley there, running the trophy truck.
So the Daltons are off the line.
In the trophy truck. GU, trophy truck?
Oh, yes.
yes. Sorry,
yes. Everyone looked at me very sillily. That's how I knew it was a bad joke.
Nothing to do with what you say.
Heath Wheaton about to leave. Gone. Heath and Michelle, I believe.
Gee, so you could time-wise, you could throw a blanket over our Class 7s. Like, Hank is just there, Heath. We've got the 760 and then the 762 as well.
They're all within a few minutes, really.
Well, and especially with the 20-second start time, they'll all be within 2 or 3 minutes of each other. So the pass is on.
Forsman entry, gone, 202.
Which Forsman entry?
Not the last one, because he's there.
I can actually tell you it's Brendan Forsman.
Well done.
And it's only because I've got a piece of paper in front of me. But Brendan Forsman off the line with Lee Whitehand in the first seat.
Just in from Darren Vandy. I'm going to double check that on who's stopped out there. But it's saying... So hard to tell. Looks like Danny Brown's way back down the queue here. I don't know what you guys are getting there, but Clayton Chapman's still out in front. 11:42. Then number 5. Number 5, that's Dale, still moving. 16, 11:41, 119. Bowie, all still moving. Car 4, that's Danny Brown. They're still moving on my screen here. AJ still moving, but maybe Danny's having some dramas. I don't know. 110. I don't like saying who may have stopped and who may not have stopped, just because it's a bit hard to get the refreshers going here.
Rally
That
safe,
looked like
definitely very handy.
possibly the last of our cars off the line in their position.
Yes, I think the 22.
Car 22 is the last car to leave the line by the looks of it. No one else I can see in the background.
I think
He's
he
obviously
missed his
his
start,
start,
yes.
so he's straight away. Now, folks, we've got all of our starters off for Section 1, Round 3, the Australian Off-Road Racing Championship for ARB here at the Gundy 500. It's gone quiet.
And I'll tell you
it's
what,
almost an eerie silence
good,
as they leave.
good that the breeze has picked up a little bit. We seem to have that little gap or a little
dead moment.
Moment, that's the word I was looking for. I was going to say dry spell,
it's
but
come up to 15k an
oh,
hour.
look at that.
Weatherman Bowman. Got the news
Old,
for you.
old Sandy Liviani over here.
That is a very Queensland-specific
Well,
joke.
we are
right
in
there.
Queensland, mate,
Anyway,
so-
listen, power line run. This is one of the great sections of Gundy now that we've got the drone. Sorry, just doing a bit of cable movement
There's a bit
here.
of grunting and groaning coming out of the commentary box.
Wowzers. Anyway, the moral of the story is that it's one of the great spots now that we get from the live feed is this run down, because it does give you a good indication, boys, of just how rough the Gundy track can be,
Yes.
weather conditions, that drone footage you're running down that line. And it's interesting because it looks like a straight, but it's not straight. You've got to duck and dive and weave and bob, and if you can dodge a rent.
Shannon here. Shannon here.
Hey, I tell you what. Did we see the bigger entry?
Did
leave?
not.
No.
Did not. You're absolutely right. You know what? Now that you've actually said that, did we see it in Prologue?
Yeah, signing lap.
Yes, we did.
We saw it in signing lap.
Anyway, someone will give us that information, I'm sure.
Mark
but
and Sharon.
I can't picture that car doing Prologue now that I think about it.
Who else
Now,
hasn't
without
left the
sounding very
line?
discriminatory, I believe he had quite a unique hairstyle, and I did see a hairstyle getting around in civvies that very matched the Digger hairstyle. So,
Oh, right.
Not
It's not
ideal.
the same as my hairstyle.
No, there's lots more of it. I think she's this one. Party in front. No, it's party all round.
it's just a party.
It's
Yep.
just a party. Yep. Very good. So again, our last off the line. We've actually got a little
from what I
screenshot
can
of
see,
our
we-
officials just having a little conversation. Just, boys, good work. High fives all round.
Pizza
Yep.
at my place later on.
Yep.
The Royal.
Don't forget to tie your shoelaces before you walk off.
It's all happening though here. Well, actually, it's not all happening.
It's-
We're having a little
wow.
lull. So it's now time. If you're in the area, excellent opportunity to get over the Hawks. Get yourself a little bite. It's settled down because lunchtime was crazy, Sandy.
I see the
There's
other
the
of the
line.
Vandies down there lining up for another pile of chips.
How many is that? Third serve?
Maybe.
But it is definitely after lunchtime, so that you'd be mad if you didn't get yourself a cold can from down there.
You're right.
4X? Seeing as we are
I
in
think
camp.
they've got
Bit
some of
custom,
those.
mate?
It looks
Oh,
like they've got
have
some
they got
hard
some?
rated down there, but it looks of you boys.
We're just drinking solo up here, mate. I don't know what you're talking about.
But you can get that. You can get yourself some merch too. To anybody that's here, there is a merch thing
Apparel
down
tent.
behind us.
How would you find it, Sandy?
You would just walk from the start line over the mound,
Yes.
past the commentary box, and down the back you'll see a caravan set up with a whole heap of merch.
Have a sign or anything on it?
It says apparel
Perfect.
with a couple of eyebrows on the front of the caravan. Eyes on the front of the caravan.
Yeah, that colourful too. Colourful, that one. Moral of the story is that is a fantastic opportunity to get yourself some great Gundy merch. I've got Gundy merch. This is not a lie. I've got Gundy merch from 2012, nine that I'm still wearing to this day. That's
There you
living,
go.
isn't it?
I got
A bit tighter than it used to be.
I got.
Lot tighter.
Only
let's be
comes out on
honest.
special occasions.
Whoa.
But you can get yourself a.
You lost
not that
your
you
train of
need
thought
it
there,
today.
Sandy.
You don't need a hoodie today too much, but you can get yourself a t-shirt, a hoodie, a hat, stubby holder,
Perfect.
or the whole lot.
Or just get the whole lot.
Just
I'd
get the
say.
package.
Yeah. Let them know that you're at Gundy 2024.
That's right. Who's coming over? We've got a side-by-side rolling in over the back here.
That's definitely not on the racing line anymore.
No,
I'd say that's a pit stop right there. Going for a look. So if you're a side-by-side competitor team, be ready, because we've got one coming in.
And I can't see, but it nearly looks like
nearly
looks like
I was going to say,
Newman's little.
Is there a vehicle stopped? But I think it was stopped on the feed.
The live feed had stopped.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I'm sure our live feed will spit back out to the out into the boonies anytime soon.
Tell you what, we can hear cars. There's plenty going on.
Gets me excited.
I bet you it does.
Is there a better motorsport in the world than off-road racing?
Not really.
Like the sounds, the sights, it is very visually stimulating. Actually, it's stimulating to all the senses, off-road racing.
So
big
they're
suspension.
telling us that possibly Brent Martin is no longer mobile, which, you know, unfortunately for Brent, they have been a little bit plagued with that car this year, since the upgrades. But
yeah, hopefully that's not a sign, because like you said, it has been a tough change for them, particularly when they were so uber reliable. Like it was a very proven package, and I suppose the reality dictates that every now and then you're nervous going away from it. And, that makes it tough, definitely.
it's a bit hard to. I can't see anywhere here that actually confirms that he's out, but.
Yeah, there's no information. I'm on the same boat. I'm just having a look.
It's a bit hard to tell.
So sorry, Sandy, just
I hate
so
to
clarify, you're on Rally Safe?
I'm on Rally Safe.
Yep, so if you're following along, Rally Safe is what he's talking about.
Yeah, and like I said, it's sometimes a bit unclear, you know. The updates are right now showing me that Danny Brown's in front of Clayton, but I know that's not true because, 2 minutes later,
it
updates again.
Yep, makes sense.
Sit in front. So
absolutely.
I don't like to give people false information. What I can tell you who's going, and that is Clayton, Danny, Andy Brown still moving. Dale and AJ still moving. Car 16, Talbot? No, car 16.
Yeah, absolutely.
Talbot.
Yep,
then
absolutely.
You got Bowie. Bowie's still going. Richo's still going in car 119, 11:41, which is Kai
Camilleri.
Kai Floyd.
Kai Floyd.
Kai
You're
Floyd,
right.
sorry. Still motoring along. We've got Bo Robbo's around. Looks like he's around car 604, which is the first of our side-by-sides.
Yes.
Hopefully he's still motoring with some strong force. Currently doing 119 k's an hour. Then we're back down to car 93, which is AJ.
See, I've actually, again, it's I suppose hard. I've got an update that says that 113 is in front of 604 at the moment, but yeah.
Oh, yes. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, correct. So we've got 93, 113, 604.
And from what I'm seeing, Clayton Chapman is now headed to the north. So he's made the turn and headed to, because this track is looking at the race line, and Danny Brown's just come around and headed to the north as well, so in the 4. So
they're 3/4 of the way around the track.
Yep, absolutely.
We shouldn't be too far of seeing some dust over on our left.
Yes.
That isn't. I can see some dust in the distance over on our left.
Yep.
Not too sure who it is. And I would imagine.
Well, I think
we'd still be 10 minutes off seeing those guys. Any form of dust from those guys, unless they loop around in front of us.
And like you said, it is hard looking at the rally safe because all of a sudden Danny Brown jumped in front, and then Clayton goes again. You're like, it does look like it's close. So I will say, don't you reckon it looks like Clayton and Danny are on a bit of a charge?
Oh, like most definitely. There's a gap between those and the rest.
To the rest. You control blanket over the next 4 or 5, but the 15 and the 4 look like they're clearing house right now.
Not forgetting, folks, that while we're here, massive shout out to the sponsors, ARB for the ARB Gundy 500. Then we've got our championship sponsors, which are Raceline Wheels, Mickey Thompson Tyres, and ARB 4x4 accessories.
Yeah, also the Gundy Regional Council, AASA, Aora and Gundy Tyre Service, they put some money up. That's pretty awesome. They were going to do a top 10 shootout. They're happy that they were just moving through.
Yep.
And they said, let's give it to Clayton. So good for Clayton. Get a little bit of cash in the pocket. Never a sad day, is it?
And we've also got Chapmans Dyno Tuning and Automotive Services on board for the event. We've got MR Trans, Mike's Shock Shop, and Bulmer's on board as well. There's just sponsors everywhere. I can't believe the amount of energy that people are putting back into the sport. Fantastic to see.
Pretty cool. Hey, we've got a 3-time champion, Danny Brown. So he won in 15, 16 and 18. So 3-time champion, but we've got last year's champion leading right now. So not champion, sorry, Gundy King.
Oh, yes,
Let's call it
Gundy.
King. Yeah, Gundy specific.
Right. Yes.
So, but pretty cool.
True.
Yeah, and Brent Martin's right there as well. Actually, the other guy, Brett Comiskey, come off a great race. He was at, wherever he's just been racing, he had a good run. But it'd be nice. I can't remember, sorry. There's a lot of racing. Yeah, yep. But he was obviously at Gundy in 2020 and won in a pro buggy. And hasn't had any success since he's gone to the truck.
Oh, it makes sense.
Haven't had a truck win this race for like 20 years.
No,
it's
Gallard.
I know. It's just
11.
Who else
I was
is in
expanding on it.
Who else has pulled in there?
No, we've had none. Do you know who we
what
need?
did Carl Havey win in?
Who?
Carl Havey in 2014.
Oh, mate, shut your mouth. Pro buggy.
I'm just checking.
Yeah.
Well, he
did.
Sorry, one of the Haveys had a truck for a while.
He did, absolutely.
Maybe
That's
not
true.
that long ago.
Yes.
But I tell you what's funny is that I was going somewhere with that conversation. I lost my mind. Shut your mouth. Yeah. Good chat, Dan Curran.
Kaminsky Mining Services.
Yeah. Hoi, that's one to shout out. Like, he's a major sponsor here as well. And the best thing about Brent, he does put his money where his mouth is. Sponsors all races all over the place, from everything from races to race events. He just loves off-road racing.
Yeah.
The guy is truly passionate about it. He's owned pretty much every pro buggy and trophy truck in Australia at some point. He just buys and sells like a madman. You get a trophy truck. You get a trophy truck.
He gets a trophy truck.
So good. But he's a good bloke to boot, which definitely helps. So,
yeah.
I was going to say, I don't know if everyone else can hear it, but there's a lot of V8 noises and things happening.
We can hear it in the background.
Yeah. So it's all happening here, and we're pretty excited about it. Boy, this is the crazy thing about these updates, isn't it? Like, it just updated, and now it's like the 1142's right there. The 15 looks like it's not updated. That's got to be a tracking issue. But anyway, Sandy, does your live stream have the 15 and 4 stopped at the moment and everyone else going past them? Or is that just me? Because the 5's right there now, the 1141, which is Kai's.
Clayton travelling at 159.
So it's got to be, yep. So again, this is the curse of technology for
Dale
us commentators.
Martin, 152.
Because clearly mine is glitching here on my iPad.
Yeah, it doesn't like me today, does it? Who's that coming? Where are they coming from over here on the right?
There is a track over there, so it comes in, so it does a big square out that way. See how I'm pointing, Sandy?
Yes, correct.
And then it comes right back in, so it's basically across that creek system. On the other side, we have like the 816. It's probably Christian Trues. Got a couple of V8s out there, a couple of 6-cylinders. But yes, we can definitely hear, and the breeze is blowing the correct way that we're getting all that ambient noise, all that the beautiful sounds. A little bit of dust coming this way as well. Down towards the old part of the track, and it's interesting. So if you've ever raced this track, some of it goes backwards on the old track, and they've sort of mixed it up a couple of years ago. Fortunately, one of the properties that was
Has
originally
definitely
raced on.
changed a lot over the years now, hasn't it?
Absolutely.
Like, I remember when I think I first raced it, we had Malapunya Run, Bear Run in that little sand section in between the trees I was talking about yesterday or earlier this morning. So there's a fair few changes.
Absolutely.
But there is still some of the original, when I say original, I probably never raced the original track.
I don't think any of us did. Maybe ask Ryan Taylor. He can probably remember wheeling a Volkswagen around. But yes, I mean, it's been a lot of years now that the Gundy-Windy's been racing. It's one of the original races. Again, I don't think it's going to be too long here, Sandy. So from what I'm seeing, Clayton Chapman's turned again and he's headed, he's only got a couple of sort of short straight and he's back in towards the stadium area. Oh, Josh is pointing. You're right. That does look like a little bit of dust there. So it's very possible that we're going to see, and we do expect, it looks like the 15. My tracker's gone again, 15 and 4. The 1-1-4-1. So Kai Floyd is right there as well. The 5 of Dale Martin. I believe Brent Martin is also in that mix.
No, Brent Martin looks like he's way down.
Stopped, has he?
He's way back. He's car number 1, right, not far off the start. I'm going to say 20 or 30k marker or something. 20k marker.
Right, I'm sure. Yep, not ideal. Not ideal is a. Well, we've got the 5 and the 1-1-4-2, the 1065s there. Jason Richards in the 119, Talbot Cox in the 16. Again, they are all
bit of a gap. Then Bo Robbo's looked like he's may have possibly rounded up a couple and hunting Richo.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, you're right. That does look like that. He's also got AJ in the mix there as well, as they can't keep jumping either way.
Like we said, it's probably, it's possibly a reasonably hard track. Well, it always has been a reasonably hard track to do good overtaking in.
It's hard because it's risk versus reward, isn't it, Sandy?
If you get out of the racing line out here, you've literally got about a metre or 1,500 mil, 1.5 metres worth of tall grass, which with the water that's out here this weekend, you wouldn't want to dip your wheels too far off the racing line. You quite easily just get halted in a melon hole.
That's right.
Full of mud. So
and lose all that time you were hoping to save.
Yeah, 100%.
Yep. So, yeah, it's going to be one of those races where we have definitely the race. But, again, I suppose this is the problem when you've got a Clayton Chapman at the front. Like, Bo Rob can't hang around. He's got to make passes and he's got to get to the front.
He's got to make a few risky moves, I think, to be able to pull back his time. If he started off 11th and there was a, we saw the gap but just between the top 3 off the start line and even the top 10, then he's got to pull back a few minutes over the whole course of the weekend, obviously.
Absolutely.
Not just today.
Is that interesting? And like you said, I mean, an extra lap as well, the Gundy 500. I know it's been around for a few years now, the extra lap, but throwing an extra lap is just such a...
It's a game changer. Because, today, 2 laps, that's hard work.
Throwing it out there, I know you know this, Sandy. Doing the 400Ks, your car was at the ragged edge.
Yes.
Yeah,
definitely.
Hey, you know what we need to do? An extra... Not really. I didn't need to do it. I'm pretty happy with the 400, mate. But Jamie, I appreciate what he's done. He's made it it's more like an enduro, like a competitive. You got to be smart, and it's hard to know, isn't
it?
In
5 years' time, it'll be 1,000.
See how it went silent?
100 kilometres added
every year. That's what he told me.
The Gundy 24
hour.
Yes,
enduro.
Yep. Or the Gundy 12 hour.
Do you know what? I'd actually back like a carby GQ to do that. It just would never stop, fuel and not go.
Yeah.
Would be fun though. I mean, Sporty's 12-hour enduro is always a fantastic race. It's a great concept.
Starts at midday.
Finishes at midday again.
Finishes at...
So it was the Swingle Hoppers.
That probably makes sense.
Is that the last name?
They might have had a little bit of a drama of missing their start time.
Ah, yes.
Oh, true. Sounded strong leaving now.
Yep.
So unfortunately for them, whatever section they had completed, they are now back at the start
of that section.
Yes.
There it is, folks. Dust on your left.
Wowzers.
I'm calling it Danny Brown.
Oh.
No, Chappie.
Chappie,
sorry.
I like it. I was like, man, that's a big call. Yeah, it's definitely Chappie. Yep. I was going to say the little yellow lights up top. That's a Clayton thing. Gee, does that car not motor? I know we keep saying it, but it's stopped, goes through, and then accelerates the 200.
What I love about this car, not only, obviously we know Clayton and Adam been in the car together for a long time. They're a well-tuned team. We know Chappies have been around forever in the sport. These guys aren't racing a 12-month-old frame.
No.
They're not racing a latest technology motor when you think about it. They're racing an older frame, earlier technology motor.
Absolutely.
And dominating.
There's some engineers from Toyota that are coming to punch on with you saying that 2JZ doesn't have a lot of technology in it.
But you're right in what you're saying.
Yes,
like,
it's older.
It doesn't have 4.5-inch King triple six
that's
tubes.
what I'm saying.
It's actually, you're right. It shows
just
how
a solid
good he is.
combination of
well-sorted package,
sorted team, and workshop back at home.
Yep, they know what they do. They tune them right. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Sandy.
There's a bigger than a 20-second gap there, fellas.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. Is that, and I don't mean to but this is the peak of what you can purchase as a pro car, like as an unlimited buggy, like
Danny Brown's driving the best you can get.
That's the best you can get, and and it does. I agree with what you're saying. Have a listen to that. I hope you're getting that through our microphone too. That's about 1,000 horsepower, and I think Danny's got a point to prove there. Plenty to go. Again, 2X, not X's, 2X Gundy winners.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Right there. They know what it takes.
And I think Clayton and Adam were absolutely ecstatic for their win at Hillston. They won the Prologue fair and square. They won the events fair and square. There was no hiccups. There was no interruptions.
They've had a few good ones now. They've just off the back of a win at Don too.
They said it was sort of, even though they came away with the odd win here and there, they've had a lot of. This has been the race that at Hillston was their race that they did it with. They just did it. Yeah. There was no playing with things like interruptions with the race. There was no car issues with other people. It was just something that they did from start to finish.
Yes, absolutely.
As we see the 842, the forward. Now we talk about the peak.
Not 842, mate.
1142.
1142.
As we talk about the peak. Now this is the peak of the peak.
Oh, yeah.
A four-wheel drive Alumacraft. So this is the same as the number 4 that we saw.
Damn.
What a shot. We see the 1142 as we see the 15 of Chappie make his way in there. But the sights and sound, they're going to start coming in thick and fast. So it'd want to be getting down on the fence. But they're going to make their way straight through for a second lap this time. So just to fill you in, that due to the 2 laps today in a 100-car field, that was one of the reasonings behind the 20-second start as well. They wanted to make sure that now at some point, I'm going to make a prediction and say that our leaders are going to end up.
Looks pretty dirty out there now, Josh.
Yeah, that's Kai Floyd in the 1141. Now I'm going to make a prediction and say at some point our leaders are going to end up passing some of the slower cars through the field.
So am I right in saying Kai Floyd was 4th off the line?
Yes, they're holding position.
Holding position, yeah.
Geez, I'll tell you who's made up some ground here.
Gap. Is that AJ?
No, it's Dale.
No, that's Dale.
I'll tell you what, though.
Now, this could be a little bit of a sneaky
Clayton
one.
Chapman, sorry, boys. 52 minutes and 55 seconds, 0.5 from your current leader, provisional Clayton Chapman. Danny Brown crossing the finish line.
Yeah, that's impressive, hey?
Because correct me if I'm wrong, Brent was in between Dale and Kai.
Yep, so he's got to clear a
Yeah,
little bit.
so he had a little dust gap there. So this could be a bit of an interesting one here. Dale
that's
might,
actually...
Dale might leapfrog a few people. Now, I'll tell you the other man that's a very good driving in the dust, but a very calculated, very measured man that we just saw come around the damn U-turn, I guess you'd say, was the number 16, the racer engineering of Talbot Cox.
That damn U-turn. Yes, I know what you're saying.
Danny Brown, 53.39. That's Chappie with a 52.55. Danny Brown with a 53.39. So that's 44 seconds.
I mean,
behind.
Chappie's out of the stadium as Danny Brown's coming out. Yeah. I mean, Chaps is doing a great job.
Remembering he's got clear
Oh,
vision,
absolutely.
so
I will say you can't argue that Danny's in the dust.
Yeah.
Well, I can right now, mate. I'm just saying.
Wait.
But the first two have done a very nice job of clearing out, hey. And then it gets to the point that Danny Brown needs to play it smart, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He starts going, okay, well, let's just see what plays out here. Oh, how much... Big hit there.
Yeah.
So Andy Brown had a real wild Sabre. It was like a 1650 class car, but he crammed an 800 horsepower VK in it because that's what they do. And it was insanely
He had
fast.
a massive off down in the Pines a couple of years back.
Yes, and he had a massive... Remember, he
and up
literally...
here, he took a gate post up
He
here.
took a whole retaining post out with this Sabre. It had no right-hand side on that car. Very impressive, and man, it was fast. Kai Floyd, nice run there.
That's a sweet car.
Yep.
Kai Floyd over the finish
Wow.
line.
Now, Dale.
He is driving really good. Yes, Dale, yes.
Look at the water.
Wowzers.
Look at the water.
Yeah, he's on a mission.
Yes. Just wheel lap time to look here. This could, on time, bump him up a few places.
I'm just going to refresh here and I'll give you a couple more lap times, but I reckon Dale's pulled the goods here a little bit. Unfortunately, seeing no Brent in front of him.
Yeah, so that wasn't a tracker issue. He is parked.
Yeah, well, he was still motoring last time I looked. But
very good.
He's
But
been stopping
there's
at
an
motor.
issue.
Yeah, there's
Yes.
issues.
Yeah.
All right, lap one, Clayton Chapman, 52.55.5, we said. Then car 4, Danny Brown, 53.39. Car 5, Dale Martin, currently third, 55.02.
Okay.
Then we've got Andy Brown with a 55.03, 1 second. And 11.41, 55.22. So
it's all pretty close.
It is pretty close.
Yeah,
Very
no,
close.
Talbot's coming in. Yep, so that's
not
not going to
what
be
we
on
like
here.
to see.
No. I mean, it's good that it's still driving and doing all the things, but
No, it's got
unfortunately,
issues.
it just adds up to time. Even if they're just in the pit for a minute
So
to
better
fix a
get
hose
his
or
crew
something.
back down to the pits.
Yep.
Quick, smart.
So again, yep, Talbot is coming into the pits.
Someone just turn the fan on and clear some of this dust for us.
Yeah. Run the helicopter a few times.
Who we got? Richo. Is that Richo?
Yeah. Oh.
Watch the water.
Yes.
Yes.
The lights up on top
Look,
of it.
that's just getting more
So-
and more water.
It. I swear they're pumping it in.
I reckon it looks like it.
So where does
Folks-
is that Bowie after that now?
I would say so.
So Richard's physically past Bowie on road? Because I think that Bowie was in front off the line.
Yes, he was indeed.
And that is definitely the red single,
Bowie,
the
yeah.
red class 10. Not the pink one, don't get it confused.
Whoosh. 300 metres to 200 metres from the finish line, there is a, I'm going to call it a melon hole. They
Yep.
all seem to be melon holes,
Yep.
but it's filling up with water, I reckon. Bowie
10.65.
sounds like he's pulling back to come
yeah.
in.
He is coming in.
Oh, that's no good. He's obviously got some form of issue out there.
So again, if you're 1065's team, he is coming
Bowie's
into the fence.
team, get back there. Can't see any. Usually we can see a little bit of smoke or a flat destroyed tyre on the back or something, but the last two cars in, we haven't seen anything. Here's Bo. That's actually given Bo a really good advantage, boys, because Bo's coming up to the finish line.
Clear.
He's got a real clear run.
Yeah.
That hopefully that gives him a bit of fresh air. Well, for his sake anyway.
Panel's still in the same condition as when he left, so not too wild.
And his foot down. He's obviously heading off again on his second lap for Section 1 of the ARB Gundy 500.
Absolutely brilliant. The championship. How good is it?
AJ?
AJ, yep.
Missing? Is that missing? No. Maybe on downshift?
Yeah. So again, there's a few guys there that will get, like, if they keep moving up.
Everybody that's out there's still potential.
Yes.
Winners, absolutely.
Did you just say winners win?
No, it's a potential winners.
Ah, yes, yes.
Aaron James, the next winner.
What year was that, Joshua?
2017.
That's right. I forgot about that, but you're absolutely right.
He's all over it.
Yes.
Memory like a
book?
Something. Like a book.
Like a printed presentation book right in front of me. Oh, that 7-litre Mason truck. How good does it sound?
Gibbs motor? No, it's a Dugan's, isn't it?
Dugan's. Yep.
Dugan's motor in that one.
As the first of our... Oh, that is a badly bent rear arm right there. So that's...
On
604.
Oh, that's McNiven. So that's the leader of our...
but coming in...
Class 6.
First of our Class 6 as
yes.
well.
But like you said, what do you do?
We've had three or four or five in the top.
Proves how...
13 already in.
Yep.
Or out.
Proves how treacherous this track really is.
People called it, didn't they? They said it's going to be tough.
Talbot's on his way. Not sure what his issue was, but hopefully we can get a little update somewhere. Righto. We're going to give it to you. 5th cars.
Sounds good.
Class.
Sounds good to me, Sandy.
We've got Clayton Chapman first. Danny Brown. Dale and AJ. Car 5, 11:42. Car 16, car 11:41, 119, 93, which is AJ, 113, which is Bo, 1065, Bowie and Ella, and car 604, all with a result there. Now, not forgetting that car 16 was Talbot. He's in.
Well, he's out now.
Well, he's in the pits, is what I'm saying.
No,
he's back here. Sorry, he had a pit stop, so that will have killed his time a little bit.
So there's Talbot on road there.
So that pit time will appear in his second lap. So that will kill his second lap, yes.
But that's not Brent? No, sorry.
No, that's the 110.
Southern Cross.
Yes.
Tucker.
Correct. Simon and Kyle.
Matty Burrows aimed at the finish line, but it looks at that from here. I don't know. The other Burrows. Papa Burrows.
Ah, it is too. The monk car.
21. Mark Burrows over the line. Funny, these top runners are. There's a lot of championship, a lot of experience between amongst all these guys. So we're sitting here. We can't call it right now. I'm calling Kai on the podium though.
Yeah, I like that. That's a good one. That is a good.
Only because I should have called it before we even got here, but I'm calling it now.
Yep.
I reckon we're going to see him on the podium somewhere.
Good driver. Yeah, absolutely. So that was the 44 past us just then, which is
604's just heading back out. They may have just had a little splash of fuel.
No, they changed. It had a bent rear arm.
Oh.
It looks like they've either straightened it somehow.
How would they have fixed that rear arm in that
I suppose if you race a Can-Am, you probably become quite adept.
I don't know. We saw Cougars put a torque converter in within an hour.
That's
so
true. Listen, if you know the inside... Oh, no, it's just stop. That's not a good sign.
They may have just
Bent the rear arm.
hit it out straight.
Yeah.
Now, we saw the 138 of Anthony Falaba, Tony Falaba through. And we also see the 401 machine, Jamie Knight.
I reckon he's pushed through the pack a fair bit.
He has.
Yeah, I think that's a good run.
He started 15th-ish, 16th, somewhere around there. We'll have you a time for these people any second.
Yeah, rear arm bent again.
It failed again on them. Yep.
Mark Burrows came in with a 58.17. Car 138 through with a 58.59. The Tuckers through with a 58.13. Car 44, which is Jordan
Patterson, yep.
With a 57.48. 604, who we've just seen come back in for the second time, unfortunately, with some rear arm issues. They came in with a 57.24. Bowie with a 56.29.
Boys, how crazy is a sub-hour run in a side-by-side a little while ago? If you had told me that, I would have laughed at you. Like, you're like, no, mate, come on.
So one of the side-by-sides that we're missing...
Tassin. He's got another bent. That roof number is getting more and more bent.
No, just the speed.
Hey, the first of the trophy trucks. The four-wheel drive trophy trucks is through.
The second Mason trophy.
First, second Mason.
No, I don't know. But yeah, Christian Trues.
Christian Trues.
In case you're thinking who is going on.
Is through. I missed it. But I'll tell you what.
You got excited though, Sam.
Geez, what a shame for Talbot, just having a look at that. He was on an absolute heater, a 55.19. That put him up inside the top fifth. So unfortunately, he's going to lose a few places there. It's a real shame for Talbot. A great North Queensland competitor.
816 Christian through with a 58.07.
Again, a sub-hour in a four-wheel drive.
That's easy. No, it's not easy. He's working hard and he's doing a phenomenal job.
In this stuff.
That's rough.
It's
not like it's a track like Hillston where it's a farm track into some rough creek beds, you know. Out here it is all a rough creek bed basically.
Yes.
And you know, when we see tracks like even Rainbow, the first of the championship rounds, there was some long fast straights where you could max your car out in gearing and then get back out to the desert and sit in the whoops, in the sandy whoops. So there's a mix on these other tracks. Out here, there's not many nice, clean, long straights to wind your car out to top speed.
Yeah, and even the straights are rough. Like, exactly. Yeah.
And the straights are short.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Have a look at those shots that we're getting. Actually, that's the two calendar cars, the DAC. So it's been switched position, but they're still racing together. But have a look at that beautiful drone footage that we've got. Again, beautiful. Have a look at the big screen there, Sandy. Is that easier to... No.
I need the big screen in front of me.
But it is beautiful. Like, I mean, it shows the...
it's showing you how much dust is actually still out there. And not only that, we're seeing the amount of water around us. So,
yes. Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? Literally green with water at the at those positions. But then, dusty and dry everywhere else. Absolutely amazing. As the 99. Yeah, so that's the other calendar, the DAC entry. The unlimited car.
And Jackson Evans just passed us for his second lap with a 59.48. Just in front, car 127 with a 59 even.
Out of interest, you know who we don't have back is Mikey Zacher.
No,
we
don't.
1151.
Mr.
Diggett's through now, the 1186.
Great to see them put the bigger motor in that car. Yeah, the footage is just absolutely incredible. These drones, back in the day I was thinking about it, these were the kind of shots that were only reserved for people that had enough money to be able to fly in a helicopter.
Correct.
Which is absolutely... Now, this looks like
Matty Burrows.
Oh, Matty Burrows, sorry.
Yes.
My bad, sorry. I could tell it was a single digit and heard a bit of a natural aspirated V6.
Yes, absolutely. I was on the wrong track too, Josh.
So has he had a little drama out there? Is he back a little bit further than what we expected from his prologue position?
59.35.
No, that's a great lap. So Gee, it just shows the level of competitiveness that is here at this year's Gundy 500. Like, look at this in our drone shot here. We got two side-by-sides battling it out.
Sorry, mate. Clayton Chapman, the only one with a 52 bracket.
Yep. He is on a tear.
Geez, we might get a pass on the live feed here. You can see a couple of side-by-sides. The drone working hard to keep up.
I think he gets out a couple of kilometres, our drone.
Yeah, pretty cool to see that racetrack right there, isn't it?
I believe this will be, this looks like the Racer Engineering,
yeah,
Mick Marson.
Gotta be.
So one of our major sponsors of the event, Mr. Trans.
If you want an Albans or any gearbox worked on or built, that's your guy. So Matty Burrows on the live feed as well. Again, some of our fantastic sponsors. We've got Comiskey Mining Service on board there. And Raceline, ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship, mate. How exciting.
Amazing.
And it's a good championship too.
Oh.
It's heating up to be a cracker come the end of the year.
I might get in trouble for asking this, but just a little lull. What's the difference between a championship and a series?
Do you know the answer?
No, I have no idea. Just the name?
Yeah, gee.
And we're going for points now.
So what did they go for before in the series?
In the series was just I don't know. No, I know the reason behind it.
Because it's now a championship.
It's a championship.
So the reason behind it, we were with a different entity, and now we're not.
Yep, very good.
And now we're with the championship.
Yes, beautiful.
Who's this loose unit coming into the finish line?
Kildy, I think. I think that's the 412.
Yeah,
just going off our starting position.
Oh, you should have just claimed it and said you saw it. Yep, Kildy. A few less panels on the back of that truck. It's a bit of a truck thing to start with no panels, isn't it? They build a truck and then they want it to look like a buggy.
I don't get it.
Slow them down.
Run them till they fall off.
That's right.
I understand because they get that heavy. They're probably. Righto, we just got a call here. Can we have crew of 631 up to HQ, please? And 111. Up to HQ, please. Anybody that's listening or looking or...
So 631, that's the Swindlehurst team.
And then the 111, which is that True Line,
yes.
Entry. So we can have those guys up to the HQ.
Stephen O'Toole in the 111.
Or the 1111. No, just
no,
not this weekend. The 1-1 versus the 111.
Praise baby Jesus.
412 on your screens, folks. You boys are saying this is a built car in Australia.
Yeah. Kildy's built it himself, so... Yeah, he's gone through a couple of iterations, Sandy, like was racing the Class 8 car, then built a chassis Class 8 car, then built this. I don't know how many exactly it's had, but this is the latest version of what he built, so pretty cool. And again, we're talking about Australian builders at the moment, like Radius Fab building that new trophy truck. Very excited to see that. I know that it was done by the CAD design part with Richie was built, but it's done by that. Is he called Flying High or something on Instagram? But he's the same guy that works with Alphas and Gene Towler. Like Get Performance. So it's along the lines. So it'll be a really good, big, rough car, I think. So exciting to see that. So because everyone's got their own way to, what do you call it, Josh? Skin a cat.
Look at that mullet on the bottom of your screen, folks.
Whoa! Amazing.
Bowie is rolling up to the start line for his second lap. Not too sure what issues he's had.
Yeah. And unfortunately, that put him back a bit,
with his time, big time.
Yeah, big time.
Puts him back in 20th. But this happened to him at Hillston too, you know.
Yep. And then
Hillston, he had a bit of an issue and
it's a long race. We're only
pulled right back to like 6th or 7th outright.
Yep.
Something crazy like that. So
amazing.
It is a long race, and every year when they add 100 kilometres here and 100 kilometres there, it's going to become more and more endurance.
So is that one of our Class 7s? I think that's the 760.
Yes, the Gill entry.
Yes, yep. Just judging off the white, the big fridge. But it's a very big sandy section out the back there.
Hey, see that TB42 handle that?
Yeah,
No problem
no
whatsoever.
Do you know what you won't have any trouble, Sandy? At the Cape, ever.
As looks like the 23 Craig Korg through there as well. Going to stick the knife in a little bit. Probably a little bit, not having a great afternoon, especially a bit later on when the rugby goes and the old Bocky get flogged by the Wallabies.
Ouch. Can't believe you went there.
I've got a pass.
Bowie on your screen.
You don't. Yep, Bowie on the screen there. Again, great shot.
You can see in the background towards the pits there on your right.
And you can see that dam
That's that
corner.
dam over
What a
your
great
far left
shot.
of your screen, folks.
Yeah, that's amazing. It shows you just how the Gundy crew have tied it so that the track comes in and out. So we actually see these cars a number of times here at this race. It's absolutely brilliant.
Dean McGinley over the finish line. Car 1087.
Yep, 87. Good run there.
And I believe this will also be Sam Bentley here.
I was going to say, a few tens all coming together now. So. Is that the 696 there, just gone through?
Or 636?
Might have been, yeah.
No, I think you're right. 696 Concrete Racing, Bryce Derrick, Matthew Reid.
Jason Keane going around the dam now. So that's the green 10 car. Oh, yes, and that's Mark Peterson with the St. George with the old Bennett built C20.
Car 631, crew for car 631, roll on up to HQ, please.
So that's
or even if you're parked near them or know somebody that knows them.
That's the Swinglehurst crew.
That'd be great.
Kate's car.
See a couple of little notes on our Chris board here. A couple of people have stopped with car 629. These guys are mobile again. 1070 mobile again. Michael Zacher mobile again. 34 Kai Camilleri mobile again. Brent Martins mobile again. Just a couple of quick bits of info that as they've come to us. Few cars through now. Dean McGinley's through with a 101 and 30 seconds. Car 23, that's the Krog entry, wasn't it?
Yes.
At 101.23. 10.26 at 1 minute and 50. Down a bit further, car 10.18. Sorry, we might as well go car 696 with a 102.15, 607 with a 102.17, and 10.18 with a 104 and 5 seconds. So 104 and 5 seconds. We're now getting about 12 minutes difference.
Yeah, starting to really push out, isn't it?
Starting to push out a little bit.
Absolutely. Yeah, it makes a big difference. That's the All entry. Another one of our little 10 cars making its way around nicely. I've got Zacher stopped again, Sandy, so I don't know what's going on there, but I reckon because the 136, that's Joey Bulmer, I think, is now moving, and that tracker, it's just sitting just out over there to the, I think it's the north of us, let's call it the northwest a little bit. And the 1151 seems to have stopped, unfortunately. It might be two of the cars.
First of our, what are these things with the new R's?
Oh, yes, Can-Am. Yep, Maverick R's.
It's Maverick R's, sorry.
I did have to get my head around that, but yes.
Over the finish line, but they're coming in for a pit, so...
Well, I wonder, there might be a few of them floating around that don't have enough fuel range.
Oh, that's what I was saying before. I nearly reckon they would nearly need a little splash of fuel, some of these guys.
Some of these guys that are more into the Queensland Championship, because you wouldn't need that much fuel doing the Queensland Championship. A lot of the, I won't call it short course stuff, but you're not doing 160, 170 Ks of this stuff. This is not. It's rough.
Yeah.
It's rough out there. You're using a lot of fuel. You're accelerating a lot of times on a lap. Go on.
I dare and say that this event is better than Fink, mate.
Really? Really?
I'll say it.
Wowzers. Wowzers. That's a big call, Sandy. Jason Keen's
Tell
through.
you what.
You're right, there is some... Well, but listen, let's talk about it, Sandy. What is impressive, so Mark Peterson through, is that there's so many good off-road racing events now. Because really,
when I first started, we had 5 or 6 nationals around the whole of Australia.
Yep.
You know, and when I say that, big events,
yes.
I'm talking. And plus your clubbies, obviously.
Yes.
But now, there's 20 big events.
Like, how good is Kalgoorlie?
Yep.
How good is Hillston? How good is Rainbow? How good is Don River? Don River Dash
Don
is
River Dash, the Mac.
Yep. So it is absolutely incredible. Oh, unfortunately,
That's your big boy,
Michael
Mr.
Doolan.
Diggett.
Oh, Doolan.
We don't want to see this.
I didn't want to see this. Unfortunately, he was cranking, and he'd actually been through. So that's halfway through, or not halfway, but, you know,
he's been through his first lap anyway.
So that's on his second lap. So not ideal there for Michael Doolan in the Mr. Diggett Brenthal.
And if they fix and get back out there, they've got to run straight back into their eating continuously into their second lap, and they'll have to start from the start again.
Yep, so that time is all ticking.
I don't know what we're following out here or how far out we are.
No. Michael Phillips.
A little Bennett.
Ah, yes, that's I've gone blank. Mark Robinson. So Mark Robinson, again, the St. George boys. Good drive too. Hey, look at that. It started getting that nice surface tension. You like that word?
Yeah.
And but it's become...
I've got some surface tension over here. You using those words, bro?
Anyway, the moral of the story is it's become more consistent, is what I'm trying to say.
You're talking about there starting to be a racing line cut into these corners? Yes.
And they're starting to slide, like it's not no traction, some traction, no traction,
yes.
All the traction roll over. That's what I'm saying.
So we got 11:38.
Okay, so we're just getting some information from the officials. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going out, like if you've heard that your car's out, you actually need to go and see the racing office first. Don't just head out and go and try to find your team. They'll give you information.
There is a strategy behind recovery.
Yeah,
that's what we're getting at.
Yeah, the idea behind that, just to fill you in, is so that they know where everyone is. They don't think that they've lost someone on the track, and they're out in the middle of the night searching for them while you're back at camp.
Well, we don't want a car trailer trundling down over a race course.
Yes.
So yeah, there's a fair bit of information there. So just make sure you let us know before you're going out, as in go and talk to the race
HQ.
Yeah, it's just up here. The Atco Hire
underneath the giant aerial. The bottom of the giant aerial. The
you are
mast
right.
thingy.
That thing.
Yeah.
No, you're telling the truth, Sandy, for once. You really can't miss it when you look at it like that, can you?
I was telling the truth when I said it's better than Fink.
I'll ask an expert. Do you reckon you could base jump off that aerial, Sandy? Would a parachute open in time from that height?
I'd have a go.
Oh, please don't. Very good. The 10.05 off the line now. That's Declan Cummins and Maxine Cooney in the Lothringer. Is it Lothringer or Lothringer?
Why are you asking us, man?
Well, it says Lothringer.
It is Lothringer. Well, I've been saying it Lothringer for a long time.
Is there a G in it?
Yeah.
G-unit?
Oh, my goodness. Ladies, it's been a good day. I think you should turn the sound off on your mics now. Who else have we got out there at the moment, Josh? 10.15 still circling. 10.82's on its way back in. The 146, the 515, the Jeep Speed's still going.
Yes.
Will that be the first of our class?
What I'm going to say, Dan, is technically we've got everyone out there still because there's 2 laps to do. Are you asking who's still on our first lap?
No, I'm also saying like the 11.51 stopped. You know what I mean? Like this car's out.
Car 35 looks like it's travelling back in.
34 is a long way from where it needs to be. That's Kai Camilleri. That's not good.
That's a shame.
That's very much off the track.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, so.
Can't park there, bro.
He's not parked.
He's moving.
It might be on a trailer, yeah.
We hope he's not a trailer, otherwise he's off the race line.
And it wasn't a shortcut because he's still on lap 1.
And looking at this, Clayton Chapman looks like he's closing in on the Sants, 11:44. So I can only go off.
They're dealing with some heavy traffic now,
They
aren't
are. So there's a big gap, and once again, it's a bit hard to tell.
they? Yeah, because I'm looking, Dale is jumping over and all this sort of stuff, so they're right in the thick of it
Well,
right
have
now.
a look at our live feed. You see, like you said, heavy traffic. We had I think it was the ex-Hawk car, was it
862?
862? And then it was almost like you willed it in, Dan, the 515. The Jeep speed was right in the dust there. It's actually hard to get some of the numbers and be confidently calling the vehicles with how much dust we've got. But I tell you what, it is good to see some good, tight racing.
Yes. Well,
there's a big group coming in now, isn't there? There's 5 tight cars, tightly grouped together.
Yes.
And whether one's creating dust for the next, which snowballs onto car 3 and 4 and 5 in that little group. But
So I think that's Joey Bulmer.
Yeah, green
it
on
is.
it. Yep.
He's
doesn't sound healthy.
He'll be in. He's in. So which then means Matty Hummer, car 633, the Raceline sponsored side by side, has clear air. So
Now, Sandy, is that Chris Hummer's son or something?
It is indeed.
Yep.
So now we see the 604 go back
out
so
for the second time, car 604.
I would say this time they've put another arm in it rather than just tried to bend it straight.
You said they put an arm in before, mate.
Oh. Yeah, wide line. He was right, but yeah, he did.
It does look scary when you can
sketchy,
see.
didn't it? Because it was very fast. So Joey Bulmer coming into the pits now. Hopefully they'll get that sorted out.
There, around the dam.
Oh, yeah, so that's away from us.
So that track right in the middle of the screen there was the track coming back into it, come around the dam. Bloody beautiful country out here, isn't it?
Oh, isn't it just?
Beautiful off-road racing country.
Oh, isn't it just? Built for it. I think she'd be pretty tough during the middle of summer out here. I won't lie to you.
10.05 across the line onto their second lap. Matty Hummer. Well, Tippett's going to get rounded up by 6.0.
Yeah, by Jeff McNiven.
Yeah. But
Very
again,
fast.
not for a position because he's way down on time.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, but obviously McNiven's going to try to make as much time up as he can, get back into the hunt. Again, from what I'm seeing, Sandy, no real difference at the front. 15, 4, 144, 141.
11.44 was the Sands, is that correct?
Oh, so it must be
That
stopped.
might be
Sorry.
stopped or down the queue.
I was thinking it was Andy, but you're right. It must be stopped. Yeah,
Zero racing speed
Yes,
out of the
that's
Sands. So
not
unfortunately for them, looks like I haven't seen them come across on their first lap.
No, I haven't either. So are we missing Andy?
So we are.
Because that's where I got confused. I was thinking 11:42,
This
wasn't
group
I?
here.
Still moving though. The 11.9, the 119, the 93,
Richo,
the 113.
AJ.
Yep.
That's
Bo.
Bo. I was going to say Land. That's not Land's car. So Danny Brown looks like he's catching.
Oh no! Hey, I hate to say it. Oh, that was a good jump, eh?
Neat.
1142 from what I see is parked back here.
Just tap it. It does look like zero racing speed from Danny and Andy Brown in 11:42. Car 146 over the line, car 862 over the line, nice and smoothly. We saw just a second ago.
Do not want to see that, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, but sometimes that's the name of the game.
Coming back into the finish. I'm going to say we've got car 82. Looks like car 82 coming in there. About to go around the dam.
Yep, I agree. That does make sense. That does look like the Moore entry, the little road. Rimco, wasn't it? Yeah. But had a rotary in it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They're motoring all right.
Yeah, they're going good.
Two-stroke mix on point.
Mendham? Dave Mendham in? So across the line.
You know about that car?
Josh isn't here. We won't do that rigmarole for you. But yes, good car.
Jeep speed. The 2J.
Wow, big slide.
Hey, I tell you what, he's closed the gap on
Yep. On the
862 Ash.
Yes.
Ash is loose out there.
We need to get that guy's name right so I don't butcher it. It was, yes, Stephen Ash.
Oh, Stephen Ash. Yeah.
Yep, correct. Yep. The old Ash can be a first name or a last name. That's a trick right there.
Yeah. Gee, these corners, you know, we're saying that it seems to be fairly dusty out here, but
yes,
it seems to either be dusty or muddy.
Or slippery, muddy.
That doesn't seem to be a consistent amount of traction out there. You're sliding in on dry dirt or you're sliding in mud.
The other funny thing, Sandy, you can probably talk about as a competitor is that it's interesting because you probably, you know, it gets a bit wild and like we're like, whoa. That's happened 500 times out on that track, hasn't it?
Yeah, 100%.
So really, they're very comfortable by this stage.
Yeah.
It's all happening very easily for them. Oh, easily is a relative word. They haven't crashed, that's what they're thinking.
No.
But it's a good run.
There's a 657 through there as well. I tell you what, I think this is going to be a battle that's going to rage all weekend, is our Class 6 battle.
Joshua, I just got to say it. The Hawks, they've got the crispy chips going. They're absolutely brilliant. Don't know if you know this, Sandy.
I don't know, everybody's going to hear it.
How good is that crisp? Yes, it's very good.
Better than any Red Rooster chip I've ever had.
Wow. I like that a lot. Just had a pass right in front of us. Unfortunately, it wasn't on the live stream, but just going around the dam there. I did miss the numbers, unfortunately, because, again, once they start bunching up, it gets quite hard to read the numbers with the dust.
Well,
it's
got to be Chris Land
which makes sense.
Car 22.
Yep, does make a lot of sense.
The EJ20 Subaru.
Yep. So a great run there from Chris Land, because I think it was him that passed the single-seater pulled over to the left. That looks like it might be McNiven in that Yamaha, that YXZ 1000.
Oh, is that Matty Lavis?
Oh, maybe. Both got Yamaha-powered side-by-sides. I think we've only got the one. Oh, yeah.
684 Matty Lavis. Followed by 878. Isn't that the Peterson truck coming in? The Tacoma?
Yes, absolutely. With the 2.7 Toyota.
The Booster
3RZ. Booster boy. So remind me and tell me.
He's missing badly with Peterson's car. So I'm tipping if Peterson's crew is here, I would imagine he'll be coming in for a pit.
Absolutely. Makes a lot of sense. So, does anyone... I'm really stitching everyone up here. Does anyone have any idea why are two Yamahas in two different classes? Modification? One's got a turbo, one's got something?
Maybe some modifications to arms?
Matty Lavis was 6684 last year.
Yes.
And he pulled it off and boosted it.
There you go. That's the answer. So it's essentially still a Yamaha YXZ 1000.
Same car apart from boost.
Yep, makes sense. Which steps it up into the Pro class.
Yes, correct.
Very good. Yeah, I was going to say there had to be some logical reason that one was a 6.6 and one was a 6. Oh, yeah, what are we looking at there? Is that just pulled over?
Yeah.
Recovery crew going over to have a look at that?
Someone's out of the car already, so... Get our
fly back towards the farmland. Have a look at that shot, Sandy.
Amazing.
On our live stream.
And you can see how far the racetrack reaches. Look at the far right top corner of your screens. The track's... It's an 85-ish kilometre track out here.
Brilliant.
It loops out, comes back in towards the headquarters here. As you can see, headquarters in the middle of your screens. But the cars will come in from the very top right-hand corner of your screen back into the pits. You see that dam over on the right there? That's sort of the cars that are coming back into the pits.
Well, the club here knock it out of the park every year. Every challenge that they face, whether it be you know, they lost that famous piece of land. The farm was sold and Malapunya Run, not part of the event anymore, but you see now that they've adapted. We've moved HQ, I guess you'd say, commentary boxes. They've done a great job of getting the tower. Over here is the 639 also.
699?
699?
Yeah.
My young eyes. But, yeah, they've done a great job of making a interesting track, as I believe.
Is 22, the boost, the little Subaru power jiggers come up, single seaters coming in.
Yes.
Then that means that'll be car 80 land.
Yes.
Is that what we were saying before, the overtake?
Yes, I think
around the dam on the
I think
way
22 has gotten around land. Now, I also think coming around the dam there as well that I did see, just making a little prediction.
James Walland just went around, but in front of him was?
Oh, I think it was the number 1. I believe it was Brent Martin.
Oh, it's good to see him still
He
motoring.
might be back up and running again.
He may be in the pits if he's got an ongoing issue, but...
Just a prediction.
All right, well...
I did make that prediction on when it was Matty Burrows as well, but once again, I think it was a little Jimco and it had that naturally aspirated V6 sound to it. Didn't sound like it was running 100%.
So we may as well go through. I think 10.18, that's the Bentley entry. There's a 104 and 05 seconds. Matty Lavis has just passed the finish line again, folks. 481, I can't remember what car that was. 481, is that the Red Bennett?
It's a 482.
It's a 104. 1140 is a 104 and 44. 627 is 106.39. Just a couple of times for you. They may not necessarily be, I'm reading them in order, but there's obviously refreshers, etc. in amongst there. We'll go back a bit. Car 515, that was the two-wheel drive 2J Jeep. 105 and 50. Matty Hummer through with a 108.27. Car 82, 109.11. Car 1070 with a 110.17. And that's the Peterson truck coming back in. Had a miss before as they were leaving the dam.
You were right on your prediction there. They were pulling in. Obviously decided rather than try and risk it to do another 85 kilometres while they were close to home base, pull in and have a bit of a look-see.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here on the screen, folks, but that looks like... Oh, what car is this? Is that the
BAT?
Remus Racing? Not sure what's going on with this car. 58? 68, that's the Cougars. Cougars are moseying around the dam, so the Cougar crew, get back to you. Might want to observe what's going on out there. It's obviously got maybe torque converter issues are plaguing themselves again. Brent Martin over the line.
And not stopping.
Not stopping, so he may have fixed his few little issues he's had out there and be on the gas again. .629 to headquarters, their crew to headquarters, and car 1142, that's the Browns. 1141. 1141.
Commentator curse, bro.
Kai Floyd. 1141. Can we get those through? Sure. It's got a miss.
Sounding a bit better than when it came in. Not much better.
It still sounds like it's got an issue, doesn't it?
Yes, definitely.
There's Joey Bulmer on his way back out. There are, folks. Last year's champion on the screen. You've got
Brent Martin having a little issue earlier on, but it's good to see him out on his second lap. He didn't come into the pit, so he's obviously confident they've fixed that issue out there.
Yeah, I even wonder if it could be like what we were talking about before, like tyre related or, you know, something along those lines, something, you know, not catastrophic but slow. Because we were talking about just how tough this track is at the moment. Got all that. It's virgin land, isn't it? It's a real killer when they push a new racetrack in. Can't pick it which side by side. Hank Parker, how good is that? So that's the first of our Class 7s in. So yeah, trying to catch which car that is. Becomes quite difficult when they're covered in mud, isn't it? Like, that looks like a side-by-side. That's what that looks like.
I think it's a Can-Am.
It's a white GU Ute in front. I know that one.
Yeah. But always the way. But that is race weekend. The cars start off beautiful, nice and shiny. We're able to easily read the numbers, and then a couple of quick laps of a muddy racetrack like this, and because sometimes you can get a bit sneaky and work out what car it is by the livery as well. But a lot of these Can-Ams very similar in their sight and appearance as well. As we see Hank Parker coming back past the first of our Class 7. So that's actually a respectable run there out of the old 76. Danny Curran, you were going to buy one of these, weren't you?
Oh, I'm a big fan.
Yeah, so a 1 hour 12:50. So to do the Gundy track in an hour 13, essentially. I guess, like you said, Sandy did a lap yesterday in his road-going car and took him well more than an hour 13.
Yeah.
I mean, he did. He was taking it easy. He didn't want to embarrass the rest of the Class 7 field, but really does put it in perspective.
Did have the nitro charges at operational temp? Thumbs up. He's like, yep, they were on.
Didn't have to get the gas burner out to cook dinner last night. Just wrapped a couple of steaks around the shock absorbers. 2 minutes aside, medium rare. If anyone asks for steak well done, you can just escort yourself off the premises right now.
Not in Gundy, mate. Not in Gundy. Now, is this one of our patrols coming back in here, boys?
Yes.
Kind of looks like... I like that you just say yes. Pretty sure I had no idea what I was talking about.
Oh, it's a pretty good view on the big screen. This is the 760, I think.
Class 7, yep.
4.2 auto, I think it is.
Oh, we're a fan.
That means Heath. Is that Heath over there?
So this was actually the vehicle that before we had some great aerial shots from our drones out in the paddock of him through that tree line, the very sandy tree line section. So yes, looks like the blue GU as well. So our Class 7, like we said, their competitors all relatively close.
That's Barnett, isn't it? Yeah, so, and the GU's coming right up on the back of it. Yep. So, oh yeah, that's Clayton Chapman. He is on his way back in here, ladies and gentlemen. That is not far away if we've got drone shots. Man, he has got that on right now. Oh, through the gate. No, that must be a gate further out.
Yeah, but he's...
Yeah, so he's coming down towards us now, got another gate to do, and then he comes around the dam. So here you go, ladies and gentlemen. Number one on road and number one in our hearts. Clayton Chapman. Yeah. No, Adam Maguire. Maguire. No, a great run here from the Razorback. Gee, and it's still kicking up dust, isn't it? But the 7:01, the 4.8, another full lap to go. So Clayton's finishing, and we got a lap to go. Clayton around the dam there, fantastic shot of the 15 Razorback of Chapman's Racing. This shot is showing you exactly why you should get in contact with them if you need some dyno work done. They'll give you the sneaky stage too. It's the cams and valves package.
I think they just tighten up the ring gap a little bit.
Yep.
Put a bit of boost into it. Basically a wrecker motor.
Wrecker motor. Tell you what, that is impressive though. That Razorback's going very good. Yeah, you're right. Broken. Tell you what, good bit of ingenuity there. That looked like a ratchet strap holding bits and pieces on in the front. They've made it back.
So I guess now the interesting, as we are just about to say, we keep an eye out for Danny Brown, but coming around our dam, popped up on the big screen there, looks like that's Danny Brown.
That is.
Coming in now, that big two-wheel drive V6 turbo Alumacraft.
I'll throw it out there. Danny Brown, I know he's still going fast, but that's like a little controlled, isn't it? I think, do you reckon he's got to the position he's like, I'll just make sure that I'm making it.
Today.
It's got a long way to go.
Probably think particularly once you end up in the dust from the car in front as well as the dust of the slower cars, you've got to be very measured.
Yes, makes sense. Yeah, you can. You can't win today, but you can definitely lose.
Absolutely.
And he was 45 seconds behind Clayton.
Yep, absolutely. So no, we're no longer thinking we're seeing Kai because I'm reasonably confident I can see Kai parked on the road down here. He is
11:41, and we got called up for
0
Kai's.
kilometres. Yep, so we don't think we're going to see Kai.
I think next on road anyhow was going to be the 11:42.
Yes, and then the 5.
And then the
so
11.
Dale Martin's had a great run because he's had a couple of drop out.
Yep, and then unfortunately Talbot Cox, I think he was 4th fastest on his first lap, but unfortunately pulled in with an issue, so his second lap definitely going to drop him down the order a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking because we're expecting, there he is, I reckon, just like that. Clayton Chapman's going to shoot across that tree line there. Oh, there you go. Mickey Taylor just texted me. He has all the info. Kai rolled her over as well. So the 1141, unfortunately, has gone over. And that's part of the game when you're pushing these things that hard.
Absolutely.
Again, Joshua, tell us about rolling over. Sandy, tell us about rolling over.
I know all about that. Which one? Which time?
Which time? So it is really, it's just part of you're not pushing the limits, unfortunately, if you're not trying. So,
folks on board, you're watching Clayton Chapman, the first of the cars over the line for Section 1 of the ARB Gundy 500 up at Gundy.
I tell you what, last year's king, big statement today.
Oh, yeah.
Prologue, first on Section 1. I tell you what.
Will I throw it out there and say...
Don't say it. No,
but the man is in form. So Hilston,
yes,
100%. Hilston, top qualifier, first.
Yep. Yes.
Now we come to Gundy, he's gone top qualifier, first in Section 1. So essentially, undefeated at the moment.
Yes.
And
you're right, Danny Brown in a good position there. That's not far behind.
Yep.
20-second gap to start off with. And then he's running down
I reckon
he's
nearly reeled a little bit in on this second lap.
So, unfortunately, that's the hard part for Clayton is he's had the clear air on lap 1, but then he's the first person to into the slower cars.
He's
into
had
the
to
lappers.
wake up those lap cars.
That's right. And by the time Clayton gets around them, they would have been on the lookout for the faster cars coming as well. So
they're very aware that Danny Brown's coming.
Yes.
Yep. I hear what you're saying. It's a good point. Yeah, unfortunately, he really did deal with all the lap traffic. So,
but what do you like? What's
you had the clear air at the start.
That's exactly right. It's an interesting conundrum. It's a juggling act, but I think the Gundy Club have done a fantastic job of accommodating 100 cars as well as the extra laps to make it the 500.
Yeah, big effort. Danny Brown, second car on track, folks. Little boosted 3.5 litre down, detuned as such.
Detuned?
Well, not detuned, but
I know what to say.
De-stroke, sorry.
Yes.
GDR motor.
Pretty sure he never detuned it. Wicked her up a bit.
And these cars, that's crazy. That car, like we said, it's probably up around 1,000 horsepower. Got to be close.
Yep.
Or if not, 1,000 horsepower.
If they tell you the truth.
Yeah. And, Clayton's car,
I don't know what you're getting out of a 2J realistically.
Yep.
A lot.
But it's got to be...
It decimates all at raceboards.
It's got to be like...
Some overnight parts from Japan.
750-ish horsepower, something like that.
Yeah, per cylinder.
At the wheels. Yep, correct.
There he is, reversing in.
Yes.
About to get out and get a fresh apple juice.
Correct.
Adam's throwing his gloves in disgust. Clayton, tell you what, mate, if you don't lift your game, I'm out of here.
If you hit one
I'm into
more
Bowman's
puddle,
GQ.
mate, I'm going to hit your jaw. That's what. Yes, Bowman's GQ. Yes, I want a nice ride around this track. The 762 finished coming in.
One lap, yeah.
Again, potentially another fuel, like maybe it's just a splash and dash because there's nothing.
I'm not sure. Their total race time today, I would imagine, be 3.5 hours.
Yep.
Total racing time.
Yep.
Josh is just cramming here in our book of knowledge.
There's no info.
We should know this information.
Still fantastic that we got such a packed stadium area. Again, great shots. It's actually, as we pan around, there's more and more crowds coming in.
Don't forget, we're only 2/3 of the way through tomorrow.
Yes, big race
As
day
in
tomorrow.
2 days. We got another day of racing tomorrow. 4 laps to go tomorrow. 8 a.m. Kick-off time. First car leaving the start line 8 a.m. tomorrow.
I'll do second shift tomorrow, boys.
You're planning on a big night tonight, Sandy.
Lock up?
Sleep in.
No, but you did
There
right.
is Adam Maguire out of the car. He looks fresh.
He looks fresh. Looks like
Gee
he's done
whiz.
nothing.
Don't you?
Hey.
Thank you, mate.
I think he's ready. He's ready for a T-Swizzle concert tonight.
Oh, so good. No, it's good to see the boys had a good crack there and a nice clean run. And they will be first off the line at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
It looks like it. Looks like it.
Yeah, fair gap
Clayton
now.
just
Back.
having a little bit of a think about his life. His life choices there. You see that?
Am I sure about this?
Do you think he's missing the Triton, the Class 7? But a fair gap back. I think this looks like this will be the 1142.
That was Richo on your screens.
Oh, just quickly. And
that looked like Richo anyway. Is that 119?
Yeah, gee, it does look like that. The 119.
Followed by.
Well, it might be
the 5.
Yes, the 5. Dale Martin. That's right. That's the one that we thought made a fair bit of time up. So we've lost Kai Floyd. We've
93, AJ.
Yes, AJ. That's right. He's in the mix too.
Or is that the...
No.
Yeah, that's
Richo, AJ.
Yeah, Richo, definitely.
That's Richo.
There
That's
you go.
AJ.
Yep, there you go.
So we've also lost Dale Martin.
Dale.
Yes. Because I think you're 100% correct. That is another Illumicraft.
There you go. Everyone's rally safing, and there's a lot going on up here, ladies. I know we say that a fair bit, but yeah, we are. I tell you what, we love it.
The thing is, the people at home possibly have a more accurate rally safe reading just because of where we are in our.
Yes, we are in the middle of nowhere.
And we're running off. We're jumping off everybody else's Starlinks and stuff here. So,
didn't that make a big difference? Look at the Starlinks out trying to work.
Thanks, Elon. Yeah, they took the jumper off mine. It's working again.
The burgers. Josh's Starlink turned into a table for a bit there.
It's on a table, so I guess, probably...
It doesn't really look like a Starlink, so it works.
Starlinks can look... If it identifies as a Starlink, it can
Wowzers. Mr. Trans. Anyway, let's get back to the racing over here.
Bulmers. We're just going through the sponsors, obviously.
Yes. Joey Bulmer. Ambrose Hallwich. Great Gundy locals. Raceline.
Mackenzie's Home Timber and Hardware.
Mickey Thompson. You've run your fair share of Mickey Thompson tyres.
Running them this weekend, mate.
All the way.
I'm running all the way to Cape and back.
And you're confident? It wasn't a trick. You were meant to say yes.
No, I am.
I'm on legendary
other
performance.
flavoured things on there.
Yes.
Just to get it mobile, but quickly took them off. Righto.
Righto. Here you go. Here you go, Sandy. Paul Newman is letting the beans slip. Clayton Chapman will be very unhappy about this. He said, the 2J in my truck, which is tuned by Chapmans, on low boost makes 612 at the hubs. They're making 1,000 horsepower on high boost.
And if not, they're lying.
Well, I can tell you they're lying. But there you go, ladies and gentlemen, if that gives you a good idea. V8 Illumi, I missed that. No, Racer.
16. That's
Talbot.
Cox. Yeah.
Yep.
Geez, he has made up some ground. Yes,
And,
the blue light back on the airbox. That is definitely
So,
Talbot.
and then we've got Bo Robbo about to come through the gates.
Yes.
So, Bo Robbo's slipped a bit.
Do we
Has
feel
he
like
not?
Bo might have had
Bo's-
some time on the track? He might have changed the tyre or something? Maybe we'll
Bo's
see
dropped
that.
back a bit. He'll be on a he'll be angry tonight.
Stay away from the Royal.
So, yeah, and that is definitely Bo coming in now.
So Richo, the 119.
Wow, he's like
third.
That's third car on the track, Richo.
Impressive.
Class 1.
Impressive.
Man,
Yep.
that is phenomenal.
Very cool. And
Closely
AJ.
followed by... Did AJ start behind him?
I thought so.
So AJ might be a bit of a sneaky for moving up into
Yeah,
third
he
here
could
as
possibly.
well. Yeah.
Bo coming around the dam, so
I feel
Bo's
like
still got a
Bo's,
few
I feel
Ks.
like Bo's not attacking like I
Nah.
would.
Bo's not full throttle, eh? His Bo might have an issue there. He might, who knows? I'm sure they'll be all over that thing tonight. Might be an issue from the little rollover. You never know.
Yeah, maybe
bent an arm, bent a linkage, something.
Maybe just a little bit of a good night's sleep and a bit of a mental reset as well after that rollover.
Because you can get on there and it does play with you mentally because you try and push too hard to catch up. That's when you start making mistakes too.
Yep. Start beating up the truck early. You've got a long day of racing tomorrow. Yep. No, that makes a lot of sense. We'll be interested to have a chat. I imagine knowing that it's championship points, that they probably won't be telling too many stories tonight.
I'm going to tell you, boys. Clayton Chapman, lap 2, 53.50.
So a
Danny
little bit
Brown,
slower.
53.48. AJ in third with 55.02. And Richo come in fourth with a 56.09.
So interestingly there, Sandy, am I right in saying that Clayton actually dropped a minute, but basically Danny ran the same for 2, like it was within 10 seconds.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. Danny put in 2 the same.
Yeah.
Clayton pushed fast early on, I reckon.
With the clear air.
Yep, made sure he made it count and then realised that he was in a solid position.
Seems
UHF
so.
communications there, Sandy, you reckon? Maybe a little bit of, hey, mate, you're in a good position?
Yeah, possibly.
Yep. You don't need to run.
Talbot's coming in to the finish.
Yeah.
Let's see what the water does about here. Look at that. That's still full of water. Can't be a puddle that big.
The other thing is I think the hole, as we're splashing through it, is probably getting deeper and deeper, and we're probably churning up more slop as well.
You know the crazy bit about that is even
He's done
with,
a cracker.
That's what I was
He's
gonna
got
say.
to have done an absolute blinder.
Yeah.
Even with the pit stop, he's still physically 6th on road.
Yes.
Which is in front of where he started. I realise that's because of cars dropping out and rollovers and whatnot, but
he's got
honestly,
he's
he'd be
caught
happy-
up his time.
pretty happy
Whatever
with
he
that.
was in the pits,
Yep.
he's caught that up out here. So
Yep.
That's a hell of a lap.
59.35. There you go.
With pit time.
With pit time. So that's a couple of minutes in the pits. He's been in there. He was in there
Easily.
more than that.
Easily.
I mean,
he's had a blinder.
Well, we sleep on Talbot a little bit, I think. Like, we think, he's a very measured man. But remember there was
He's been leading this race before.
Yes, and there was also I'm going to say a stack pull.
Yes.
He went toe-to-toe with Shannon. They raced each other all the way to the end, and he went away with the overall. So, we sleep on Talbot a little bit. I think because he's always there.
Yes, absolutely. Hey, Bo's got it wicked up now.
Yes. Yeah, definitely made up some time. Geez, the way that Mason truck takes that hit, though. That is where the trucks are just unbelievable. The size of the tyres, the suspension. You see a lot of those big buggies, they hit that G out that we've been talking about, and you saw the way it reacted in the car. That Mason just ate it for breakfast. I see DC knocking the ears off, having a little listen. There was a bit of a pop on the downshift.
Yeah, I heard it too. Maybe a bit exhaust issue.
Yeah. Yeah, just having a bit of a listen.
No, mate, that's an impact gun in the pits.
I was going to say, that is what that is. Oh, we're clowns. Oh, so good. Gee, that sounds exactly like an air impact. Oh, my goodness. You're right, though.
Oh, well, Bo's over the line, so
And it
that's
sounds
a
good.
good thing. At least he got here. with a 58.31. So in front of Talbot on time, but still 5 minutes behind Chappie on that lap. That's a big push. And whether whether he's had other issues with it, he's got to have had other issues with the car out there with a 58. He had a 56 and a 58. I don't know. Maybe he's just a little bit slower this time round, you know?
Yeah. Or again, made the decision that,
today
the championship points, well, like, it might be... He can come in third tomorrow. It still keeps his hope alive after the roll, doesn't it? Whereas if you win it today, she's done and dusted. Clayton Chapman may just run away with it. Because I'm not counting. Is that seventh on road?
The sixth. 1, 2, 6th. Oh, Bo is fifth.
There you go.
Chappie?
Yep.
Danny
so
Brown.
Really, when you think about
AJ,
he just
Richo,
nailed what he needed to do today.
Yeah, still championship
Can
points.
do you want to just go down and tell him you got beaten by a Class 1?
Oh, I do not want to do that. I do not want to do that.
No.
But
it's I've got to tell you, it doesn't really matter. Like, Richo's obviously next level. I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah.
And we know Bowie was doing well.
Yes.
Obviously had an issue.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you look at the top 5, 10 cars on the first lap.
Yeah.
They're all...
Yep. Fascinating.
We've got two out. We've got Andy Brown's out.
Yep.
We've got Kai's out in 11.41.
Dale Martin also dropped out. Yep.
We haven't seen Dale and AJ come back.
AJ's been back in?
As in Dale and AJ in...
Navigator. Yes.
Yeah,
sorry. Yes.
AJ Rowe.
Dale Martin.
Yep.
Now, Class 8, first of our Class 8s.
Hey, boys, have a look at that. Is that in the top 10? That's in the top 10.
What do you mean? Are you questioning? Have a look.
But right
look
on
out on your left.
I tell you who's made up some space here as well is the Niner.
Yes.
Jamie.
Jamie.
Yep.
I don't think Jamie will get round this dust, though. 2 cars to the finish line.
No, that's a lot of dust.
Hey. He's got the Gundy line, boys. He knows how to get this done.
You tapped your nose when you said Gundy
No,
line.
I
just went...
Whoa. Okay, sorry.
I meant he knows the sneaky...
Oh, he knows the good tracks
sneaky
to take, yes.
What on earth?
Thank you very much.
You are out of control, my boy.
No wonder I never get invited back to
Gundy 500.
Now, hold on. Is this is Mark Burrows coming down here, is it? Is that the Monk car? Looks like the nose.
It looks it, doesn't it?
It does look like it. See, there's another guy, like you said, about sleeping on dudes. Now, I know we're not sleeping on him. He's a multi-time killer. But, like, that's a great position to be in come end of day one, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Yep. So there you go. Mark Burrows.
7th on line.
There is a
7th on
reason
road.
the 21 has won so many championships.
There you go.
And obviously, it was very slow off the start line. Obviously, whatever the little issue was with it fueling up, sitting and idling for a while, it's obviously once they've got it up to race pace and with race application.
Yep.
So it came in behind Talbot and Bowe overall, but he did a 58.17 on the first lap and a 58.45 on the second for Mark Burrows.
Yes.
So that's not a bad run.
Great run. And that was the 44 of Jordan Patterson.
Patterson, yes.
And Perry Compton.
He did a 57.48 on the first lap.
Yep.
And we should see in his second lap.
And again, I know I just keep saying, but any sub-hour run at
I think it's fairly good. On this track,
condition,
I think you're doing pretty good.
I know that they used to run a bit whatever, but they had big, long straights in it. This doesn't have that anymore.
It's got a couple, but nowhere near what it used to have.
Where you could do that.
They are. And he came in, would you believe it, in front of Burrows.
There you go.
Got a bit of time on him, yes.
Yep.
So that is one of the things for those playing along at home that are relatively new to off-road racing. Sometimes there will be it's not first across the line. Sometimes there are corrected. So it's not when the green light goes and they all leave together like, say, Formula 1 or V8 supercars, where their time actually starts from when they leave the start line. So sometimes you can make up a few positions.
There can also be some corrections as far as... there can also...
Holy Schneiser?
Yikes. Oh, Christian, come on.
Yeah, he's getting in, mate. Relax.
Gee whiz.
He's coming home. First of
the Class 8s. Christian's over the line.
Still running a windscreen.
I tell you what, and in ninth well, I'm going to say ninth at the second, provisional. These are all provisional times because there can also still be some corrections due to stopping for incidents out there.
Yep.
They might get allowed time back. So someone behind them may have stopped for some form of incident.
Sportsbet definitely isn't paying out on our recommendations. That's the 110.
They actually use us as their known fails.
Yeah.
Careful what you say, mate. You might end up in court.
And then the 401.
Hey, Jimmy and Nat.
So the 110 across the...
Hey, boys.
90 on a good time.
I've got to tell you, 1, 2, 3. We've got 2, 4, 6. Guess what's in 7th place outright?
The GQ.
In the GQ. 58.07 on his first lap and a 58.09. That is consistent.
Sandy, what? I didn't see any GQ.
No, you saw a trophy. You saw a trophy truck with a patrol body on it.
Now,
tell you what, that's a poor panel. That one.
That body seat better days.
That's not happy right there, but.
Well, there you go, folks.
That's amazing. Hey,
our top 5 cars are unlimited. Then we've got a Class 1, a Class 11, an unlimited, a Class 8. I tell you what, that's
insane.
Insane putting so early on is what I'm getting. Day one having a Class 8 up there, that's phenomenal. You know?
What a position to be
I think my best finish here was like 7th outright, but that's at the end of day 2.
Yes,
I didn't come in on the day 1 in that position. I think we had a blinder and we came in somewhere around 20th, out of an 80, 90 car field.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's phenomenal effort from Christian.
Yep, phenomenal.
And we see the other Chapman across the finish line there, Stewie Chapman.
With it in 10.14?
Yes.
Which is the first of our 10 cars. Did you realise that?
No, I did not.
There you go.
Yep.
Just on an hour for that lap, hour and 27.
Boys, it sounds like it's got a bit of a rattle.
Yeah, it's not.
I think someone's changing the tyre.
Someone changed the tyre.
Oh, damn.
It didn't sound good coming over the finish, did it?
No, neither did the tyre. But so, who are we looking at here, boys? I'm getting a bit lost now. This must be one of the Southern Cross, is it?
The 99?
Oh, yes, absolutely. The calendar.
One of the calendar entries.
Yep.
No one can do it better. Oh, DOC, yep.
No, DAC.
Yes.
Mining Services.
2:02, just around. Obviously, hopefully, it'd be awesome to see them finishing their second lap, but I don't think they've finished their second lap. Haven't seen them come through yet.
Okay, yes.
Tell you what, if we had a 1650 powered car come in 10th.
Impressive. Very impressive.
Not saying it can't be done, but...
I tell you what, Sandy, still lots of cars out there racing.
Yeah.
We've only got 10 cars in the...
Yeah, you comfortable?
Oh, yeah, very comfortable. Because the Pajero only just went out.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Yes. It's going to be...
For those listening along at home, it's not going to get any better.
No, you're right.
Now, is that the little... did we come to a... Yes, so that's the Loftringer of the other DAC, the other calendar entry.
Why
so that is
not on my screen.
No, I'm actually making that up.
I'll tell you why, because I'm nowhere near the pits.
Yep. And I'm nowhere near the number that I need to be looking at, so it's all making sense. Two funny-looking guys doing funny... This sounded like it sounded?
Coming in, Dale Martin, over on our left.
But yes, it's the 127,
and then
which
Bowie.
is Trent Callender and Wes Roberts in the Southern Cross, so they've made it in. And then
it's like Dale coming in around the dam.
Yep.
About to head to the dam, closely followed by car 3. Who's car 3? Matty Burrows.
It is Burrows. Yeah,
and then Bowie, Burrows and Bowie right behind each other.
And it's interesting because Dale's
one
car
through the gate, second
looks
through the
like
gate.
it's healthy there, doesn't it? It's not like he's nursing it there.
No.
It's going good.
Maybe a flat tyre.
Yeah. I think it's going to be one of those things that, again, the bits that they've cut new tracks in, it's always a bit of a...
Now, is this Bowie?
That's Bowie.
So he's made up some ground after a relatively long pit stop.
And that's Matty Burrows.
Oh, sorry, Matty Burrows, then Bowie.
That's Matty
other way
Burrows.
around.
Other way around, definitely.
Well,
crazy after all that racing, they essentially end up on the track side by side. Like they're all just so close, aren't they?
I remember, back in I'm going to say 2009-ish over at Smithy's place in Hyden. We, you race into town. I'm racing a dirty old 4.8 Patrol and coming in next to, I think it was back then, was Colin Hunter in his Jeep.
Yes.
And after your 500 Ks over there, we come in 1 second apart.
Yeah. Amazing, isn't it?
Two totally different cars,
So
Mick Marson in his single-seater.
Big Illumi.
I didn't actually see him
Racer.
come past.
Yes. Racer.
What else would Mick own?
That's true.
Yes.
But yes, very cool car. And, he stuck in there, didn't he?
MR Trans on his screen.
Yes.
Folks, that's the man from MR Trans.
Yeah.
Marson Race Transmissions. Got a word about that, Josh?
That's, no, well, I was going to say, so that's second in our Class 10, isn't it?
Correct, behind Stu Chapman.
Great run there. Makes it competitive overall, so he'd be happy with that. And puts him just inside the top 10, boys.
Correct.
Is that the 202 finishing their second lap?
Oh, I didn't see no, I don't believe so.
Well, they're turning in.
Yeah, I think they are. Oh,
are they? No.
Surely.
No, I don't think so.
You think they're going to go out for another lap after this?
I'm going to refresh and give you some times. Tell you what, we'll give Mick Marson. Oh, there you are. 10:14, which was Chappie.
Yes.
Just Stu Chapman, obviously.
Yes.
In the 10 car on his own with that 1 hour. And then Mick Marson with a very consistent 59.15 in the first lap and a 59.46 in the second lap.
Puts him close, doesn't it? Puts him real close.
Which puts him in 12th outright.
Yep.
And then car 127 in 13th outright.
And Sandy is right. Doesn't look like 202's in, so that is its first lap.
And they must be getting ready to close off time out.
Surely. Sweeps are about to start coming through.
Matty Barrows?
Yes.
No,
Dale
Martin.
Martin?
Oh, yes, sorry.
Oh, it's good to see that both Martin cars are in.
Yes.
Sorry.
No,
Dale,
first of
Dale Martin is in.
But we did see Brent run through.
Correct.
For his first lap.
Bowie?
Now this will be Bowie, and then we're looking for
Matty
Barrows.
Matty Barrows.
Absolutely.
Well,
So
there you
10:65 in. Again, with
These
a little
boys
less...
will be happy to come in.
Yeah.
Obviously, not in an ideal... Their tyre.
Yeah, is that a new
shagged
tyre?
on the back, maybe?
Yeah. We're trying to have a little bit of a squeeze at the cars as they come through, but
Who have we
bit
got on
hard.
screen here?
that'll be Tony Falava, I reckon. Is that a Shaneth Millennium?
Could be.
Kind of
That
feels
little
like it.
dip nose on it.
Yeah. Again, this mud is killing us, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you told me that car was blue, I'd say no way.
Yeah, white and blue.
Yeah.
That number 3 could be 1, 2, or 3.
Yes. Yeah, the old Gundy car wash might be getting a bit of a cane this weekend. Oh, is that one of the first side-by-sides now making its way in?
I can see Jackson Evans is coming through the gate, by the looks of it.
Oh, yes.
From what I can tell. And I'll be honest with you, there's a couple of cars missing off my screen. Car 23 is motoring around close by.
Yes, yep. Korg went round through the U-turn probably 2 or 3 minutes ago.
Yep.
So I don't know.
Sounded like it was running
That's
strong.
Obviously, who's that?
That's the C20. That's the Bennett. So Mark Robinson, is that?
And then that'll be the 412 of Stephen Kildee. Sounds like it's got a little bit of a...
yeah, that's
strong.
Kildee.
Yep,
yes.
412 of Kildee.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's Jackson Evans coming now.
The light bar on the roof definitely runs a light bar high on the top of his Polaris.
Looks like it.
Sorry, boys, there's been a lot going on. Jackson Evans been through the first time?
Yes.
Yep.
little bit squirrely there.
He's up.
Jeez, it's almost like when he got on the brakes there, it started to walk around. I'd say maybe a little bit of a brake issue there for Jackson.
Yep. Very possible.
And I've got a few cars not on my screen, so I couldn't even tell you.
Absolutely.
I don't even know who's coming in right now.
Well, do we think it's the 23?
Krog.
Yes. Krog.
Craig
Yes,
Krog.
That's still running nice and strong.
Yep.
No issues. And again, it's crazy. Look at all the side-by-sides just charging in now.
Just scouting something for Travis.
Car 23 safely home.
Yeah, that's a good run there for Craig.
Craig with a 1 hour and 1 second. So he had a 1 hour on the previous 1 hour, 1 minute and 23 on the first lap, 1 hour, 1 second on the second lap.
So probably cleared a bit of that slower traffic.
Well,
Might
Matty
not have
Burrows,
qualified.
though, Matty Burrows, look, a 59.35 and then a 1 hour, 3:37.
Yeah,
so he had a real slow. He had 4 minutes slower.
Yep.
Then Dale Martin, a 55 on the first lap, obviously had problems on the second with a 1 hour, 14.
Yes.
That's hurt him.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, and it has pushed him down a bit, hasn't it? So
be down 12th. We've got about... got around nearly 20 cars over the line.
Yep, that's all right. Isn't that unreal? We went from what seemed like 6 to 20 pretty quick, didn't we?
Yeah.
And now we've got a few side-by-sides coming in fast. So be cool to keep an eye on that. That's the Bat car coming in. Is it Crash?
Crash?
Is that how you supposed to say?
Oh,
K-R-A-A-J?
I don't know.
That's Falaba.
Falaba in.
So Tony heavily involved in the club, does great work.
A little
Heavily
bit
involved in the
smoky at
south.
the back, maybe?
Yes.
Is that a little bit of smoke and dust, not to smoke?
Yeah, it's a bit hard. It does look a little bit.
6:07.
So will that be the first of our side-by-sides?
I reckon you're right.
Yeah.
I reckon you're right.
Which is Lachlan Campbell and Greg Campbell. makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Seasoned.
Very much. Not their first rodeo. The guys from Campbell Motorsport. GRC actually, isn't it? Greg Campbell Motorsport.
Greg Campbell.
So,
mate, and they did a 101.35, so they're actually jumped up a few. They're just in front of Dale Martin.
Yep. The 1087 through now as well, which is Dean McGinley.
I'll correct you on that one.
Yeah, do it. And Kildy.
412.
Kildy. Steve Kildy. I should have a look and see who is in the truck with Kildy. Chris Jones is in the passenger seat of that. Jackson Evans on his way back down.
Let's have a look how the water is for that little thing. I want to say little. It's the bigger of the little ones.
It is a big one, but yeah.
Didn't even make a splash.
No
what
drama.
happened there?
Yep, stuck through the centre. No drama though, he's still on it, isn't he? Obviously whatever's making it a little squirrely, it is a little squirrely.
It's definitely not happy under brakes.
Oh.
Definitely not happy under brakes. I'd say a rear brake caliper or something, or a front one has failed. I'm going to say a left-hand brake on some side is not working.
Left-hand brake on some side.
Left-hand brake on some end.
Wowzers.
Cookhead's a hell of a drive.
Wowzers. The 635 is now in safely.
Jackson Evans. Cross the line nice and neatly.
And Jackson, if you're listening, Josh thinks you have a problem with your left brake. He said it a number of times.
Possibly.
On some side.
We'll send Sandy down to work on it.
695 also over the finish line. Jackson Evans in with a 59.48 on his first one and a 109.57 on his second lap.
And that will be Sam
Bentley. Who came in after Jacko?
The 694.
694. He's a few places ahead. He's in front of 1065, which is Bowie, isn't it?
Yep, and that's Kane Pretchort and Wayne Dukes.
With a 1 hour 10 on their second lap and 11 seconds.
Oh, that's good. Good drive.
So they've jumped up a few spots that lap.
They sure did. And Ben Shivel in the Racer 10.18 there.
I
In
might
the
just
passenger
swallow-
seat, Sam Bentley.
Well, we've got a quick second. I'll run through it. We've got... Oh, wait a minute.
Do it, mate, but the 611 is in, and the bat of Crash.
11. So from first, this is provisional on track, obviously. In first position, I'll run through them from top down. First, we've got Chapman, Brown, AJ in 93, Richo in 119, Bow in 1113, 16, Talbot, 816 is Christian, 44, Jourdain, Patterson, 21 is Mark Barrows, 99, 1014, Chappie, 1032 is Mick Marson, the second of our 10 cars, 127, 23, 1087 McGinley. Number 3 is Matty Burrows, 607, 412, 694, 1065. Car 5, which is Dale and AJ, 635 Jackson Evans, and 138. They're what we're looking at in order from first down to not too sure what order.
Now, Josh, the other thing I should be, and as an avid South African enthusiast, we should be offended by ourselves by Kraj, right? His last name, South African, drives a South African vehicle. What do you think his first name may be?
Yarn.
It's Yarn Kraj.
No way.
How did we not know that? So, we apologise, but Yarn, we probably won't forget that again for a little while. But yes, we should have known.
Get Josh some water.
Well, he's an enthusiast of all things South African. He loves the Springbok the most. Big fan.
Bit of biltong.
What?
Some Cook
Say
sisters.
what?
Some Cook sisters.
Yes. I don't know what he's talking about, Sam.
It's a very delicious dessert. Cook sisters. Or some dry horse. Rough translation.
Is that what it sounds like?
Rough translation. Dry sausage.
Oh my God. Anyway, so on to this beautiful shot here by Mike Shock Shop, one of our fantastic sponsors. What car's
Another
that, young
10
John?
car,
1015?
1015.
Great run there from the 1015, which is Darren Orr and Nicole Orr. Don't think anyone's going around anymore. They're probably at the position where they're like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. One's enough for today.
The Royal sounds really good. I was going to say,
Quite a noisy gears.
Yeah, 696.
696 and 604. Now, 604 came in earlier.
Yeah, in, out. McNiven.
This is their second lap, though.
Yes, they're finished now.
But they led out of the Class 6s this morning off the line.
Correct.
In the top 10.
In the top 10. He's a very, very fun. McNiven has been inside the top 3 here at Gundy before in a Can-Am. So, not sure it's this Can-Am.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, very, very fast. Races all the national stuff very fast.
170 over the finish line. So, the 604, they obviously had big dramas. Their first lap was a 57.24. Second lap, a 121.05. So that's a big difference.
And if you're listening along at home, we also had the 696 of Bryce Garrett.
Who's jumped up a lot of places as well, mind you.
The 696?
Yeah, 696. Yep. They came in with a 102.15, now with a 106.15.
Excellent run.
And who came in before them?
Well, I was going to say Mark Robinson is in now, the C20, the old Bennett built truck. It knows its way around Gundy, knows its way around a lot of off-road race tracks. And it's done it again. It's home, safe and sound. And honestly, pretty solid overall in Class 4. It's probably fourth overall, because there'd be Bo, then
No,
Nida,
Bo's 11.
Nida, Bo, Kildee.
Bo's at Class 11.
Oh, copy. That confuses me.
Yeah.
Correct.
It's
Class
no
11.
longer a truck. It's
Correct.
It's a big boy truck,
It's
and
an
not
11.
as a big boy truck.
Yes, copy. Yeah, so you're right. So Jamie Knight's leading.
So there, we'll have a look.
Kildee.
We've got Jamie.
When you kept saying it wasn't a truck, I'm like,
you're looking
what are you
at me
talking about, buddy?
blankly.
It is clearly a truck.
Well, I can't see Jamie Knight on there. We've got 412.
No, he'll be up.
481.
Jamie's within the top 6, I think.
Mate,
Yeah.
I don't know where his sign is. Where's his number?
Let me have a look now that we're looking at this. Has
Jamie?
he put a 7 litre in it as well? It might be an 11 as well now, is it?
No, he's right there. He's 401. He's not there. Oh, yeah, there he is.
He's right there. You're right, he is. Well, he was on that number and he came in. So this is
Well, I know what
confusing.
you're saying, but I can't see him anyway. We'll get a provisional on that.
Yeah, you're right.
I can't see Jamie Knight's timing up there, so...
Oi, Jamie slipped them 5.
Yeah.
Oh, down in the timing
Just,
tent. I see how this is going this weekend. All of a sudden, Jamie's in first position. Is that what's going on?
I think so.
A bit sus.
So, anyway, we know Jamie's in. We
definitely
know
came in.
412's
Yeah.
in. We know 481's in. So he's in third, mate, from what I can tell.
Yep. Perfect.
Obviously, provisional.
Yes.
Another checkered flag
for Mick
for
Phillips.
another 10 car.
Yeah, that's Mick Phillips, definitely. The big dog. Good run there. Out of interest, ladies and gentlemen, this car, in case you're looking for a nice little 10 car, 1024.
Is this for sale?
It could potentially. The whisper, it was a general rumour that was spread by Mick Phillips.
Don't be shy, mate.
I love how you tried to hide it by putting it near your microphone. That was Josh Curran, in case anyone's asking.
Where's he been? He's been?
Yeah, to the Hawks.
And,
He's checking out the Hawks.
Supporting a great local Gundy club.
We've been supporting.
I'm waiting for the good.
Yeah. No, but moral of the story is that the 10 car there is for sale potentially, so go and see Mick Phillips.
Is that an R coming at us?
It is,
Looks
definitely.
like a Maverick R.
Yep, 100%. Got those big
Is that
upper control arms.
One with that bit of purple on it?
Again, still enjoying the fantastic view that we've got here for the commentary box. The sun's starting to sneak down a little bit, but it's nice. It's a nice temperature.
Not on my bald spot, it's not, mate.
Yes. Would you like get a cap?
I'll have to put my cap on.
Whereas us current boys, we've got too much hair. It's the opposite. Starts at the top.
All the way.
Finishes at the
Chest
feet.
hair all the way down.
Oh, my goodness. This is going downhill right now.
It's like oversized hobbits.
Anyway.
I'm not sure if your rally safe is
let me have a look.
Rejigging, but mine is playing ball.
Yeah, just did a bit of a refresher. Wow, it's doing a lot of refreshing there. It's saying that we've got, they look like cars off the track, I won't lie. The 515 looks like it's travelling in the right direction. To me, it looks like the 849 is not facing the right direction. It looks like it's off the track. The 279, the 146, the 1070, which is Mendham. The 1026 still looks like it's making progress. The 862 is travelling as well. And the 657. Unfortunately, the 801. Who's the 801?
That is the bits and nits.
Yes, well, it's facing the
Owen
wrong...
Ward.
Oh, well, it's facing the wrong way on the track, which is never a great sign, 0 kilometres, so... But, yeah, I think that it looks like one of the next cars coming in will probably be...
The Jeep.
Like that we'll see will be the Jeep.
Hey, he'd be first 5 over the line, is he? Not, is he not?
I think so. We've also got the 160, so Darren Angel and Wilcox. That's still having a good run. They'll be in soon. And the 633, man, they're moving. Hey, that's Matty Hummer. And he's doing 100 Ks an hour moving on that track. That's a lot. 100 Ks in a side-by-side.
In a bowling ball.
Yep.
Well, I thought you were going to say golf cart, but... Tell you what, it'll get you around the legs.
So still moving nicely. But again, as far as I can see, it's going to be Angel in first in the 160. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I'm not going to call this because Aaron Phillips is out there too in a 6.24.
Coming back in over straight to our left.
Yep.
There.
Is that a side-by-side?
Yep.
Looks like it will be Aaron Phillips.
That was the R?
That actually makes a lot of sense. Aaron Phillips was on the side-by-side thing a lot earlier than a lot. A lot earlier than a lot. Yeah.
Than many.
Than many. That's better English.
What you're saying is he's got a brake issue on one side.
The left side, but on a
Here comes
side.
our Jeep back in towards the dam.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, still churning dust out there too. Great run. Gee, the Can-Am looks like it might have used all of its shock absorbers on that last. Like it feels like it doesn't have a lot left.
Looks heavy. There you go.
But I tell you what, he's made it. I feel like
Seems
there might
like
be some...
they're ready to launch out of the car.
That front end definitely looks like it's sitting low.
Yes.
They look like they're ready to get out of the car.
Now to throw a bit of a spanner in the works, team, as we look down towards the dust that's blowing there. Does that look like rain clouds coming in? What?
No, well, it's blowing this way.
Blowing
away.
Doesn't it get sucked into the storm?
How would I know, mate? Electrician.
Get Liviano here. Get him on the weatherman.
Bring up John Curran.
He's probably asleep by now.
He's definitely asleep by now.
I'm pretty sure everyone listening to us is asleep.
But this is Darren Angel, so he's through now in the 160.
What was that?
Yeah, there is another side one.
Who's this one just through?
No, Aaron Phillips.
That's Aaron Phillips. They're still just cruising around slowly.
Yes, Aaron Phillips, and then
624.
Oh my goodness, I'd forgotten 6.
Matty Hummer.
Yes,
the finish
yes,
line.
Hummer. That's exactly
the
right.
Raceline wheels.
And now the
vehicle.
next car, I think we've got a little bit of a gap because the next car through should be the 515.
Correct.
According to my tracker.
Look
But
at
I
that
also-
shot. There's your pits, folks. Over in the bottom right-hand side is the spectating mount, and you'll see in the very bottom side the start-finish box, but that's the amount of cars and trucks that it takes to get here.
Spectators.
There's 100 cars worth of, well, maybe not quite, but close to 100 cars worth of cars and trucks sitting in that pit.
100 cars worth of cars and trucks. Yeah.
100 race teams.
Yes.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yes, I like what you're saying. It's a good pit layout, this new one, isn't it,
Yeah,
Sandy?
it's phenomenal.
It is really good. They've
See
done a
there
great
coming
job.
come around the dam is what, Josh?
David Mendham.
The 1070. Little Jimco.
It's a beautiful little Jimco. One of the earliest into Australia as a Class 10.
Who was that just came over? Was that 160?
633?
Oh, Matty Hummer came over with a 105.17.
That's a good run, hey?
That's not bad. His first one was a 108.27, so he actually did
Not
3
bad
minutes
time.
quicker.
Yep.
That's not bad.
Yep. Got a little bit of clear air and got moving. Again, I feel like I'm stitching up with asking you questions that you may not know, but has he been doing a bit of racing? Like, is he doing the whole...
He's done the whole championship as last year.
Yep.
He got the car. I think he jumped straight in the deep end with a championship round. Maybe
so good. Yep.
Millicent, I'm going to say last year or something, or the year before now.
And a great way to start.
Yeah.
You know, the side by side.
I jumped straight into a championship round.
Sandy, they don't make them like you anymore. That's, I'm not even saying that. I've seen videos of and I'm talking full drive.
Yeah.
I remember Outback
DVDs.
Challenge videos.
Oh.
Flat downshifting.
Yeah, that's what you do.
From lots of RPM, limiter while it was the clutch was in, into limiter, bashing in the gear that you shifted down to. Loved it.
Well, if it sits on limiter, it's not going any faster or slower. You just hold it there. It makes sense to me. I drive all my cars
Sandy,
like that.
Sandy, I don't think that's actually how that works.
I don't know, it still makes sense to me. If you can show me on a mathematical equation where it doesn't make sense, I'd like to see it.
Yeah, I like it. No.
If you want to speed up, you just hold on limit the whole time. You just change up gears to speed up, down gears to slow down.
Well, again, I've seen it, and if you haven't, we're talking about Outback Challenge. What year do we want to say?
Do you know that
2000?
Do you know that 100% makes sense because it was down a steep, standy hill.
I wanted to slow down.
And you wanted to slow down, so you downshifted off the limiter into another gear. It's
Didn't
phenomenal.
want to slow down with brakes, though.
This is
That'd slow
making
you
so
down
much
further.
sense. So it looks like the Jeep speed, the 515.
And that's 562. That's the Ash and Ash entry, isn't it? Just going around the dam on the screen, the GQ.
Yes.
As
yeah.
515 comes over 862.
62. Yes, yes.
As 515 comes over the finish line. Another one safely home. I'm not too sure we've had a big amount drop out. We've had a few.
Yeah. So that's another one of the ore entries. Out of interest, it's another one. Does it look a little lower
Yes,
in the
absolutely.
front?
I was just going to say, I noticed.
And a little bit more...
yes,
yes.
amber.
There's something going on with it. Oh, that's a great statement. But as he went over both of these
There
finish
is
lines,
something going on with it, yes.
It used to kick out a little bit as it went over, so it wasn't jumping straight as it went over
And
the
it did
jumps
jump
as well.
really nicely on the finish
It did
line
jump
earlier.
earlier in Prologue. It was quite well planted over the jumps.
So we're thinking they'll always have a little bit of work to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think everyone's got a little bit of work to do.
Ian Baker through. That's great. The Remus Racing.
Hey, 146.
So good that they're through. We talk about them regularly.
Did he just put it on the Jake brake?
It sounded like it. So 515 came just in front of Matty Hummer. First lap of 105.50, second lap of 105.48. How's that? 2 seconds.
Unbelievable.
That's
over 100 and
285k laps, mate. That's 190 k's. Oh no, it's not. It's 170k.
170. Now I've got some fun facts about the 1070.
Yeah. Shoot.
It's pink.
Didn't this car come in?
What time did it run, Sandy? Trying to steer them for you folks at home. I apologise.
It's like cats getting herded.
Again, starting to get through them now, aren't we? Like that's a fair whack of cars that have physically come in, which is fantastic.
1070. First lap was a 1 hour 10 minutes 17. Second lap a 106.02.
4 minutes faster. That's a good little run, isn't it?
And that puts them. About 38.
Here's Brent Martin coming in around the dam too, boys. So that's good to see that it's still circulating. Again, not where he would want to be.
However, he's done this before himself.
That's exactly right.
He's started from 40th and come podium. So it's not like they're not. Obviously, they don't want to be there, but it's not like we were talking about Bo before coming from the back there. They've done that before. These guys have done that before, and that's why he's got number one on the roof.
Absolutely. Yep. Push through the face of adversity and make it through. You're absolutely right. Actually, am I on the right track, Josh, or he's the stats guy? Like, I think it was Brent Martin that did that here that year where he had an issue in Prologue. They put him in like 40th. He actually ended up standing on the podium at the end of it, or was close to, or something along those lines.
Yeah, I believe it was the year here in Gardner.
Yes.
Were pushing for the championship.
Yes, that's exactly right. Yep. So, because it's interesting, there's a bit of a trick to that too, isn't there, Josh? Sometimes in Prologue, if you're Barnett's are going out again.
Surely.
No, sorry, I was just going to clarify, is that it is true. If you have an issue, like, say, let's just talk about a flat tyre in Prologue, they
want to finish, mate.
Yes,
that's what you got to do.
Absolutely. Oh,
just say, was it 6:57 was over the line. They also came in a bit quicker than Matty Hummer. They're currently sitting in 35th position, and we have 40 cars over the finish line.
Very good. Yeah, but with that
that'll
Prologue,
make it 41.
If you Prologue and get a flat tyre, you end up like it's not a good idea to fix it. It's actually better to get seated because you'll be at 100th.
Yeah.
You will be 100th.
Yes.
So it's better to take the hit and go 60th than it is to be 100th. And I actually think that's what Brent Martin did. Brent Martin. Oh,
so just going through some corrected times and stuff here. First outright today, provisionally, we have Clayton Chapman in the 15 car, Danny Brown in the 4 car, AJ on his own in 93, Richo in 4th in a Class 1, Bo Robbo in 5th, Talbot Cox 6th in car 16, Christian in the patrol in 816 in 7th place, Jordan Patterson 44 in 8th, Mark Burrows in car 21 in 9th, And Calendar in 99 in 10th position. That's your top 10.
That's good.
That's a pretty solid top 10.
Well-rounded, isn't it?
Richo, 4th.
Pretty impressive.
Oh. We know it's a long race.
Yes.
And we're only a third of the way through for these guys that have finished.
That is a crazy thought, isn't it? All the racing so far that we've had, all the action that we've had so far today, and we're only 1/3 of the way through race weekend.
Coming in on your screen, folks. Last year's champion, Brent Martin, Andre De Simone. Looks like they've got a few braking or gear issues. What was that noise?
That's a wheel. That's a guy changing the wheel.
Is it? I'm not too sure.
That's a battery impact in the pits,
He reckons he's got to pull us up.
No.
Mate.
Oh, no.
Brent Martin rolling in through the finishing banner there. It's good to see those boys home. I'm sure they've got a little bit of work to do.
Yes.
Or they've fixed it and just had issues, and then maybe they're ready to go with a quick service.
Am I confused, Sandy? Is that some funny, like, space saver spare in the back of that thing? It's like, almost looks like an aeroplane tyre.
It does,
back
doesn't
there.
it? It's bubbled.
Yeah.
I think Brent used to run, remember those, they look like the sand, the old school BFs?
Mickey T.
Oh, yes, quite a radial or like almost a rag looking tyre.
That's what it looks like. It looks like he got it off of Valiant in 1970.
Yeah, he used to run those a fair bit. He swore by them. I think the year he finished third.
Checkered flag there for 6168. I think it's the only one about. How many 6-1-6
class
cars we
6.
got?
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Or was that 618, 61S? No, it's on this.
6168, James Zacher. Braden Sutherland in a Can-Am. And it's mixed in with all the 6s, so it must just be running. It's a 6, but... Because, I mean, it's a Can-Am. It's definitely turbocharged. Is that the first of our Class 2s, Drew, that we're talking about? 279?
Well, I'm just trying to have a look at that. He might be... No, it doesn't look like it. He might be in on it. He might have only done one lap. Because I think the other Forsman car was in first.
Yes.
And they've gone out for their second. I think that's the end of his first lap.
Right. Joshua, did you just curse us with those clouds coming this way? Is that?
I didn't curse no one.
That doesn't look good, does it, Sandy?
On me, boss.
Just a light sprinkle to just settle the track. Just what the competitors were hoping for. No, listen. It's just blowing around.
Yep.
699 on its way in.
Some sort of issue there, rear tyre.
Yeah, it's not looking healthy, is it? Yeah, right rear, possibly, maybe.
Yep. You guys are really calling it today.
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely, possibly, maybe.
There could be an issue with one of these cars.
It's definitely not happy.
699.
Sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Just have car 34
Tell you
come
what.
up to me. They want you guys to, sorry, I've taken this a photo.
Yes.
Announce it, see if anyone's got
We'll go full inception. We'll take a photo of the photo
And
of
make
the
sure,
photo.
yeah, car 34.
Car 34.
Sorry, they can get going tomorrow if they get their car.
Chasing an AP Racing.
Oh, this is going to be a big one, folks. But I tell you what, an AP,
Thank you very much.
AP Racing six-piston brake caliper for car 34.
So that'll be Kai Camilleri.
Yep.
Kai Camilleri is chasing. If anybody has one spare, AP Racing 6-piston caliper for the left hand. Doesn't say front or rear. But if you have any, please see Kai
Camilleri,
or
car
his
34.
crew in car 34.
Again, the drone still pulling out the amazing shots here,
It's got a
Sandy.
big battery, that thing, isn't it?
Flies a
Been
lot.
up all day.
It's fun. Done more work than we have, I can tell you. Almost getting nicer as the afternoon goes on.
Those rain clouds roll.
Where is that water coming from?
The sky.
In the rain clouds.
When a mummy cloud loves a daddy cloud. No.
So is that the 170 coming in now, or is that
684 Matty Lavis, the little turbo car?
Sorry, I was talking about on the live feed. Yes, now we were definitely talking about two different things there.
I saw him hit the water. And then...
Or Dean, Jason Keane might be.
Single-seater. That's not a single-seater. That's a two-seater. It's not travelling at full speed.
Okay, so I reckon that must be the 170 of...
The second one looks...
Alex Mendham. Again.
11:36 somewhere? No, Land. Chris Land over the finish line.
That's a green car.
Yep.
I did not pick that as green, my friend.
Yep. And then it's telling me at 11:36, Joey Bulmer.
Yep, with the light bar on the front.
There you go.
That makes sense. There
also
you go.
with the checkered flag.
Yep. Beautiful run there. There you go, Land. That's a good drive there.
Land in car 80 with a 1 hour 10:19 on his first lap and a 1 hour 9.20.
Nice and consistent there. That's a good run.
That's pretty good. Tell you what, it'd be hard to be consistent, especially once you catch some dust. You know, you kind of can't really do much there for a bit.
And again, I know we keep saying it, but clearly, even though we're seeing a bit of dust, and I know we see a couple of mud holes, there's a lot of mud out there.
A lot of cars coming in dark brown.
Yes. Not too many of those pretty colour schemes staying pretty.
Joey Bulmer, 105.21 on his first and a 119 on his second lap. So that's 15.
So he did come into the pits for a while, and that because you cross the finish line. So a lot of the time, if you come into the pit, the time is accrued onto your second lap. Yes.
Brent Martin sitting 47th. Going backwards down the list, 46th is the 669 entry. Then 45th is Joey Bulmer. 6168 Zaka entry. Chris Land in 43rd. In the 80 car, Matty Lavis in 684 in 42nd place. 604 entry, 41st place. So we're doing all right. We've got 47 over the line. We know there's a few struggled. We've obviously got a little bit of a timing issue with Jamie Knights. So we'll really have to put my jumper and my rain jacket on if Josh keeps talking.
Starting to cool down again, absolutely.
Are you saying I've talked a bit of moisture into the air? Is that what you're saying?
Wowzers. What car is this, Joshua? Seeing as you are all knowledgeable.
82. That's a boosty Mazda.
That's the 13B Mazda.
It is. Moore, isn't it?
Yeah.
John Moore?
Yeah, but the car was called like a Turk or something like that.
Hijinks. Christopher Moore? I've got it in front of me. It's a hijinks.
Hijinks. Christopher Moore and John Moore.
Why'd you do me dirty like that, Dan?
Just test.
Thought we were brothers.
Who was testing?
Guess who's walking home?
610.
610 across the finish line.
He's not walking home, he's driving home. Yeah. It's been a good day.
Keep hearing rattle guns, but...
Daniel Robertson. Cheryl Lee Robinson. I hear him too, buddy. I don't know what's going on.
Talking to me. I'll tell you what's driving onto the truck is that GQ trophy truck.
Oh, I'm surprised he's not driving.
They've done it. They didn't even need to service that thing, look.
I'm surprised he's not driving it home.
Well, same.
And I mean the Sunny Ghost. Wow, I've got to look now because I was going to say there seems to be some looking down here. Wow, are they old Riot Racing shirts there, Josh?
No, I believe it's Joey Bulmer's. Bulmer Racing. But yes, it definitely does look like the Riot Racing.
Got a cool look about it. Having a bit of a look at the car, that's great. Hopefully nothing too serious today.
As we miss 10.02. What car was that again? White with the green and pink stripe, I think it was, under the car. We missed it. We were all looking out the back over the pits here just to see what any action coming through.
Is it possibly 10-12, Russell Hartnett? Razorback?
No, isn't the Hartnett's got a bit of red and...
Does. Definitely does. Yep, you're right. White and red.
I'm going to say 10.02. I'll tell you how I'll cheat. I'll do a refresh on my
the
scores.
That's the way to do that, I'm telling you.
That was... Don't know.
You paid overtime for this? Celebrity cameraman appearance?
Worth more money, Joshua Curran.
I tell you what, we've got Josh
Pretty
Curran
impressed.
on the camera up here. He's found an abandoned camera, just taking charge.
On it.
Look at him panning across the pits. I tell you what, this is what we've been looking at while we've been distracted, not seeing the cars actually cross the finish line.
Josh Curran doing something.
Curran doing
It's
something.
amazing.
He's about to hit the pole here and crash the camera. You're about to see a big white blur coming to you. See that pole?
Yeah, Nug.
There's Josh. Well done, Josh. Congratulations, mate.
Now, comment on that. That's Huddy. On the camera.
Hey? Hey?
I tell you what we've got. If Josh knew how to zoom that in, he would. On our infamous Huddy.
That's Huddy filming Josh. Josh filming Huddy. Pretty impressive sort of stuff here.
Tell you what, there. I'll tell you what's on screen, mate. Your shirt.
Hey? Hey? We need Huddy for an interview. That's what we need.
Around there, who's that? Would that be Hannah Bentley coming around the dam, I reckon?
Does definitely look like Hannah Bentley's truck. So the big racer trophy truck from Bentley's Caravan Park.
7 litre. And
Nice
in front of that, can I tell you what we missed while we were not doing our jobs properly? Coming in over the back here would be I'm going to say either the GQ.
Yeah, you're right.
That looks like...
Yep.
Maybe the GQ Gill entry? No, that's dark. That's Heath Whedon, maybe?
Or is it, GU?
Heath Whedon. Yeah, it could be Heath Whedon in the green
4-8.
GU.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's a good run.
Yeah.
1051 and 24 HQ. Yes, righto.
Oh, is it Hank the Tank? Oh, get the...
Hey,
yeah, it's Hank.
Hank
Of course
the
it is.
Where's he been?
Well, I'll tell you what. Well, fastest class... He would be the first for class 7 in, wouldn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so really he's right on
I was
time.
concentrating on class 8.
Oi, Huddy knew it straight up too. He knew what he was talking about. But you're right, that is Hank the Tank. He's cranking too. I tell you what,
checker flag.
He hasn't slowed one bit the whole day.
And that was smooth.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Can we just put out a little call? Drivers of car 24 and 1051. So that's 24 and 1051.
Well,
can we get you
RT?
guys to make your way to up to HQ?
Which is...
Well, Ryan Taylor and Mikey Zacher.
No, 1051.
1051.
Oh, 1051,
Yes.
not 1151.
Yep. So 1051 and 24. 34 was looking for
Kai
Camilleri.
Camilleri for
34.
a left-hand caliper, car 34. I have no idea where he is, but someone possibly has a caliper or a lead to a caliper.
They'll probably have a Comiskey Mining Services banner up, maybe. Yep. So Kai, there's someone coming to look for you.
I have no idea where he is. I didn't see where he'd pitted. So
Yep. And let's go back to this. So 1051, I can find that now. I think that...
They're waiting to get towed, are they?
Oh, Kai is at the moment?
The
Yep.
people walking that way, I can point
Hey,
out
guys,
there.
so just... Sorry.
They are, folks. I see where...
He's getting towed at the moment, so
got
Kai...
the Peterson
we're gonna
entry
hook some
on your
teams up here.
screens. Going around the dam. I tell you what, the little boosty 2RZ's still doing fairly good.
And the 1051 is Stephen Orr.
Stephen Orr and
Stephen
Ryan
Orr
Taylor up
and
to
Ryan Taylor.
HQ, please. if you haven't already been. Ryan Taylor, Stephen Orr. So we just saw the little Tacoma zing around the corner, zing around the dam there, mate.
The RZ zinger.
2 RZ, 3 RZ, 3 RZ.
3, yeah. There's a lot of noise going on there.
That was Josh putting his headset back on after getting kicked off the camera.
They said we've seen enough.
I couldn't smoke a dub, double dragons, operating the camera. Wait, this is how it's done up here. It's how it's done. Our cameramen do incredible work all weekend.
Absolutely.
Like we said, talk about Huddy, just jumped straight out of a race car.
On the roof. Grab a camera.
He's on the job. Now, this might be the other one of our Class 7 cars. So is this the race here between Hank? Does that look like a...
GU?
Might be the GU, I reckon.
$882? No, that's Heath Whedon there.
Oh, yes.
With a bumper, half a bumper, bit of a bumper.
Hanging off. But that is the battle for Class 7 there. So
Correct.
Hank and him are having a good run. So both... Boy, isn't that classic? The 2 Class 7s, they've made it all the way around.
Well, we've got...
4.
Yeah, we have got 4.
Correct.
Hank
Sorry.
Parker in
Those
47th position after that round 2. I reckon the next car coming over the finish line will be the Tacoma. If I can spit it out.
Tacoma. Class 5.
Beautiful looking car too.
Class 8. That's the trick about that one. I always think it's a Class 5. It's actually Class 8.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Got a front diff in it. I think last year he had a lot of front diff issues. It's actually got a sheet metal front end in, I think. And he was chasing some parts last year. So that's why the competitors, a lot of the racers, are very happy to help out, because sometimes it's you that needs the parts.
You know, Hank the Tank came over. His first round was a 1:12.50. Second one was a 1:12.06.
Very
Faster.
consistent.
In the second lap.
Does not get much better than that. That's pretty much just how he runs around.
The people walking me on the 79.
And Sandy, you're dead right. That is the little Tundra. It's another one, Sandy. Got a few less panels on it now, the poor old Toyota, than when it started this afternoon.
Indeed. He'll be wrapped.
I assume those fiberglass panels probably don't really love a lot of mud, do they?
No, I
Get a bit
know.
heavy?
We've run fiberglass for a fair few years now, and I know it'll add, 40 kilos or 20 to 40 kilos per guard if it builds up in there.
Yep.
So if quicker you can get them off, the better in some cases, because otherwise they just get shredded and left out there.
Yes.
And you can see the weight on the front of his one. The front of his is obviously disconnected itself.
Good run, though. They'd have to be very happy with that overall. Puts them in a good position.
Dale and AJ Martin said they did have to stop for an assist out there, which is why hopefully that's the only reason they got put back in the queue a little bit, and hopefully they get a corrected time on that.
Very good.
They stopped for Floyd and Hannah.
Yes.
Also,
did
to
Hannah
assist
have an issue?
Floyd and Hannah. I believe Hannah had an issue.
Yes.
And then Floyd rolled over and had a little fire. So
yes.
I believe that's rectified. Okay. Thank you, AJ.
Yes, very good work.
So, yeah, it's good to get all that, those little bits of information in.
So even when
from the competitors who are out there.
Absolutely. What I was going to say though, Sandy, doesn't it show good sportsmanship in the sense that they're championship contenders. You've got the one
and they still stop.
And he stopped because it doesn't matter. Nothing is more important.
And they get their time back. Don't forget, folks. There's a lot of things out here that we can correct time on, or the officials can correct time on. We don't know anything about that, but they do They do check things like computers to see what
race time
when you pull off throttle and back on throttle. And the Rally Safe is super accurate when it comes to going from race speed back to race speed.
Yes.
There's your Prez Jamie Knight rolling on 4:01.
Yes.
We didn't have a time for him, but I'm sure it'll come up in our thing soon, unless he's just racing for the love of it. Maybe he didn't have a timer on.
Yeah, he said, I don't need the time, I know
I'm here, I know I'm good.
And Heath Whedon is also in as well. With
second class 7.
Beautiful. So the 7:01, again, last year's champion.
And he pushed hard. I think he was last car on track 3 races last year.
Yes, wow. Well, he's leaving a little bit on track here, Sandy. Either that or he's grading it. He's doing a bit of roadworks. Oh, Whedon.
Just going to give you a time on Whedon because... no, I'm not. It's not refreshing. You know you're not going back out when the banner gets let down, are you?
Correct. Yep, that's clearly the end.
So, come on, give me a time for Heath. Or don't.
Tell you what, it is golden hour out here now. It's really got nice. Beautiful. What a time to be alive in Gundy.
I'm going to sorry, mate.
Just
going through some times here, and we're talking about 2:02, the first of the Forsman entries come back in, but it wasn't. It hasn't been back in, and that 2:79 has done 2 laps. Look.
There you go. There you go.
Oh no, hang on. That's wrong. 2 hours.
Right. That doesn't make sense.
That doesn't make sense to what I'm looking at. So forget what I said.
Yeah, but you're right. It did come in and drive into the pits.
Yeah.
But
so
yes,
unless it's
done
tricked
something.
itself on the lap timer. So I think that might be what it's done.
They'll work him out.
See Chappie's car rolling out of the pits down the back there. Don't know where our cameraman's gone, but.
Well, we're droning at the moment, which is a beautiful shot. Oh, how good is this? This is one of the things Gundy does well. Yeah. They look after the whole family. They dump a load of sand down here and put the toys in there, and the kids play in there. My kids have moved more than a bit of Gundy sand every now and then, so it's a great way to keep the kids entertained. So it's good to see, and it's again just one of those
40
things.
of them over there.
Yeah. Jeez. You need to get down there, Sandy, and show them how it's done, I think.
No.
But you're absolutely right. It's brilliant that they think of all these little things.
Yeah, I mean, it makes the day.
Yep. It's a very comfortable experience being out of
because the attention span of the kids doesn't last a full race. We struggle.
Yeah, well, we've had it's hard once they start gapping up a little bit. There can be a few lulls. Again, guys, how much better is it now that we've got drones and footage and cameras? But yes, it is interesting to see, and we've still got plenty of races out there battling the course. We were talking about some of these Class 7s, still got 2 cars out there. That's pretty much on course for them. They've actually they're still racing, if that makes sense. It's not like they're battling issues, they're just battling the track. Talking about that, I think...
I'll tell you what,
does that
looks like a 760, the Gill entry over on our far left on its way back in.
I was actually facing the other way, ladies and gentlemen, and Sandy's eyes just arrowed in and went, that is a 4.2 GQ.
Yeah, I can sense it in your waters. So I reckon, is that Hannah on her way back in? It looks like we know Hannah had an issue out there, Hannah Bentley, car 118. So it looks a little heavy.
Yeah, it definitely looks like a little bit of an issue here with the racer engineering truck here, the 1118
Not too sure what happened to Hannah, and I believe Hayden was in with her, but
a good job getting it across the finish line. That's now you can regroup and actually have a bit of a service time, have a bit of a fix, as we do see the 760, the Petty Auto.
That's had a hit in the front. Look,
No,
front.
that's how they look in those races.
Yeah,
it's actually
too,
funny.
Yeah.
Because I agree. Every time I see it, it's like...
every time I see it, I think the same.
It's got the nose up, but no, that's exactly what a racer looks like. Is that the one that Dale Dondale used to race, or that's a Bentley-specific one?
I believe that's a Bentley-specific one. Yes,
righto. Yeah. Because there was a period there where Dale Dondale was the killer.
But it had that, like you said, that weird front look on it. The geometry, the way the body works together, everything like that just makes it look a little...
Yes. Unique. Yeah,
that's
smells like...
a very Bernie brake or transmission fluid.
Going on there, isn't it? Yeah, it might be transmission.
A converter.
Yep. But, you're talking about that when Dale Dondale, if you wanted to put $50 down on a Prologue, you put 50 on Dale Dondale. It was him or Robbie Gordon or Lettner.
James Willan around the dam, folks.
Yep, the custom, what was it, JMW?
JMW Engineering out of Dubbo.
Yep, builds these cars himself, builds lots of things himself.
Built the underdrive for it.
Very cool.
Yeah, he's quite knowledgeable when it comes to that sort of a thing. He's built rock crawlers in the past, all sorts of cars. So, once again, it's not just, he's got a very broad knowledge in motor racing.
Absolutely. One of these, is that a X3 K&M? Not one of the R's?
It's a brown car, mate.
I know, it is. It's starting to get pretty hard, guys. I'm telling
No. The two. No, Danny's car's in the pits.
Yes.
The boom, boom.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't stop. Can't stop. Like Diddy.
Oh, that slowed the commentary up a bit. I don't want to be involved, Sandy.
Let me tell you a joke about New Zealand.
I'm waiting.
Yeah, so Can-Am boys. Cats, heard back. We're on a Can-Am here, and they're having a good run. Oh, look, the boys got the remote control cars out too as well, down here at Gundy. Again, if you're bringing the family out next year, bring the toys. Oh, unfortunately, there's one of our Class 8s on a strap there. That's the
882 entry.
Yep.
Now these boys came from. They bought this car and did a few of those, like Condo 750 and that sort of cross country rally.
Yep.
And then ditched the navigation and came over to this sort of the event over here. They did their first one at Hillston. So.
Yep. Game mate, I'm not hoping I'm not stitching up, but just because of the heritage of this car. Mick's going all right at the moment?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he had that little accident over in America. Not a little, big accident over there.
Yep.
Yeah, and hopefully, so if Mick's listening along, hopefully you're doing good, mate. And yeah, we're thinking of you. Back injuries are never a fun thing to have.
Done that a few times.
Yes, absolutely. So, yep, hopefully back and racing very shortly. Got a beautifully turned out Tisco truck. He's got two of them now. Well, hopefully they're fixable.
And here I am with the GQ.
Yeah.
Speaking of GQs, mate.
Oh,
what a segue.
He owned it again. It is absolutely magic up here. It's almost like you wrote this script.
Hey?
But that is a GQ.
The gill entry coming in.
Can we put a filter on that camera? There's a bit of a light shining off.
The bald spot right there. The gill entry coming in. Car 22, which will be the EJ20 powered.
Yes.
Subaru powered car. And then James Willan behind that. Mate, I tell you what, there mustn't be too many left out there.
No, I don't think so. It's not if we're getting... I believe that the 22 was one of the last cars off the start line, I think. We've seen the 80.
Although
He's made up a lot of places.
Didn't we have a few go out after pit stops that were a little bit... So there might be a little bit of a gap here, but I'm sure that the Gundy officials will let us know how we're travelling.
I'm going to go backwards around the track. 611 looks like it's still moving.
Yep.
Wardy looks like he stopped. Owen. 762. That's the Pajero. They're still moving.
It might have been the Pajero that I think was...
And Barnett went out. The 68 went out very late.
Yeah, 68 will probably be one of our last then. 22 through.
What do you think? Barnett was one of the last?
Yes. Yeah, because of a pit stop. Remember, they stopped and Kate went out right towards the end.
66810. That's the dock.
Hopefully they're still moving along nicely.
629 is in another suburb.
It's back in Brisbane.
124 at 0k an hour. 1082, that's McGinley at 1082, sorry, Stibers. 0k an hour.
Yeah,
car 180 at 0k an hour. Barnett's the last car doing 120, boys.
Move it. I like it. Whalen across the line now.
Car 1005, 0k an hour. 1141, that's Kai, we knows out. 1144, that's the Sant entry. There, 0k an hour.
Yep.
So it looks like we're maybe 627, 0k an hour. I tell you what, still going. A Forsman entry.
Which one?
The fourth one.
The Falls one.
Yes.
Forsman one or something. I don't know. 202 hit. They're still moving. 83k an hour. 611. I think I've said that before. They were still travelling at 90. So we've probably got four cars left.
Yep. With Barnett being the one that we're
Barnett
expecting.
so far is our last car on track.
But moving, 100 kilometres an hour, so that obviously that's a good sign.
Yep.
1154 in now as well.
And like I said, Owen Ward unfortunately out. Not too sure what happened to Owen.
That is Slotkowski. Kowski,
mate. Don't do it. That. Oh, righto.
Don't read this piece of paper because this means nothing to me.
You wrote it down.
He wrote it down.
Oh, yeah, okay. Then.
Jimmy just came in.
Jimmy just came in. Well done, Jimmy.
Good work, Jim. We are fans. But bring the Brumby next time. We need the TikTok Brumby.
That was wild here last year, wasn't
Wild.
it?
There's many times that were wild in that Brumby. It is very enjoyable to watch him being competitive in that car.
The crew's loading up. Obviously a fair few crews down there in the pits doing service break. You can see Jim coming in the background there. Oh no, that's Bowie. Sorry, you can see Bowie rolling around. Not too sure what issues any of these folks have had during the day, but we'll go for a little. At least I will go for a little sneaky walk around there later, and any gossip we can get from the pub later on.
Absolutely, Royal.
And,
is that the place, Royal?
I think we're actually at the railway tonight, but each to their own. It just depends on where you are in town.
I hear you, mate. I hear you.
Tell you what, mate, let's run through some sponsors while we're out here. TNT Motorcycles, who's down the end there?
Let's do it, that's good. Deco?
Right down the very end. Future Ag? And Mechanical?
Absolutely.
Mechanical, sorry, we can't... I know these have got to be in front of us somewhere.
It's either Deco or Pecco. And then NW Rural, Gundy Tyre Services, TNT Motorcycles. We'll come back to that one, but B&W Rural, that one's not fair. That's a lot of green and black. I cannot read that. But Tate Toyota, Trueline Earth Moving, Naps and the crew, Diesel Care, ARB 4x4 Accessories, L Bulmer and Co, Mackham Builders out of Gundawindi, Tom's Tarps, Gundawindi Hydraulics, FBW Full Bore Welding, Campbell's Fuel Store, Think Quality Building, Oriental Agricultural, Ambrose Haulage, Mackenzie's Home Timber and Hardware, Joe Bulmer Heavy Haulage, Trueline Earth Moving and Vegetation. Big shout out again to the Gundawindi Motorsports Association. A lot of volunteers in there, Sandy.
Yeah.
All the people that come and help and make this race possible, because we get the good bit, don't we, Sandy? We roll in, have the weekend, roll back out, go to the Cape if you're flying Sandy Bowman. Brown's Bobcat and Excavator Services, Raceline, Mickey Thompson Tyres, MR Trans, or Mr. Trans, and yes, that's who it is, Bug Spark, Auto, Electrical and Mechanical. Mike Shock Shop.
Some of these guys are class sponsors for the weekend. I know Show and Go Photography, Corey is up here. Obviously, Greg Campbell Motorsport.
Greg Campbell, yep, absolutely.
They're out competing this weekend.
And leading the class, which is fantastic.
NW Rural, I think you mentioned before.
Yep.
Like I said, I'm literally just going through what I've got in front of me here.
Yeah,
so.
and make sure you grab yourself an event program, because that's a good one. It's got a lot of information.
We've based their weekend off that, let's be honest.
You could turn us off and just look at that. That would be my recommendation, actually.
I think this will be the third of our Class 7s or fourth of our Class 7s coming in.
Yes.
Can I see a car beyond that tree? See that? Does that look like a frame?
Yeah, it's hard to tell. I can see what you're looking at.
Looks like a
Not
reddy
sure.
coloured
It does.
frame with a number on the top.
Yep.
In behind there, I reckon Shane would be able to get that over. It's got far right.
It's got some mud on the car.
Yeah, yes, they all do. But I'm not too sure.
Where Shane is,
But
I reckon.
can you see what I'm seeing? I think that that might be on my rally safe as car 6 something.
Yeah,
it's been stopped there a while actually.
Yeah.
Now I think about that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's essentially
might be
directly behind those
615.
trees. That's a shame on the way out. So he would have been exiting maybe for his second lap. And
I know, I think it's on the way in.
On the way in? Yes.
Yeah, 615 there.
Yep.
So it's been
There
there
you
a
go.
while. We've only just spotted that, but for sure they'll get towed in soon. 672, the Pajero, the big V6 banger. That's on its way in. Be the next car over the line.
Beautiful.
Looks
Sorry,
like-
what number did you say that was?
762, sorry.
76. No, that's all right. I was just trying to... 762. Perfect.
And then we have, still motoring, we have 668.
Yep.
Glazebrook, Class 8, they're still motoring.
Very good.
We still have 611 still moving. And then 202 still moving, which is the second of the Forsman Class 2s. And then I got a feeling after that is the Barnetts.
Yep. Makes about sense.
And they'll be praying they get over the line in time to be a contender for Section 1.
Yes.
Looks like a little bit of work going on the 23 machine down there as well. They got all the panels off.
Krog.
Having a bit of a look over it.
Eight, 4 cars left. Mr. Krog's just coming around. I tell you what, we're not too far off seeing these last few cars. He's actually doing a reasonable speed. Guess what he's got right now? Fresh air.
Yeah, he's probably having a good
probably
time.
using that to his advantage right now. Try and pull back some time that he couldn't have gotten back if he had gone out behind somebody. So, gee, there's a lot more mud out here this year than I remember coming back from a couple of Gundys. I'm going to say early 2010s.
Yes, we had
Somewhere.
a few bad years there, didn't we?
They were muddy.
Yeah.
11 and 12
then-
were
or
both.
else-
11 and 12 were both cancelled.
Yes.
Due to rain events.
Due to rain events.
And that's when it
Must have
actually
been.
moved later in the year. Used to be in August.
Yep.
Then it moved back to September.
Yeah, because we
I
actually
think
came
2013 was my big crash.
Yes, that probably sounds about right.
Might have even been the year before that. And coming back and just blowing dust out of the car with the blower.
Yes.
Not even washing it. You know?
It's wild,
It's not
isn't it?
often you get tracks like that. But
Yeah.
there's always water somewhere. For those that are still out here with us, the crowd seems to have diminished a little bit. Gone back to pack up and clean up and get ready
which
for the
probably-
pub. But I tell you what,
I suppose the flip side is most of them will be, somehow tied to a competitor. So probably
Yeah.
gone over to talk to their races now that the, the pits have probably not
Eased a little.
Yeah, eased a little bit. That's the right word. A few guys, like I just see the Taylor. That'll be Mickey Taylor headed out, and unfortunately going to go and recover the 24, which doesn't sound like it's in a real good position at the
Not at
moment. Hopefully they get that sorted.
tell you what, coming in over the finish line, folks.
They'll be
I'm
pretty
going to
happy.
say your fourth last car on track.
Oh,
that
no.
was, no, that was huge.
That really,
Did that
I
hit?
think
That
that
hurt.
that broke that right side.
He doesn't care. Good. He's getting there at the end of...
oh, no. He's finished,
end of his first day. Car 762, folks. Like I said, we've still got 3, I believe, cars out there. 6. There's a 6 car out there. There's 202 Forsman entry and the Barnett entry car 68 have put in a monster effort just to keep their car going after failing a torque converter on the pre-run.
Yeah,
so
crazy. That it done a lot of work. So yeah, that is.
He hasn't got a bumper on. I'm sure he started with a bumper on this car.
I'm sure he did too. Absolutely. So Warren Stevens and Finn Hendry, a great drive from them out of the 762. Great effort and racing all the way to the end. However, as we just saw, I think they really need to have a look over the front end of that car. It needs some love.
Yeah. Look at that for a sunset, mate.
Oh, look at that.
Is that your boy Josh Curran on the camera again?
It is unbelievable. How do you give this boy a raise? I'm telling you. Whatever you're paying him, double it. 0.
Look at the shot, that's me. Josh Curran. Look at the shot.
Not my first rodeo.
I mean, there's nothing I can't do. Provide good commentary, getting these sick camera shots. I mean, the jokes I've produced are just amazing today.
I hear. I'm actually pretty sure Jamie Knight's down there writing a letter. Don't come Monday.
Yeah. At least I'll get Sunday in.
The Barnett's just told me he snapped a top A arm and they welded it back together on that first lap. So
how good is that? Welded it in the pits, keep racing.
Get going.
Yep, and that explains the strap.
Tell you what, that'll be 6:11, I reckon. Is that what we're thinking?
Absolutely.
6:11, I reckon it's the last of them.
Which is Brendan Hill and Matthew Dix.
There you go. Coming around the dam, which leaves 202 and 68, the Barnetts that we were just talking about with the broken top A-arm. They've had a troublesome day already, haven't they? Broken A-arm and a torque converter.
It's hard, isn't it? Every now and then it does feel like that. You've had a few of them, Sandy.
Yep.
We've had a few of them where you're just like, for some reason this car's just battling me.
Yep.
It's fighting me. But it's awesome because I think it makes the victory on Sunday all that much sweeter.
Yeah, it does.
When you've worked
hard for it.
Yep.
6:11, Brendan Hill and Matthew Dix. And then, is that our Class 2 over in the distance?
Yep.
I don't know.
I was going to say, I can't really pick it
Kind of
versus
looks
side
Class
by
2-ish
side.
or something.
It does, yeah.
It really looks side by side-ish.
It does.
The only other one on my screen is 668, who tells me it's not moving and it's over that way, but looks a bit too high and skinny for a blooming Class 2, doesn't it?
It does for a bean car or anything like that. But I guess we're going to find out in a second here, mate. Comes a bit closer.
Nah, that's a side by side.
There you go.
Yeah.
And not at full pace, so limping in.
668 looks like shows me it's. Oh yeah, no, that's 668. Shows me they're doing 40k an hour.
Yep.
They've got issues. Not them themselves. Well, they might have issues, but the car has issues.
They probably do it. Racing out here at the Gundy 500, I think we've all got issues. Again, awesome. The drone's still flying here and getting us these perfect shots.
This is what it's about. Seeing the last guy come over the line. That's what we need to do.
Again, big shout out to all our awesome sponsors of the live feed, which is ARB, Comiskey Mining Services, Mike's Shock Shop.
Waiting for the next one to come up.
I was going to say, MR Trans. I was going to say, we do know, we've seen a fair of them. And again, make sure you call them up and let them know why you're supporting them, because, we do appreciate that they put their money where their mouths are.
Yeah.
They said, hey, we like
and
this
always open to new sponsors in off-road.
Yes.
Anybody listening or wanting to jump on board, it takes a massive amount of not just dollars, but it does take a massive amount of energy to put these events on.
Absolutely.
Huge. Chapmans, Performance Dyno Tuning and Auto Electrical. two 1,400 horsepower 2JZs this weekend.
Yeah, you're dead right. Don't let them tell you any different. You don't go down there and tell them you want the Clayton, the number 15 package.
Special. The number 15 package.
15 package. Don't let them tell you any different.
Little aeroplane.
The side-by-side's actually cranked it back up and he did a bit of a slide around the corner. I wonder if it's these side-by-sides, Sandy, again, I'm hoping I'm not stitching up with this random question that makes no sense, but they do have every now and then they end up with some sensor issues, don't they? And they sort of get stuck at like 40 k's an hour. They just won't go in.
And,
I wonder if that's an issue. Because it seems like when he's going quite well. Remember the early Polarises? Because like it's not a suspension issue there, is it? Like he's just done a nice little jump. It just like...
Could be cooling down a belt, who knows?
Yeah, maybe there's a temperature issue.
6:11 over the finish line.
Coming down towards the dam there, we saw where he was just sort of in cruise mode. Again, like you said, might just be keeping it alive. That's all he's got to do.
I never got times for some of these people in here, but...
Well, we did hear a few people, you were talking, Sandy, about stopping. So a few people stopped, so maybe there's some corrections to be done.
Yeah, I never got a time here for people like... I never got a time for Heath Wheaton.
Yep, Jamie Knight.
7:01, Jamie Knight. So I'm sure that'll be corrected by the time we get to see our times come
Start
through.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
They will have those times. Just some reason it's never made it to the box. Oh, hey, Jimmy Knight, 4:01 in 65th position for some reason. So whether there's an issue there,
yeah,
I think he came.
I was going to say he was in the top 10, I reckon. So unless something changed, but Brendan Hill and Matthew Dix, the 6:11. Is in and finished now.
Heath Wheaton in 52nd place. Like I said, these are all provisional, and I'm sure before we see the true indication of where everyone's going to start tomorrow, it won't be until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Yep.
When are we back tomorrow morning? 8 o'clock?
Well, if it's starting at 8, I tend to think that the crew will
see
get
how I got away from answering that question?
You did.
I asked you it.
Yep, it was an excellent work. So crew sign-on is at 7:30, briefing at 8. No, I'm lying to you. Crew sign-on is at 7. Section 2 is at 8.
So first car's away at 8, and I'm sure we'll be live not long before that.
Yeah, 15
minutes before.
Join us. It'll be a good time.
I'll be out in the start line there doing my yoga.
Yes.
My Tai Chi.
Yes.
There's another beautiful shot there by Mr. Josh Curran. The one and only.
Yeah, there's only one. There's only one.
My mother is thankful for that.
Yes.
So what have we got? One more side by side. Yep. 2:02 Forsman entry. Craig Barnett.
And Barnett.
Now, if we have a look at where Barnett is on the track,
I bet he's making a bit of time up, I bet.
Mate.
Yep.
He might nearly catch 2:02 before he finishes.
Yeah, and the 2:02's going to turn it
Remembering, I don't know how much time
just
Craig's
like that,
got left. That's the 2:02, isn't it?
2:02, you can actually see him.
There you go.
Yep, in the distance there.
Oh, the Forsman entry.
The third Forsman.
There's 4 of them too.
I think there's 400 Forsmans.
Is there really? There are lots of... Yes, it's a name that's been competing for a while.
I tell you what, they put a lot of energy in getting to races, the Forsmans.
Yes.
Some events we've seen them bring out 4 cars. So
that is super impressive, isn't it, to think about the time?
There's no way in the world that is the Forsman entry, guys. I don't know. That looks like a recovery car.
It's the fastest recovery car.
You're right, but it does seem like it's going way too fast. No, it's racing. It's got to be racing.
I'm going to say Matt Gardner, Class 5.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, got the binoculars out, had a bit of a look-see.
And he's not registering.
You looked on the big screen.
No, he was further away. And I wasn't anywhere near my camera because I don't want to ruin my shot, but it's not. I'm wrong. It's Class 8.
You are wrong. It's Dalton.
Them
so
Dalton
how
boys.
did they sneak past us?
I don't know. I can't even see them on my rally stage. So there you go, folks.
Sense.
That's how reliable my sauce is in my hand here. It's as reliable as tomato sauce. It didn't.
Wowzers. You're right.
Oh, yeah, we've got side by side limping in over here on our right.
Yes.
Dalton sounded like they were running on 1.5 cylinders.
It did sound a little bit sad, definitely.
And that in the distance might be our low-riding 202 entry.
Yes.
Even that looks like a side-by-side.
It does look more like a side-by-side for the light bar. You're
Can
right.
I just say, I love your boys' confidence. Like, you totally...
Everything is subject to ish.
You totally balls that comment up there about what that was going to be the Forsman, but then you've just recommitted. Like, the Class 8...
100%.
The Class 8 is left, and we have just 100% committed to calling what cars these
there
are.
is
no way that is not the Forsman entry.
There is no way that can't be the Forsman. These people...
It is a Forsman entry.
It is.
So, hey, you know what that means? Barnett is it.
Oh.
Barnett will be the only one we're waiting to come back into the arena.
Yep. No, isn't there a side-by-side still?
Mate.
Stop it. Are we really just...
Stop.
Well, there's a side-by-side. Let's just call it. He's got a checkered flag.
Yeah, I tell you what.
Forsman.
Is that a rattle gun?
Which Forsman car?
202, mate. 279 is in the pits with
That's it. That's as far as it's going. He's done.
668.
He's across the line.
He's across
Took
the line.
checkered.
Sort of.
Obviously some sort of drive issue there.
That you think they shut it off and gave it a reset there, Dan?
Possibly.
I don't know if you've heard, sometimes with those Polaris...
sensor
you are
issues.
killing me. You are killing me.
Someone's getting delirious. I think it's the rain. Told you I could feel it in the waters.
No worries, Livio.
Did your waters break?
Oh, down a little bit on the old temperature.
Yes, it did. I noticed that you've slipped the coat back on. Not silly. Not a silly move. Nicely turned out race car, that isn't it? You know, the custom cage, the windowed, like the 668. Beautiful looking piece of equipment. Has a very unique rear cage section, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Makes it stand out from the others. I
No
like
spare tyre in there, did you notice that?
No, I
Maybe
did.
that was one of their hold-ups.
That would be a downside, wouldn't it? Run it light and then go, oh, I really needed that spare tyre.
So we know that Barnett was the last car leaving to go around.
Yes.
Obviously had that torque converter issue in the pre-run of the Prologue.
Yes. Been a big day.
Seeded. It's been a big day for them, and it looks like it might be a big night for them. They broke an arm in the first lap, welded up, around for their second lap, and with any luck, they can get it sorted and back out there for tomorrow. So currently have...
And I take it all back, you are right. I'm very wrong.
Love it.
So we think the 846 is moving right?
849.
Yep.
Dalton. That's GU. It's coming around here running like a
hairy dog.
Bag of socks.
So it's running. Forsman is running in the 202.
Who should be coming into sight somewhere. Oh no, he went round.
And then coming along the further back straight at
Barnett.
the moment is the 68.
And that will be...
And is moving quick. And that is the end of our cars that are moving on the rally safe at the moment. I mean, there's lots of cars moving, but they're moving down the highway. They're moving to the next state.
And when I look here, it looks like we've had around 70 finishes for today.
That's a good number.
That's not bad.
Solid, I reckon.
Hopefully,
that's about a 70% finish rate.
Oh, my goodness.
Who bought this guy?
Oh, my goodness. Jamie, can we talk about this? Yes, correct. Very good. But it's a good... I feel that we've had some Gundys. Don't you agree? We've had some Gundys where we've had 100 and then it's been like 48 cars start the next day.
I remember...
It's been rough.
Gundy's, there's been 100 and had 15 finishes.
Yeah, 15 finishes. That's right. It's been rough.
Brutal.
So Dalton through now. 849. Hopefully that's just a silly motor issue and, you know, leads falling off or something along those lines.
Fuel, could be anything.
Yep.
But at least they got all night.
They've got all the way. And
they got all night to get it prepared for tomorrow morning.
Yep, absolutely.
That's it.
Sorry, mate, I know you told us this. Whose old car is this? Or this is
that one, I'm not sure who's
No, the one that was on the strap is the old Mick Mager car.
Yes.
Yeah, and this one actually
Yep.
looks like an old Killer Custom car.
Does
I don't
look
know
good,
if it
yeah.
is, but
Yeah.
I'm just throwing it out there.
Oh, I wonder if
They
it's an
are
old Dan Brown car. Remember, not
202.
to be confused with Dan
That's-
Brown.
sorry, that's who I'm
the other
thinking of.
Dan Brown.
Yeah.
Yep, Sunny Coast Dan Brown.
202, the second of the Forsman entries.
Yes.
Over the line. Once I can get a time, I'll give you a time.
Technically, he
We
could be the first of
have-
the Forsman entries. And the other one's the second.
Well, I'm going to say the first Forsman entry to finish 2 laps
Yes,
today.
I love it.
And as soon as we see dust, folks, we know it's going to be, well, we presume, we don't know, we don't make presumptions around here, do we?
We do.
Well,
we do
we-
a lot. We jump to a lot of confusions in the comment.
So that gives you an idea of
you
how
can
many
see
cars.
on our rally safe, there's a few cars still out there down the bottom of your screen. You've got 1144, 1141, 1082, 1005, can't see the number under that, 124. There's a fair few there up the top of your screen, 6681, I think that's Warwick Vet. Ross Newman, 1142, Andy Brown. Over on the far left is Owen Ward, 801. I'm not too sure what happened to Wardy. 1026, and I believe just under that number 1026, you'll see pop out the number 68, which is that Barnett entry, the Cougar Racing Team. I'm sure they're here somewhere. Probably 10 deep in a Great Western, I reckon, by now. No, they're a pretty dialed team too. I must say they've like I was saying, you know, they've had an amazing success rate in finishes, so they know how to do it by now.
My eyes are peeled over here, Sandy. I'm ready to see this 68. It's got to be coming.
I'm trying to get you another time or two up here, but
no, you're right, mate.
Yeah, me buddy.
Listen, to be honest, again, I know I keep saying it, but I just love being in Gundy. Every year, they must put something in the water.
We've got a time or two. Let's
Or
just
two.
go. Let's go back a little ways. We've got. Well, I mean, 6:11 came over the line. Their first lap was a 1:21.54. Second lap 1:39.23. Obviously, got issues. The 2:02 of the Forsmans was a 1:41.59 and a 1:23.05. 6:68, which is our last car with a recorded second lap. As far as the last car time-wise, 1:05.11 and a 2:05. So they had a massive second lap. So I would imagine the Barnett car, who had a 1:31.30, 1:30.
Yes.
If that makes sense.
That's all, yes, it did, but yes.
1 hour, 31 minutes and 30 seconds on
Yes.
their first lap. I'm tipping they're going to have a 3-hour second lap.
Yep. Is there a max? Again, I'm stitching you up here. Is there? Oh yeah, that's the Tassin side by side.
That was being parked up there.
Yep. So he's coming back in. They must have got it at least running or started or wherever the situation was.
And I think.
Well, actually,
we'd be so close. I reckon we'd be so close to the end of our time here.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Is there a total elapsed time where you run out of time?
I reckon these guys, if they don't make it back in time, will be super close to making it back on time, because they are literally about to. Oh, I reckon they're 2 minutes off coming back into sight.
Cool.
I reckon they're. I'm going to say within 10 minutes they'll be over the line. So the Barnetts have been doing a phenomenal job.
Oh, here you go.
Josh Curran has been a phenomenal job on our camera behind us in the pits.
Dust up to the left there, boys, on that
They
fence
are,
line
and
run.
I'm calling it.
Yep.
I'm calling it. That's a Barnett car.
It's moving.
Bloody oath.
So
there
it's
you
getting
go.
closer.
We've only got 5 minutes to the last car on track. Jumps to freedom. Or something.
Jumps to free. I'm loving this. I hear you, mate. So we think that's the 68 of Barnett right there. I tell you what, after
That
the
looks
work,
like a side-by-side, mate.
Don't you start, young fella. That'd be a good feeling for a few of these guys. They've worked hard in the pits.
I tell you, they have. They did their torque converter change earlier,
and it's going good. They're actually on it.
Yep.
Yeah. So obviously that repair.
No traffic.
Yep. But I mean the repair's held up well. The front arm's still on it. Oh. Whoa. Motor sounds strong. Beautiful shots. The drone is charged right now.
I'll tell you what.
Is this a video of you videoing us, videoing you? Very good, though.
Josh Curran just taking over production.
Again. The Gundy country has just come alive. August is a beautiful time to have this race. I understand why, but they had it in November. Gee, it was hot in November, wasn't it, Sandy?
Yeah.
It minimised the risk of rain very well, but holy moly, when it was 40 degrees out here, she's tough.
I think that might have been my first year in a full-face helmet and had a panic attack at the start line.
And she said, this is not right.
Craig Barnett, folks, literally doing the last hairpin, heading back towards us with only a handful of corners left. Telling us Megan Barnett sitting in the passenger seat. I think Josh has decided he's going to give up the commentary and go straight.
Hey, listen, it's not about on here. It's not about on here, really. For the sake of everyone.
Once I finish this, I'll tell you a great joke about a Kiwi.
Little side-by-side sitting parked up there.
Yep. And looking towards that power line run. So that's where they go out and head out when they're going on their first lap or on the main lap. So they do run a different prologue track. Obviously, it joins back on, so it does a bit of a shortcut up there.
Craig's just about to turn right and come back in. You can see his dust there.
See the dust? Yep, absolutely. Shoot along that fence line a little bit.
There he is.
Yeah, beautiful shots
Last car of the day before we sign off, get a refreshment and get prepped for day 2 of the ARB Gundy 500. Round 3 of the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship. Started out in Rainbow, then Hillston, Gundy, and a massive cracker of a finish down in Millicent at the Pines.
Millicent is always a good one. It's
September the 20th to 22nd.
Yep, brilliant.
And
such a good race.
I'm excited.
The varying track conditions down there just make it so interesting. A little bit of forestry road, a little bit of rough, a little bit of everything. Even the sun dries out some of it, not other bits. It's a real driver's track down there.
There he is, folks.
Nice jump from Barnett
Car
there.
68, Craig Barnett, over the finish line. Last car on the track for day 1, or section 1 of the ARB Gundy 500. I suppose we could wrap it up here.
Absolutely brilliant.
I tell you what, should we wrap it up here, folks? Any more bets?
No.
Okay.
I think it is a safe bet that 68 is going to be a great number for a finish on. Come on in here, young Joshua.
Man extraordinaire.
Yeah.
Just feel embarrassed for this young lad having to follow me making a few shots.
Yeah, it's a
little
tough
guy in the middle.
Oh, listen to him.
I tell you what. Well, folks, as we look over the pits there, this is it. The end of day 1 of Gundy 500, boys.
Yeah, it's been a good one too. We've had some awesome battles up and down the field. It's been a cracker. Little bit of dust, Little bit of mud,
Lots
little
of
bit
mud.
of everything. Lots of mud, yeah. And I'll tell you what, breakages, it's been a real shuffle up and down the field. So,
Over
ladies and
70
gentlemen,
cars still going.
that's a good thing. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. You join us tomorrow.
8 a.m. Just before 8 a.m. we'll be going.
We'll be ready to go, and you'll get to hear some more commentary gold with the crew here and see some real racing action.
Thank you
Enjoy.
all. See you in the morning.